Forbidden Love is Book 5 in the Daughters of the Warlock series. Written by Maggie Shaw. Published by Harley Romance Publishing, 2020. Bella. Once the shock surrounding the attack on Courtney and I had passed, I wanted desperately to go back to work. But that just didn't seem possible. My father, the High Warlock of all the realms, wouldn't budge. I pressed on, pleading my case and appealing to the bookworm inside him. The library was exactly where I felt like I belonged. It had books upon books, stacked with knowledge even a voracious bookworm like me still needed to learn. And I wanted to. I just couldn't do that if I was trapped in my bedroom within the council's realm, for my own protection. After days and days, I finally succeeded in convincing Matlock that it was best if I went back to work. I always got through, in my own quiet way, when it was important to me. "You ready to go?" Matlock asked, walking into my bedroom with a smile on his face. He rubbed his hands together, as though he too was excited to return to some kind of normalcy. We were still staying in the bedrooms attached to his office. In fact, he'd magically built a third for Courtney, so that we could all stay together in this strange mini-realm attached to the council. I was just glad Courtney had agreed to stay. Even with danger lurking for us, I wasn't sure my sister would want to. Courtney was a free spirit, looking danger in the face and laughing. "I am," I said, glancing down his body and realizing he was dressed to go out. He wore what I referred to as his royal robes. Purple cape, embroidered suit. I cocked my head to the side. "Are you coming with me?" He grinned. "Of course." I rolled my eyes. "Nothing's going to happen. I'll be fine." "Oh, I know you will," he said with a little too much enthusiasm. I narrowed my eyes at him. "What have you got planned?" "Who's got what planned?" Courtney asked, walking into the main office that was now central to all our bedrooms. At the way he was adding rooms, we would soon need another floor or else we'd get too cramped. Courtney wanted more space, even though she'd managed to get a bedroom twice as big as mine, not to mention an awesome bathroom as well. I was content with my room, though it had occurred to me that if I did have more space for myself, I could fit many more books on my shelves. "Matlock seems to think he's walking me to work today," I said drolly. Courtney rolled her eyes, but the expression was directed at me. Which was odd because, while I wasn't sure how Courtney was going to react to our father, siding with him on things wasn't exactly what I expected. "I can't believe you want to go back into that job," she exclaimed, crossing her arms over her chest almost as though she was protecting herself. "Especially after what happened last time." I sighed and picked up my jacket. It was difficult to explain to my sister why I loved the library so much. Not even an attack on our lives could dampen it. If I knew she was going to be in any mood to listen to my reasons, I would try to explain. But she wasn't. She never really was. "That wasn't the library's fault," I said. "Travis would have found me anywhere. You know that." "Not if you'd stayed in the safety of the council buildings," Matlock said. "Like I told you to do." I glared at him. "Are you kidding me?" I all but growled. It wasn't like me to get angry, but I couldn't help it. Did Matlock forget who Travis was and why he was after me in the first place? Travis was sent by an arm of the council that wants us all dead. I'm sure he would have found a way to get to me anywhere, even the council buildings. Matlock lifted his hand and flicked it about, testing the wards he had in place to protect our privacy. He frowned. I scoffed and gestured with my hand to make a point. "See what I mean?" I glanced at the clock on the wall and shook my head. I didn't have time for this. "I've gotta go," I said. "You're both welcome to accompany me if you want, but I'm going even if you think I should stay here or whatever. I'm not going to let Travis dictate how I live my life. I'm not going to hide forever." Matlock turned to Courtney. "What are your plans today?" "If you're going back to see Clarissa, I'll come with you." Courtney frowned. Her relationship with Matlock was still strained, and I didn't think she liked the idea of him accompanying her anywhere without me. I wanted the two of them to get along. I wanted Courtney to trust him. That didn't mean she needed to see him as her father just yet. That would be a long time coming. I hoped she would at least give him a chance to prove himself to her, though. I decided to take the heat away from her, if he would let me. I thought you wanted to come with me, I said. Matlock looked from me to Courtney, then back again. I struggled to hide my smile, watching him worry about making the right choice. Obviously not a problem he'd had in the past. Now he had 2 daughters to choose from, and that was only because Ava wasn't present at the moment. Well, I'm leaving now. You coming? I asked, walking to the door. I've still gotta have a shower and do my hair, Courtney said, backing toward her bedroom. I can't leave looking like this. Are you mad? Courtney had incredible red hair with long tight ringlets. A lot of it was natural, which she didn't appreciate as much as she should have. However, she always made sure to take care of her hair, and it was obvious because my hair would frizz at the hint of humidity, whereas hers didn't even know what the word meant. Matlock took one look at Courtney's hair and headed over to me. Well, say hi to Clarissa and contact me if you need anything, he said. Clarissa was our father's cousin and a great healer. She had taken care of Courtney when she'd been poisoned, and still liked to check in on her every few days. See ya, I called out to my sister as I opened the door that led to a portal that would take me back to the realm where my job was. Matlock and I slid through the coldness of space until we arrived in the magic realm that I knew the best. It was where I'd first arrived seeking help for my sister, and where my work now resided. At the Witch Academy Library. We stepped through the door and into the street, the scent of cinnamon and freshly baked bread lingering in the air. I inhaled deeply and smiled. I think I'll need to get one of those bread rolls for lunch, I said. They smell amazing. I'd only just had breakfast and yet my stomach tightened. How could I still be hungry? It made no sense. Matlock reached inside his cape and handed me a small coin purse made of purple fabric. Here you go, he said. I took the cute little bag and opened it, revealing several gold coins. I looked back up at him, arching a brow. What's this? I asked. Some money in case you'd like to buy something in town. These are official council coins and cannot be created by magic. He cleared his throat and glanced down at his robe, picking at what might have been lint by his collar. We haven't set up a banking account for you, so until that's organized and you can be paid for your work in the realm, that should tide you over. I glanced down at the coins again. I had no idea how much they were worth, or how the currency exchange worked in this realm, but it was never a bad thing to have money. Just in case. Though I wasn't sure when I would need it, other than for lunches. Well, thank you, I said, then slipped the purse into the black bag I had slung over my shoulder, forgetting it almost immediately. I was just excited to go back to work in the first place. I yearned to get my hands on the books again, yearned to smell the knowledge that seeped from each one. Are you going to walk me all the way to the front door? He smiled and nodded. I sighed as we headed off. I can't believe it's been 2 weeks since the attack. Any lead so far on who sent Travis to kill me? I asked as we walked across the road. This was easier to talk about than I thought it would be. I thought I would hesitate or feel something akin to regret or pain. Instead, all I really felt was relief that it was over and that my life had returned somewhat to normal. As normal as it could be. Matlock frowned. No. The council assured me that they are, of course, making it their #1 priority to find out. But with Travis now dead, there isn't a lot to go on. I sighed, adjusting my bag on my shoulder and holding it close to my body. This bag had everything in the world that I cherished, including several books that belonged to my mother's family. True. It's a pity that Tavlor's not here to help, I said. He'd find a way to track them, I'm sure. Tavlor was one of my favorite people in the world, and my brother-in-law. It still amazed me to think that Ava was now married. Speaking of Tavlor, Matlock began with a smile. I received a message from Ava that they are expected home in the next few days. That's great. I sighed with relief. I miss her so much. Matlock nodded. It must be hard to be apart from her, after spending your whole life together. I huffed out a laugh. For me it is. For Ava and even Courtney, it's not. They want adventure and fun. And if that means leaving me behind, I don't think they care. We arrived at the college, and Matlock pushed one of the large iron gates open. I doubt that's the case, Bella. I strolled past the open gate. It's how it's always been. I like staying home. They don't. They'd managed it for over 20 years, but Ava had been going insane by the end. If Mother hadn't been so sick, I was sure Ava would have made a break for it much earlier. Matlock opened the doors to the college, and we walked down the large, brightly lit hallway and into the library. Happiness filled me as the smell of old books and leather bindings caught in my nose. I looked around the dimly lit room, staring at the rows upon rows of books, and my heart just melted. I was back. My father shook his head. I still can't believe someone came into the college, into a library, and threatened to kill you. I laughed as we walked into the library, the smell of the leather books and the heavy amounts of knowledge these books possessed, making me slightly giddy. Well, it wasn't just me. He threatened Courtney too. I know, but I don't think I told you at the time how proud I was of you, Bella, he said. His voice was hesitant. For protecting your sister. For standing up to him. For fighting. I know it's not natural to you. You're much more of a pacifist, which I understand. But the fact that you're willing to do anything for your family says a lot. I glanced up into his dark eyes, then looked down again. His words touched a part of my heart that had always longed for admiring words. The love of my father. His respect. His admiration. I didn't think I wanted it before now, but spending more and more time with him, I realized I did want that. I wanted him to be proud of me. Thank you. I know that I don't fit into our family very well, but I would die for my sisters. He inclined his head. It is obvious that you love your sisters very much. But what do you mean that you don't fit into our family? Because I'm a pacifist, I said, tilting my head at him. That certainly made me a black sheep in my mother's little family. Wouldn't it make me one in yours too? He smiled, a strange affection flickering across his dark eyes. Bella, you may be surprised how alike you and I are. When I was at school in this very college, I failed more than one practical class because I was more concerned with my theory, my books, than I was about the physical. My mouth dropped open. Was it possible that I was like my father, in a very real sense? Really? He chuckled. Very much so. My memory tossed up visions of my father fighting Travis and everything Ava had told me about him. He couldn't possibly feel guilty about what happened. About killing the man who'd tried to murder us. But you saved me. And you saved Ava. She told me that you're the strongest warlock in all the realms. That your magic is as strong as a fae, stronger even. My father smiled, and there was no longer regret, but kindness in his face. I worked hard to become this powerful, and not because I wanted to, but because I had no choice. If I show any weakness, then my enemies will attack, and now that I have you and your sisters to protect, well, let's say that my magic lifts up in times of stress. When it needs to. I nodded, because I couldn't speak. I could hear the message behind his words. In a way, I felt the same. Not because I was powerful, not in the least, but I understood that sometimes silence was the best show of strength, rather than aggression or witty remarks. Like me, he would do anything to protect those he loved, but on a normal day, he would rather read a good book. It was strange having so much in common with a near stranger, but at the same time, it reiterated just how alike we were. Well, I said, and then coughed loudly to clear my throat. The silence was overwhelming, and if I didn't say something soon, I was going to make an awkward noise or talk about something I probably shouldn't. School's going to begin soon, so I better get to it. I waved to Hillary, the librarian, who was standing behind the check-in desk, frowning at one of the books in front of her. I wasn't sure if she actually saw me, but at least I was doing something with my hand. Yes. I'll see you for dinner, he said and began to walk toward the exit. I remembered my father's confidence that I would be okay back at his office, the place I currently called home. "Hey," I called out. "Have you set something up here that I need to know about?" He turned and grinned at me. "You'll see." With a chuckle, he left. I stared after him, gobsmacked. Seriously? I walked over to the librarian. "Hey, Hillary." "Bella." "Welcome back," she said with a smile as she held 2 books to her chest and started to move away to the wands and potions side of the library. I rushed to ask her, "Do you know what my father has done? Has he organized something I should know about?" There was no way Matlock would just leave me here without putting in a safeguard. He'd been so worried about my safety here. He wasn't the sort of man to change overnight. Hillary smiled, a strange glimmer passing through her eyes. "Not that I know of." She proceeded to walk away and make herself busy sliding books back into their proper places. He had organized something. Was it new surveillance? Cameras? Magical wards? Damn it. Now I had to wait to find out what it was. Work was more boring than I remembered. But I liked boring. I liked routine, the simplicity of doing a task over and over again. I filed away one of the largest spell books I'd ever seen and walked back to the front desk, my arms finally empty. There was a slight strain in my muscles from carrying it around, but I didn't mind. It felt good to be back. It felt good to be doing these things, especially if they were boring. I picked up my bag and adjusted the strap over my shoulder. "Is there anything else you'd like me to do before I leave?" I asked Hillary, who was standing behind the counter, going through the daily log book for the teachers. The time had flown by, despite the fact that there wasn't a lot I actually did. The air conditioning kept me cool, and the small tasks Hillary had me do kept me focused. I didn't know if I would feel the same way tomorrow or the day after, but it was a good first day back. "No, I'd say we're all done for the day," she said with a smile. "Thank you for your help today." "Oh, it was my pleasure." I pulled the strap of my bag over my shoulder and glanced down to make sure I had everything with me. "Thank you for letting me come back to work with you, even after, all the mess I caused." I swallowed the lump in my throat as Hillary stared at me with sadness in her eyes. I wasn't fond of pity. I was trying to be honest, trying to show my appreciation. Between Travis, Matlock, and me throwing spells and physically crashing into bookshelves left, right, and center, we'd left the library in a real mess. I was surprised there weren't more books damaged. Yet, coming back here, no one would know that such an event occurred in the first place. "You survived an incredible ordeal, Bella. I'm proud to have you on my team," Hillary said with a smile. Emotion clogged my throat. I'd never had anyone say they were proud of me, not before leaving my mother's realm in search of help for Courtney. All this approval was hard to deal with. "Ah, thanks. I think I better get going," I said, adjusting the glasses on my nose. "I'm surprised Matlock hasn't come back to pick me up and walk me home." Behind me, someone said he sent me instead. When I spun around, a man stood there staring at me. He wasn't much older than me. He was attractive, and I hoped the flush that currently crawled up my neck wasn't as noticeable as it felt. His eyes flickered over my body, though his gaze wasn't lecherous. If anything, he was checking to make sure I was okay. Which was strange. "I know you," I said, taking in his dark eyes and lean body. "You were at Oliver's shop a few weeks ago." He had a beautiful face, and there was the sudden flash of yellow in his eyes that I'd seen at the apothecary. He was part shifter, or was he the full one? I couldn't remember who my father had said was the mix, and I mentally cursed myself for not paying more attention. With everything going on at the moment, it was important for me to remember pertinent details. He grinned. "And you're the new heir to the high warlock everyone's talking about." His voice was confident, but there was a genuine playfulness to it. Even from my peripheral, Hillary was leaning forward in her chair, eyes on him. I couldn't blame her. Heat blossomed up my face and through my cheeks like someone had set a brush fire through my veins. I cleared my throat and forced myself to look elsewhere. I couldn't be sure, but it felt as though he could see through me, despite the wards and shields I put around myself to protect me. Of course, besides the tattoo on my stomach, there weren't actual shields, but the sentiment was still the same. I stammered, with absolutely no idea how to finish that sentence. This wasn't like me. I was never speechless. If I chose not to speak, it was because I had nothing to say, not because I didn't know what to say. I rubbed my lips together and finally managed to verbalize a single thought. People are talking about me? He grinned, and this time I felt the pleasure of his smile through my body. In my belly. Deep inside me. I looked away, unable to keep my gaze on the man in front of me. He made me feel strange, in ways I'd never experienced before. Are you kidding? He laughed, and it was the nicest sound I'd ever heard. You and your sister are all anyone can talk about. Which sister? I asked. I probably shouldn't have said that. I wasn't sure if they knew about Courtney, so I still wanted to keep her presence as much of a secret as I could. Granted, I didn't know how long that secret would last, especially if people were already talking, but I didn't want the information to come from me. He shrugged. Ava is old news now, he said. You and the redhead are the gossip. So they did know about Courtney. I wasn't sure if he purposefully didn't say her name or if he genuinely didn't know it, but I wasn't going to be the one to clarify. Instead, I shifted and placed a hand on my chest. I'm Bella, I said before I adjusted my glasses on my nose. Maybe if I focused more on myself, despite my insistence to stay small and retreat to my books and my introverted way of doing things, he would drop any curiosity he might have had about Courtney. Christian, he said, sticking out his hand. I looked down and hesitantly reached out to shake it. Touching was not something I was particularly fond of, whether it was my father or strangers. In fact, it was difficult for me to be physically affectionate with my own sisters, and they were the people I was closest to in the entire world. He took my hand, and as soon as our skin connected, a gasp caught in my throat as heat seared along my arm. What's that? I asked, withdrawing my hand and wiping it on my skirt. What? He asked. Are my hands sweaty? He looked down at his palm, then wiped his palm on his jeans. I narrowed my eyes. Didn't you feel that? No. He shook his head, but this time when he grinned, there was no light in his eyes. Had he felt that strange connection? The glimmer of electricity and awareness I'd felt on touching him. I shook my head. Nothing. If he wasn't going to own up to it, I wasn't going to either. Did you say my father sent you? He ran a hand through his shaggy hair. Yes. I am officially your night guard. My what? I couldn't have heard him right. A night guard? Well, he said, as of tomorrow I'll be the college's night guard, patrolling the grounds and the library from 3 o'clock until midnight, except for when I walk you home. That's part of the agreement. This still didn't make sense. I scrunched my face, trying to understand. Because of what happened to me and Courtney? I asked, swallowing hard. I forced my hands behind my back. I didn't want him to see them shake. Yeah, that was rough. His voice lost the playfulness and dropped an octave, causing goosebumps to erupt over my skin. I wasn't sure if it was the reminder of what happened, or the sound of his voice that had an effect on my body I hadn't prepared for. I swallowed, putting my bag strap over my shoulder and holding tight to the leather. And tonight? I asked, wincing when my voice cracked slightly. I cleared my throat again. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he thought I was coming down with some sort of cold. Are you here for a reason? Yes. He looked at me as though this was obvious. The High Warlock asked me to walk you home. My mouth dropped open. My father wouldn't. My cheeks burned with redness, and I tried once again to figure out how to say what was on my mind. He asked you to. I shook my head, holding up a hand. You really don't have to do that. I can take care of myself. He grinned. I know. Everyone does now. But since I told him I would, I'd appreciate the company, otherwise I'll have to just walk behind you. The picture of him trotting behind me like a little puppy made me smile. Okay, let's walk together. But you have to answer some questions for me. I looked behind me and waved to the head librarian. Good night, Hillary. She waved me off, and Christian and I made our way out the college doors and through its foreboding gates. What sort of questions do you have, Bella? Christian asked. I glanced up at him as we walked down the quiet streets toward the council building. The last thing I wanted to do was stare so brazenly at him, and I kept looking away to ensure that didn't happen. At the same time, I genuinely couldn't help it. The guy was gorgeous, more so than I initially thought. You're a wolf shifter, right? I asked, hoping that would distract me enough to pull my gaze away from him and focus on what was in front of me. Are you a mix of warlock and wolf? Or? My voice trailed off and I looked over at him. A heavy frown sliced his chiseled face. I froze. What's wrong? How did you know? He asked, glancing around as though someone was watching him, as though someone might have overheard our conversation. My father told me the day I met you at Oliver's, I said slowly. Why? What's wrong? He shook his head, his shoulders relaxing a little. I wasn't sure if he knew or not. Who? My father. I sighed. It's still so weird calling someone that. Christian slid his gaze sideways at me. Is it really true that you'd never met him before a few weeks ago? Ah. I looked down at the pavement. I had the strangest desire to tell him the utter truth. Yeah. How is that even possible? He asked. I mean, you must have heard of him. Seen him. I shook my head. No. My mother kept us in a private realm. She didn't let us leave, and her magic kept us pretty much hostage. Then she got sick and we stayed to look after her. Then she died, he asked. I nodded, swallowing hard against the emotion in my throat. Yeah, she did. You must have wanted to leave after that, he said. No. Not at all, I said, shaking my head. I loved my house. Staying home. Then why did you come here? He asked. I looked up at him, meeting his gaze. Yellow flashed in his pupils. Why do I feel like I could tell you anything? I asked him. It seemed crazy. For someone as logical as I was, as guarded as I was, to be able to feel this comfortable around a stranger wasn't something I trusted right away. Yet with Christian, it was different. His eyes widened and his eyebrows flicked up. I don't know. I kinda feel the same way. We were only half a block from the council building now. Enough about me, I said quickly, shoving my hands in my pockets. My cheeks burned with heat. It was difficult to look him in the eye. Tell me why you're odd about the whole wolf shifter thing. Shish, he said, his eyebrows narrowing in a scowl. I ignored his reaction. We kept walking, and when he glanced over at me again, a small smile played on his lips. You really don't know anything about me, about this world, do you? I laughed. I told you. I was raised in a realm with my mother and sisters. I didn't leave. We weren't able to. Everything I know is what my mother taught me, or what I read in her books. We arrived at the base of the council steps. The shops around us were beginning to close, the people on the streets going home. Dusk was upon us, and as I glanced around, the colors of the sunset made me smile. The purples and pinks and oranges were simply stunning. Thanks for walking me back, Christian. I must admit to feeling safer with you around. I glanced down at my black shoes, pivoting on the balls of my feet as a wave of embarrassment flowed over me. He reached out and touched my arm to get my attention. The sizzle of attraction moved through me before I glanced up again. What was that question you asked me again? He said with a slow smile. I couldn't help the way my face flushed. I just wanted to know about the whole, you know. I moved my hand in the air to encompass him. I swallowed hard against the desire to say wolf shifter again. I gathered that I shouldn't. Especially not around the witches. I'm not sure I can explain it in one conversation. Okay, I said, shrugging. Why was I pushing for information when someone didn't want to give it to me? Surely it wasn't that hard to tell me something I didn't know. I didn't know anything. Maybe we could talk over lunch tomorrow, he asked. What? I blinked. He wanted to continue the conversation over a meal. Was it like some sort of date? Or was I just overthinking things? He ran a hand through his dark hair that fell to just below his ears. If you want to, he said. He sounded nervous, and that wasn't something that sounded natural coming from him. I mean, you're the heir to the High Warlock, and I know that witches don't like hanging out with us. I frowned at him. Haven't you been listening to anything? I sighed. Where would you like to have lunch? I wasn't sure if this was some sort of date or the hand of friendship, but I was taking it. And if the sudden increase in my heart rate was any indication, my body hoped it was a date. I'll come pick you up tomorrow and we can walk somewhere nearby. Okay, I said, fidgeting with the strap on my bag. Great. I'll see you then. He waved to me before heading off. I watched him go, admiring the grace and the way he moved. I didn't understand why the witches and warlocks had a problem with the wolf shifters, but I was going to find out. I made my way through the portal jumps and back to my bedroom, which was once the room our father had made for Ava. Despite the fact that I loved getting back to work after everything that had happened, I was exhausted. It felt good to be home. I glanced around the room. Little things stuck out that were clearly touches my older sister had done to make the room hers. Foodstuffs, posters of the band 5-in-1, the wardrobe filled with clothes there was never a chance I would wear. I didn't change anything. They reminded me so much of Ava that it felt nice to have the subtle reminders of her. I still couldn't believe I would get to see her in a few days. It had been ages since I'd hugged her tight, made sure she was okay. She was busy with the shifter wars and trying to make things fair for others in different realms. I missed her, but I would never expect her to come back here and visit unless she had the time to actually do so. Hi Bella, Matlock called out from the office that doubled as our living space. I had no idea how he knew I was here. He probably heard everything. That, or he was able to detect my presence through his wards. How was your day? I put my bag down on the bed and called out. Great, thanks. How about you? I walked into the office to find my father conjuring up food for dinner. The room smelled of pork pies and cinnamon scones. Yum. That smells great. Matlock flicked his hand, extending the table and creating a platter of desserts for Courtney. Our sugar queen. I grinned at him. Is she back yet? He glanced toward her closed door. Yes. But I think she's still feeling a little poorly after Clarissa's treatment. I walked toward the table, my stomach growling with hunger. Matlock handed me a plate and I picked up a pie. She's still receiving treatments? We sat down together on the couches, eating our food. For a moment, I allowed myself to indulge in something sweet. Sweets were my absolute favorite. Yes? He sighed as he slid back, his body molding into the couch. It almost appeared as though he was exhausted as well, and I couldn't help but wonder what he had to do throughout the day while I was at work. Clarissa agrees with Oliver that the poison Courtney was given was tuned to her DNA, or should I say, our DNA. She's having trouble getting rid of all the effects. Courtney's bedroom door opened and she stumbled out. You don't need to talk about me behind my back, she muttered, red hair sticking up, eyes at half-mast. Even her words were slightly incoherent. I'm right here. We weren't, Court, I said slowly, my voice level. The last thing I needed was her turning unhinged because she made wrong assumptions. I was just surprised Clarissa is still treating you, and wanted to make sure you were okay or if I should be worried. Courtney served herself a plate of desserts and practically fell onto the other couch. There was a dramatic flair to her action, and I rolled my eyes. She looked grumpy and angry in one swirl of redness. I shook my head, reminding myself of what my father had said. She was still getting treatment. Yes, perhaps she was being dramatic, but I needed to be more sympathetic. Well, she is, Courtney snapped before popping a treat in her mouth. And I feel like shit, so just ignore me. She waved her hand as though to say dismissed, and shoved a piece of chocolate cake into her mouth. I shook myself, frowning, and turned back to Matlock, not wanting Courtney's mood to dampen mine too much. She had every right to be frustrated, but that didn't mean I wanted it to rub off on me. So, how was your day? I asked him. He shrugged. Fine. Nothing too unexpected, except that I heard from Tavlor, who confirmed that he and Ava will be back tomorrow night. Oh, that's great. I can't wait to see her and tell her everything that has happened. We hadn't seen Ava since before Courtney had been poisoned. Matlock had told her a few things from what I'd gathered. But I couldn't wait to see her and tell her myself. I also wanted to know how Ava was doing. I hoped seeing her meant we would also be seeing Tavlor too. I didn't typically look forward to seeing others, especially those I didn't know well, but Tavlor was someone I liked, and who, like me, enjoyed a good book. Courtney nodded and smiled, but didn't say anything as she continued to eat her pies and cakes. I wasn't sure if that meant she was looking forward to Ava's presence or not. Before I could clarify anything, my father spoke. And your day? Matlock asked with a grin. Like he knew what I was going to say. I rolled my eyes at him. Perhaps Courtney got her flair for the dramatics from him, though I would never tell either one of them that. It was fine, I said with a dismissive shrug. You know, just books. And your new bodyguard, he asked. I was surprised he didn't give me the opportunity to bring up Christian, but I supposed he wanted immediate feedback. Are you happy with my choice? My new. He said that he was the college's new night guard. I was just about to pop a piece of cake into my mouth, but stopped and waited. This needed clarification. Christian made it seem as though his focus was on the college, whereas my father made it seem as though the focus was me, which was something I definitely didn't want. Matlock conjured a glass of wine and took a sip. Well, what? I repeated, glaring at him. Matlock laughed. Well, I know you don't like the idea of anyone protecting you long term, but I hoped, if I picked someone your age, someone who needed the money, you wouldn't mind letting him walk with you a bit. So that was why he wanted to take me to lunch. To babysit me. Oh. Yeah, okay, I said and looked down at the plate in my lap. Why was I so disappointed? Had I seriously thought a gorgeous young wolf shifter would be interested in someone like me? Hey. What's wrong? Matlock asked, reaching out and squeezing my hand before withdrawing. I could hear the concern in his voice, and it touched me that he allowed me to see that much. Nothing. I lifted my head and shook off the melancholy feelings. I didn't want to indulge myself, especially with Courtney here going through her own emotions. I asked him about being a wolf shifter, and he got all defensive. What's with that? I glanced over at my father. If anyone would have an idea of what was going on, it would be him. Matlock choked on his wine. You what? He coughed a few more times, and I moved over a little to pat him on the back. My brow furrowed. It felt as though whatever I did went against common decorum, but I didn't understand why. You okay? I asked. He nodded and made a circular gesture with his hand. You were saying, he managed to get out. I glanced at Courtney, who shrugged. I asked him about the wolf shifter thing, I repeated. I don't know much about them and I want to learn. I thought he would be a good person to ask since you said he was a full shifter, right? Or am I remembering wrong? I tucked loose hair behind my ear. So much had happened in such a short amount of time. My usually detail-oriented mind was not up to its normal capacity. He's a full shifter, but he lives like a warlock, so not many people know of his origins, Matlock said. He was probably surprised you knew what he was, and that you were comfortable enough to ask him about it. I blinked, trying to let his words sink in. Explain that to me, because it makes no sense. Matlock placed his wine glass and plate down on the coffee table in front of us, then turned toward me to give me his full attention. I placed my own plate down as well, no longer hungry. I was focused more on what my father was telling me than cake, no matter how delicious that cake was. The reason you saw Christian that day at Oliver's is because he was purchasing a potion of Oliver's that subdues the wolf side, Matlock said. I pressed my lips together to keep myself from asking any questions. One of the things I was trying to work on was keeping any questions to myself until someone finished everything they had to say. It makes most of the instincts and shifting abilities subside for a short time, and it makes them almost impossible to identify. So if you told Christian you knew he was a shifter, he would have been surprised. I shrugged. I still didn't understand why this was such a big deal. So, it doesn't matter to me what he is. Matlock smiled gently, and it irked me. It was the kind of smile you gave to a kid who said something sweet but naive. That's because you didn't grow up here. You weren't taught the prejudices of the warlocks. Okay, so, should I be afraid of him? Is that the issue? Are witches afraid of the wolf shifters because they're dangerous? Was I being an idiot, not being afraid? Then again, my father would not be paying Christian to babysit me if he was dangerous. Out of everything that didn't make sense, that fact at least was sound. Oh no. He's not dangerous. The potion Oliver gives him is enough to keep his wolf very docile, not to mention the fact that shifters are not the mindless animals they are made out to be. What are they then? Tell me, I said. Because I don't think Christian's going to tell me the truth. If Christian lived in a warlock realm, taking a potion to hide his true self, I doubted very much he would like to talk about it at lunch. My father picked up his wine glass and took another sip. They're just people, he said simply. Then why would he want to hide who he is, take a potion to hide who he is? No, one who was proud of what he was would do such a thing. Matlock shook his head. You really don't know how things are here. I groaned. Explain it to me. He sighed. I will, but you may like to ask Ava when she arrives, he said. I grew up here and see the shifters in a way that has been tainted. She, on the other hand, did not, like you. Well, help me out a little, I said. I hoped I didn't come out whiny. That was the last thing I wanted. Obviously you trust him enough to watch me. He nodded. I do. Then what is it? I pressed. He was teasing me with minimal responses, and it drove me nuts. Matlock sighed. Warlocks and witches, especially in this realm and those close to the council, have a supremacy complex. They believe anyone who isn't of our bloodlines is not acceptable. I stared at him, shocked he'd said such a thing. So the Phi. He shook his head. Beneath us. But they're more powerful than us, I said. He shook his head. The shifters. Oh, very much beneath us. Some people, not myself but some, consider them little better than animals, and unfortunately they get treated as such. So do the Phi, in some realms. Not all. I sat back in my seat, my mouth dropping open. Wow. I had no idea. He grimaced. Yes. We are not a nice race of people. And Ava is doing what she can to make amends, but we are very early in the changes she wants to implement. I sat up again. What about mixing the bloodlines? Like Tavlor? Oh no, my father said. Tavlor is considered an abomination by most witches and warlocks. I gasped. But he's powerful and strong and a wonderful person. My father chuckled. That he is, but that doesn't change the fact that he has been shunned by a lot of our community due to his bloodlines. And Christian would be as well, if people knew what he was. At the moment, he lives as a warlock, with a group of shifters like himself. Why would they choose to live here, over being with their own? I asked. I wanted to understand, truly I did, but this wasn't making any sense to me. Why would you want to live with people who hate you? Because the shifter realms are not pleasant, Matlock said, grimacing. Many are starving, some are in heavy pack wars. Those like Christian, who can get out and blend into our society, have a much better life than those who stay and live as shifters. I stared at him, unable to reply. He cleared his throat. Again, you should ask Ava. She went with me, traveled to some of these realms. She saw what it was like for some of these shifters. I fell back against the couch, carefully placing my now empty plate on the coffee table. That's a lot to digest, I said, not sure if I meant all the sweets I ate or everything he had told me. Courtney stood up, putting a hand to her forehead. Speaking of digesting, I'm done. Thanks for dinner, but I'm really not feeling well still. I'm gonna head to bed. I slid to the edge of the couch. Do you need any? No. I'm fine, Bella, she said, her eyebrows lowering into a deep frown as she staggered back to her bedroom. I just need to rest. She shut her bedroom door, and I sighed. I worry about her. So do I, Matlock said. I think we need to take her back to see Oliver. Something isn't right. I nodded. Anything that will help her. A yawn rose and I covered my mouth to stifle it. I think I'm going to call it an early night, too. I borrowed a history book from the library and want to get into it. Matlock and I stood up, and his hand went to his chest, rubbing that spot that he did almost every single day. I'll see you in the morning then. Sweet dreams. He smiled and waved me off, but I felt guilty as I moved over to my bedroom. Are you okay by yourself? I asked him. I mean, I don't want you to be lonely. The poor man had 2 grown daughters living with him, and neither of us went to a lot of trouble to spend time with him. Matlock chuckled. I'm fine. I have a few things to keep me occupied tonight in my room as well. Enjoy your book, Bella. I didn't ask him what he had in his room that was so interesting. I wasn't entirely sure that I wanted to know. Okay then. Good night. I shut my bedroom door behind me, magicked up some comfortable pajamas, and climbed into the large bed. If Tavlor and Ava were coming back tomorrow, I may need to build my own bedroom, though I doubted it could be as comfortable as this one. Our father and Tavlor had done a really good job making this room feel safe. Warm. I nestled beneath the covers and tried to focus on my book, but all I could think about was the shifter I was having lunch with tomorrow, and what would make him deny his own nature. Was being a wolf shifter really such a bad thing? It was, it seemed. I suppose the real question was, how much trouble was I going to be in if I followed the path I saw laid before me? Christian was meant to be a part of my future, I just knew it. I wanted to concentrate on my book. I rarely got the time to sit and read, but I just couldn't sit still. I glanced at the clock for what felt like the 100th time. This had never happened to me before. I was in a library, surrounded by books, and I couldn't concentrate. What the hell? You got somewhere to go after work or something? Hillary asked, as she scanned a book one of the teachers had asked to loan out tonight. Her fingers flicked through the pages, making sure there was nothing stuck between them. Every now and then, students forgot papers or bookmarks. I wasn't sure when this particular book had been checked out last, but Hillary treated it like it was yesterday. Me? No. Why? I asked her, tapping my nails on the bench, nervous energy pulsing through my veins. She couldn't possibly know what I knew, could she? There was no way. She laughed at me. Because you've looked at the clock every 2 minutes since you arrived. She shut the book and rested her hand on the hardcover, waiting for me to say more. Oh no. I'm fine. I cleared my throat and looked away. I wished I could lie better. I was terrible at it, and everyone knew it. Even Hillary, who didn't know me all that well, probably knew I was a terrible liar. The doors at the front of the library opened, and my gaze swung that way. Luckily, it distracted both of us from the topic of conversation. Christian strolled in the entrance, and my stomach tightened with nervous butterflies. He had the swagger of someone who belonged anywhere he believed, but there was something about him, something that seemed very slightly unsure of his place in this world. I wouldn't have noticed it if I hadn't spoken to my father the night before about Christian and what he was. "Hey, Bella. Ready for lunch?" he called out, sauntering up. He was way too good-looking for a man, wearing a simple pair of jeans and a gray hoodie. "Ah, yeah." I glanced at Hillary, who smirked knowingly at me. "Is that okay, Hillary?" My face was ablaze, and I struggled not to smile like an idiot as Hillary grinned at me. She shot her eyebrows up, and I swear if Christian wasn't here right now, she would wiggle them like a madwoman. Then the words, "He's babysitting you," came into my head and the fire went out of me. Suddenly, I was reminded of Christian's true purpose. Everything inside of me soured, and I had no intention of going so easily with him. "Christian's here because my father's paying him to babysit me," I explained to Hillary, and even I could hear the nasty tone in my words. I didn't take them back. I didn't apologize. It was the truth. I glanced over at Christian, whose eyes were wide and surprised. "Ah, sort of," he said. He shifted his gaze between Hillary and then back over to me, like he wasn't quite sure how he was going to explain himself. Not that he needed to do so in front of Hillary. But there was a small part of me that enjoyed watching him squirm. "Yeah. Okay. Shall we go then?" I asked, grabbing my bag from behind the desk. "How long do I have, Hillary?" "Half an hour." "Take 45 minutes, she said with a smile. Her eyes sparkled. I wasn't sure whether to hug her or throttle her for being so obvious. "You'll need it if you're going out around here. The service is terrible." She winked at me and went back to the books. I hoped I wasn't as red as I felt. I sighed and walked toward my babysitter. "Where are we going?" He turned toward the doors. "Let's go for a walk and see what we find." We strolled through the halls of the college, the sounds of the students and teachers learning ringing in my ears. "I can't imagine going to a school like this," I said as we walked out the front doors of the college and down the steps. Christian strolled next to me. "Where did you go to school?" I laughed. The school of my mother." "How about you? Did shifters even have schools? What was life like for someone like him? How did he wind up in the magic realm in the first place?" I had so many questions but not enough time or answers. Instead of asking them outright, I pressed my lips together and waited. The last thing I wanted to do was overwhelm him with my curiosity. "Similar," he said. "We were pretty much homeschooled as well." "Oh, you have siblings?" We made a left down another hallway. The sun shone through the stained windows, causing colors to bleed through and onto the marble floor. He laughed. "You really don't know much about shifters, do you?" I shook my head. I hoped his laughter was a good sign, that he was willing to talk to me about what he was. I wasn't trying to make him feel uncomfortable, I just wanted to understand. "Not sure how many times I have to tell you that." He chuckled, looking down. His hands were behind his back, and a stray strand of hair fell into his face. For some reason, I had this illogical urge to swipe the hair away. I clenched my fingers together, trying to mask the temptation. "Okay, well, most shifter families have at least 4 children, 6 to 8 is preferable, which means lots of siblings." "Whoa. I thought having 2 sisters was a lot," I said. "How many did you have?" "I'm the youngest of 7, he said. I put my hand over my mouth to cover my gasp. "Holy moly." "Yeah, pretty much." He laughed. "How about here?" He gestured to a small bakery-style cafe, with an incredible aroma wafting through the door. I inhaled deeply. Cinnamon. This is the place I've been wanting to try. "Let's grab a seat then." He led me to a table and chairs inside the cafe, and we ordered our food. Within moments we were settled with hot drinks, cinnamon buns, and vegetable pasties. "Why did Hillary say this would take forever?" I asked, cutting into my pasty and enjoying the smell of garlic and onion that wafted up from the pastry. Christian shrugged. "Don't know." He dug into his food, eating each bite with a grin on his face. You like your food? I asked. Who doesn't? He asked, glancing down at his now empty plate. He patted his stomach, as though to emphasize his point. A bit of sauce stained the corner of his lips. Before I could stop myself, I leaned over and wiped it away with my thumb. The intimacy of the gesture crept up on me, and my face heated. I cleared my throat and pulled away, sinking into my seat like a brick into water. I was sure my face was red, and there was nothing I could do about it. I wiped the sauce on my jeans, and made a note to throw these clothes in the laundry when I got home, if I wasn't set on fire by my own embarrassment first. Want another one? I asked, forcing myself to speak. I needed an excuse to break the tension between us. Although maybe he didn't feel the tension. Maybe it was all in my head. He stared at the plate longingly. I shouldn't. I called the waitress over and ordered 2 more. It was enough of a distraction where embarrassment could leak out of me, and it wouldn't be a big deal. When she was gone, I said, if you like them, eat as many as you want. Who cares? Christian stared at me, a strange vulnerability in his eyes. I don't need your pity, Bella, he said, his voice low but firm. All playfulness vanished. Now I was looking at the animal, the beast. I could feel the entire atmosphere shift into one that threatened potential danger. Pity. I repeated. Why do you think I feel sorry for you? Nothing, he grumbled and looked down at the table in front of him. I clenched my teeth. Look, Christian. I don't know anything about you and your family. You've got to throw out all your preconceived notions about what witches think if you and I are going to hang out. His gaze came up to meet mine, but he didn't say anything. I waited. Finally, he opened his mouth. You really aren't like the other witches, are you? Nope. Now, you want to get this to go and we can walk and talk? Babysitter. I grinned at him. Yeah. Okay, he said. I magicked up some containers for us, put the rest of our food in them, and tucked them in my bag. Now, I have money and no idea what anything costs, or what coins I even have. Can you help me out? I asked. I hoped he understood I was trying to be no nonsense. I didn't want him doing everything for me. I wanted to learn. I wanted to start carving out a place for myself here. No. I'll pay, he said. It looked like he felt uncomfortable that I would even offer otherwise. Nope. This one's on the high warlock. I pulled the coin purse out of my bag and handed it to him. Is this enough? He looked inside and his eyes bulged. Ah. You're gonna need change. Why? I asked. I tilted my head to the side, my hair falling over my shoulder. They're just coins. He laughed and took one single coin out. This is enough for about 10 lunches. So, go give it to the lady who served us, and make sure to put the change back in your purse so no one sees the amount you're carrying on you. I did as he suggested, though I was shocked when she gave me about 20 silver coins in return. Thank you. Thank you for your patronage, the woman who'd served us said. Come back anytime. Oh. Yes, I said. I will. I joined Christian and we walked outside into the fresh air. I glanced around at the people eating in the cafe. They were staring at me. Why are they looking at me? Christian shook his head. You're the heir to the High Warlock. They're interested. I shrugged. Okay. I suppose. Are you still living at the council offices? Christian said. I nodded. Yes. But long term, I'm hoping to move over to the High Warlock realm. I think. Truth be told, I still had no idea where I wanted to settle down. I liked the thought of the High Warlock realm, getting to know my family, getting more peace and quiet compared to this place. Why would you want to do that? Christian asked, sounding surprised. I bit my lip. Because they asked me to. At this point, his guess was as good as mine, but I was drawn to the idea. Because it would be a nice chance to bond with my father's side of the family. And it's quiet. I could have a garden again. I sighed as we walked past a flower shop, the brilliant pinks and purples of the roses and violets catching my eye. I miss my house. My garden. Where I grew up was lonely sometimes, but so peaceful. I looked up at Christian as we walked. What about you? Do you miss the realm you grew up in? He shook his head. Absolutely not. Matlock had said the shifter realms weren't nice. But I didn't know anything else. How come? Christian sighed and glanced around, but after seeing that no one was around to stare, he whispered, because I grew up in a realm that wasn't safe. There was no food. 2 of my brothers and I came here with the help of Oliver and a few other warlocks, and we haven't gone back. I smiled at him. Thanks for telling me that. He sighed and stopped at a small nature reserve near the college. I don't really. We don't. He cleared his throat as though searching for the right words. Look, we don't tell anyone who we are. Where we come from. As far as the other witches are concerned, we're just low-born warlocks from other realms with shit magical powers. I nodded. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's your cover story, that's fine by me. I just like that you told me the truth. The tenseness in his shoulders eased and the hardness in his mouth relaxed. Can I ask you a question? Yeah, sure. Did your father tell you I was a wolf shifter, or did Oliver? He asked. Judging by his soft tone, I could tell this was an important question to him. I grinned. Neither. I worked out both by myself. I was pretty proud of the fact, considering I hadn't had anything to do with shifters before, and had no true point of reference. Sure, my father only confirmed my suspicions, but I was the one who figured everything out on my own. Both of us, he repeated, his brow furrowing. Yes. That Oliver has wolf in him as well. You both have this flash of yellow that goes through your eyes sometimes. Christian's mouth dropped open. I didn't realize. You haven't told anyone about me, or Oliver, have you? I frowned at him. Who am I going to tell? Plus, Oliver is a friend of my father's from school. He wouldn't want anyone knowing his business, I'm sure. I indicated the path. Are you going to walk me back? Or do your babysitting duties not extend both ways? Why do you keep calling me that? He asked. Because my father pays you to make sure I'm safe. It's okay, he told me. You don't have to pretend that we're friends, or that you actually want to hang out with me, and although I admit that I was a little hurt when I found out, I figure, beggars can't be choosers, and after all, I don't have any friends here. And you would be as true an ally as anyone. That's very pragmatic of you, he said, though he seemed confused. And, if I was using my intuition properly, a little hurt. What's wrong? I asked. He ran his hand through his hair and looked past me, over my shoulder. Oh, nothing. No problem. I'd be happy to be your friend. Then why do you look like I've punched you or something? I'll walk you back to the library, he said, ignoring my question. We walked in silence for the final block, and Christian took me all the way to the front doors of the library. I suppose I'll see you after work, I said, already looking forward to seeing him again, and he hadn't even left yet. You will, he said, and turned away. I twisted around to push open the doors to the library, but Christian's warm hand on my shoulder had me turning back around. I froze under his touch, not sure how to handle it. I wasn't used to physical touching, even from my own family. But it felt nice. Yes? I want you to know that I didn't ask you out for lunch, because your father asked me to. In fact, he doesn't even know I'm here. My chest tightened as my heart pumped a little faster. Really? He began to walk backwards, backing up toward the entrance to the college once again. Yeah. And he left. I walked back into the library for my afternoon shift, with my heart light and my mind a little confused. I had no history, no experience with men. Or even boys my own age. But I was starting to think that I may have read his intentions correctly the first time. Chapter 5. When I got back to the library, I couldn't stop thinking about what Christian had said. He was choosing to do this, to be here with me. Not because Matlock told him to, but because he wanted to. My heart fluttered at the thought. I was used to being on my own, relying on myself. The thought of someone wanting to hang out with me because he wanted to was a foreign concept. Regardless, the thought made me feel warm and fuzzy. My stomach jingled with nerves for the hours before Christian walked in, and when he did, I couldn't stop the smile lifting up my lips. I really needed to get that looked at. My behavior was illogical at best. "See you tomorrow, Hillary," I said as I stood up and retrieved my bag. "My bodyguard has arrived." Hillary grinned at me as she had been all afternoon. I didn't like to admit it, but all her grinning was contagious. "I wouldn't mind a private escort everywhere if he looked like that," Hillary whispered to me, though I was sure Christian's shifter senses were sharp enough to pick up everything she was saying. "How do I get one of those? Is there a place I can apply for one?" I shrugged, trying to see the joke in her words. "Get attacked by some assassin and have a father in powerful places, I guess," I said. Her face fell and I instantly regretted my honest but rather glib remark. "Oh Bella, I didn't mean." Hillary blinked rapidly, the poor lady tearing up as she realized the reason for my bodyguard wasn't a good one. I rushed over to grab Hillary's hand in mine and squeeze it. "No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel bad." I dropped my tone to match her original whisper. "I can ask Matlock where he found Christian if you like. See if he can get you one, too." "Ah yeah," she said, swallowing hard. "Sure." I didn't know what else to say, so I grabbed my bag and walked over to Christian, feeling terrible. "Nice one, Bella. Your first real friend here, and instead of understanding that Hillary was just trying to be funny, you go and take it seriously." "What's wrong?" he asked. I waved at Hillary, who tried to smile at me. With a sigh, I walked with Christian out of the library, along the quiet corridor, and out into the still bright early evening. I didn't want to say anything until I was sure she wouldn't be able to overhear. Hillary made a joke about wanting a bodyguard too, and I told her the way to get one was to be attacked by an assassin and have a powerful father. I bit my lip, almost tearing up myself. Now that I said it out loud again, I realized how caustic it sounded, and my cheeks burned with embarrassment. She got upset and I feel terrible now. Christian trotted down the steps and shrugged. "Some people don't like the truth," he said. "That doesn't mean you're wrong for saying what you said. It's one thing to joke, but it's another to dismiss what you went through as well, Bella. You have nothing to be sorry for." "I forget some people can be sensitive," I said, walking through the large iron gates. "I need to be more careful with what I say. It's not like I want to offend anyone." We headed along the main street back to the council building. Christian laughed. "I think you'll find a lot of people can be, and no offense, but especially women." "No offense taken, because it's just not true in my family," I said. I tucked hair behind my ear and glanced around. The air was crisp, though the sun was still out. It was the perfect day for a light jacket, no clouds in the sky. My mother was as tough as nails. Ava is, well. Ava. She'll rule the world one day, quite literally. And Courtney. God, Court is a force to be reckoned with. Growing up with those two made you pretty hardy. Did we have our moments when we got emotional? Certainly. But I wouldn't say we were overly sensitive. The second any of us acted that way, we would get put in our place straight away. Christian laughed. "I can only imagine." "Oh. You won't have to soon." I grinned at him, then glanced down as my cheeks turned red. "Ava and Tavlor are coming back tonight. I can't wait to see them. It's been too long." Christian narrowed his eyes at me and said, "Are you sure you're allowed to tell people that?" I had no idea. I bit my bottom lip and thought back to everything my father had told me. I couldn't remember him specifically telling me that I couldn't say anything. However, Christian had a point. I trusted him, but that didn't mean there weren't other people trying to listen in on our conversation. Is that a problem? I asked curiously, tilting my head to the side. He stared at me like I'd gone insane. You really don't. I keep forgetting how you grew up. He shook his head and we continued on. Ava is the heir to the High Warlock, and a major player in trying to change the council and their ways. Didn't that assassin, Travis, attack you for information on Ava's whereabouts? Yes, but I didn't. Oh, I'm getting your drift now. I'd never in my life thought of myself as being less than intelligent, but in this new world I was out and out dumb. Maybe naive was a better word, but it didn't stop me from being less than what I was. You must think I'm an idiot, I said, casting my gaze down to the concrete as we walked. Only half a block more and I would be able to get away from him, and my glaring mistakes. I wished my cheeks would stop doubling down on the redness I was sure had crawled down my neck. The last thing I wanted him to see was how uncomfortable at my ignorance I was, even though it was the truth. He grabbed my arm and slowed us down so that I stopped and stared up at him. I couldn't help it. He practically forced me to do so, and once I was staring, I couldn't stop. Bella, he said. He opened his mouth and then shut it. He glanced behind me. For a moment, I was tempted to turn around and see what he was staring at, but when he settled his gaze on me again, I realized that he was simply searching for the right words to say. I think you're amazing. Sweet and funny, and way too honest and naive for this world we live in. Thanks. I guess, I managed to say. I wasn't sure if everything he just said was a compliment. And you're obviously tough too, or you would never have survived an attack like you did. Why do I hear a but coming? I asked him. But he said, giving me a smile, you trust people far too easily. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to play your cards a little closer to your chest. I frowned. I'm not sure I know how to. I've been sharing things with my sisters my entire life. I make observations without thinking about them. And I tell the truth because it's important to always do so. To not do that anymore isn't something I'm sure I can handle. Well, he began, and we started walking again. You have to think about it like this. There are some people who need to know specific information, and there are others who don't. Your job is to figure out who needs to know what. And how you figure this out is that you just give yourself a list of people who you can be yourself with. Your inner circle. Like me and your father and your sisters. With them, you don't have to be careful, but with everyone else, you may want to be just a little more careful. He shrugged, as though embarrassed he couldn't think of another word to use. I bit back a smile. I didn't want to notice how my heart fluttered at the sight of his discomfort. I sighed, refocusing my attention on letting his words sink in. They did make sense. Okay. But how do I know I can trust you, huh? I asked, though I grinned. I hoped he understood it was a joke. I wasn't exactly good at those. He grinned back. We reached the stairs to the council building. I was almost home. I wasn't sure if I was relieved that I couldn't further make a fool of myself in front of Christian, or disappointed that I would have to leave him so soon. I have too much to lose to cross someone like you or your father, he said, as though the answer was obvious. Like me. I repeated. Yeah. You're way too good for me. He cleared his throat and smiled nervously. I mean, I like you, Bella. I wouldn't betray you. Promise. An idea swam up in my mind. Something I'd always wanted to try. Would you do a friendship bonding spell with me? He frowned. I'm not a warlock. I laughed. You don't have to be. It's just this kid spell that I always wanted to try, but not having any friends growing up, I never could. You didn't want to try it on your sisters? He joked. God, no. I glanced around. The street was getting quieter as the sun started to go down. I didn't want him to leave just yet, which was silly because I had already occupied a decent amount of time, and at the end of the day, I needed to remind myself that he was doing a job and nothing more. Regardless, I still wanted to be around him, even if that meant asking him something completely innocent and hoping beyond hope that he would agree to it. Do you want to come up to Matlock's office, or we could probably do it here? Christian shook his head. Here's fine, he said, glancing up at the building warily. I'm not sure my shifter blood would make it through the council building without detection. I frowned. He had a good point, one I should have deduced myself. I hadn't thought about that. Ah well, give me a sec. I opened my bag and rummaged through the bottomless storage I'd created with a spell. Just gotta find the right book. My fingers clasped around the thin spine of the book I was looking for. Here it is, I said, pulling it out and brandishing it triumphantly. Christian's eyebrows were high up on his forehead. That's one impressive bag. Thanks. I grinned. I do like useful spells. Now, let me see if I can find it. I whizzed through the pages and found the spell I'd stared at for years. I'd always told myself I wouldn't use it. Didn't need it. Wouldn't use it, even if I did finally leave the realm and find a friend. But here I was, 2 days into my new job, and I was casting this spell. So, what's this going to do? He asked, sounding suspicious. I grinned up at him, noticing for the first time just how tall he was. And intense. The way he was looking at me made my stomach quiver with nerves. Well, you said you'd never betray me. This is a spell to make sure that doesn't happen. I grinned up at him. Are you game? Or was that all talk? He shook his head. No, I meant it. What happens if I do betray you? Or you me? I hadn't thought about it going both ways, but I suppose we both have secrets. Anyway, it says that if I betray you, if I tell someone bad that you're a you-know-what. I waggled my eyebrows. Then the secret I've told gets written on your arm, I think. So, you can see exactly what I've said. Personally, I thought that was kind of awesome. The corners of my lips tugged up, but I tried to bite back my grin. It was difficult to do so, however. Forever, he asked. I smiled at him, feeling his nervousness. Why? I asked. My voice almost came out like a taunt, which wasn't something I expected from myself. Of course, I was just teasing him, and judging by the way his eyes sparkled in return, he was aware of that. Worried you'll have my secrets plastered all over your arms for decades? Don't worry, I don't have many secrets. He shook his head. No, I was more thinking of using this if you get into trouble. If someone's got you, you could tell them my secret and at the same time say where you are. Who has you? And I'll get it on me, like a message. My mouth fell open. That's genius. Damn, I was impressed. You really want to do this? I asked. Hell yes, he said, then added solemnly, I take my babysitting duties very seriously. I punched him in the arm and laughed. Yeah. Okay. Hold out your hand and close your eyes. He narrowed his gaze at me. You sure you're not gonna draw blood or anything? Nope. He did as I asked, and for a moment I just stood there and stared at him, loving the way he trusted me. I slid my hand over his, connecting our flesh and starting the spell I'd memorized. As I spoke, cool tendrils of silk slid over our hands. I gripped his fingers and he held mine tighter. It was a simple spell, but when it was done, I felt something shift inside of me. Like I'd committed myself to another person. I'd given away a piece of myself. It was strange. When I opened my eyes, Christian was still there, eyes closed, holding my hand. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to remove myself from him. Not when I felt this safe. Not when I felt this wanted. All done, I said as brightly as possible. His eyes popped open, and they were no longer the dark blue they once were. They were yellow. Like a wolf. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at him. There was something so strangely haunting about the way he looked that it was difficult for me to even breathe. He was beautiful. Are you okay? He asked, still in control of himself and his voice. I had no idea what to expect if he became a full wolf. Would he disappear? Yeah. I said. But your eyes are like full yellow. He blinked multiple times, his eyelashes fluttering up and down like a butterfly's wings. Are they gone? He asked. He was nervous now. No. He pulled his hand out of my grasp, glancing down. I better get home. Quickly. You okay to make it from here? I nodded. Of course. Christian turned and ran off down the street, disappearing from view as soon as he turned down an alleyway. I stared after him, surprised by the suddenness of his exit. But then I realized that my sister may already be back, so I ran up the stairs and went in search of Ava, the new and official heir of the High Warlock. Chapter 6. Part of me wished Christian could have come in and met my sister. But I understood that might be too much too soon. I didn't even know what Christian and I were, except that he was my guard that my father practically forced me to have. And yet there was something else, something more. I couldn't help but feel a certain way about him. I quickly pushed that traitorous thought away as I headed into my temporary living quarters. As soon as I stepped into my father's offices, my sister flew at me. All thoughts of Christian vanished. Bella! Ava yelled, hugging me tight. She pulled me into a warm embrace, and while I didn't expect it, I didn't resist. There was something boisterous about my sister. Something I appreciated and didn't realize I had missed until now. I stumbled a little backwards, laughing with happiness as I wrapped my arms around her. Ava! I hugged her tight. The proud faces of her husband and our father stared at me over her shoulder. But where was Courtney? I'm so glad you're back, I said as Ava pulled away, grabbed my hand, then tugged me toward the circle of adults. I'm so glad to be back too. Ava grinned. I stared at her and realized I'd never seen her truly this alive and well. Her skin glowed, her hair shone, and she had a grin on her face that I didn't think I'd ever seen. Wow, Ava. You look amazing. This new role suits you. Ava's gaze went to her husband and back to me. Well, there is something else, but it's a big secret, so you can't tell anyone yet. Who am I going to tell? I asked, feigning shock, then realized that I now had friends, or a friend anyway. Plus, Hillary. I'm pregnant. Ava beamed. I gaped at her, happiness filling me up. Oh my God, Ava, that's insane. She grinned. She looked completely content as she rested a hand on her baby. There was a glow about her, something I couldn't help but notice. Everyone talked about a pregnancy glow, and Ava was lucky enough to have it. My heart swelled. To say I was happy for my sister would be an understatement. Congratulations, Matlock said, shaking Tavlor's hand. I grabbed my sister up into a hug. I love you. I love you too, Bella, she said. Her words were soft and genuine, and her hug was just as tight as the first embrace. I closed my eyes and sighed, wishing we could stay this way, wishing I didn't have to worry about the attack in the library and what it could mean. But I did. The fact that someone had tried to kill me and Courtney had not changed. When I pulled back, Matlock was magicking up food and wine. My stomach rumbled at the sight, as though it had completely forgotten it was hungry in the first place. A celebration is in order, he said, passing out the glasses. No alcohol for me, please, Ava said, and Matlock frowned. I grinned. He'd never had to deal with a pregnant woman before. I thought it was common sense as to why alcohol was forbidden when a woman was with child, but apparently not. She isn't allowed to drink while pregnant, I told our father. It's not good for the baby. Ah, okay, he said and moved his hand over the glass of red wine, turning it into something clear with bubbles. He still didn't seem to understand why, but at least he went with it. At least he trusted the two of us. Lemonade. Perfect. Ava beamed. We raised our glasses and Matlock said, to the next generation. To Ava and Tavlor, I said, wanting to toast them in an open way, a way I didn't get to do at their wedding. We clinked glasses and drank, the red wine sweet and slightly peppery on my tongue. Where's Courtney? I asked, glancing around. Should we have waited for her? Matlock swallowed his wine and invited everyone to sit down on the couches, congregating around the rich food he'd magicked up. I reached for some cheese and crackers, needing to fill my body with sustenance, especially if I was going to drink more of this lovely wine. Courtney's at Clarissa's, actually, my father said, then took a sip from his wine glass. Once he swallowed the liquid, he rubbed his lips together. I don't think she'll be coming back for a few days. Why's that? I asked. I tried to keep my voice neutral. I didn't want him to think I was accusing him of anything or that I was worried about Courtney, especially with Ava and Tavlor here, especially with their good news lingering in the air. However, I knew my sister, and I knew she wouldn't willingly go to Clarissa's and stay there unless it was important. Who's Clarissa? Ava asked, looking between me and Matlock. I grinned, finding it rather ironic that I knew more about father's family than her. She had, after all, had months with our father without us. As someone who prided herself on knowledge, especially about our family history, I was glad to be the one to tell Ava these things, rather than have her tell me anything. It was nice to see the shoe could go on the other foot, as it were. She's Matlock's cousin, and lives in the realm built for the High Warlock's family, I said. She's also a great healer, and is the one who saved Courtney when she was poisoned, and I had to bring her here. Ava reached over and gripped my hand, her eyes locked onto my face with a seriousness that didn't seem to belong to her. Ava was a lot of things, but serious was never one of them. I still can't believe you had to go through all that alone. I'm so sorry I wasn't here. I wasn't alone, I said, smiling briefly at my father before turning back to Ava. But Courtney hasn't been quite right since. That's why she's with Clarissa, he explained. Clarissa found some remnant poison in her system that was affecting Courtney physically and emotionally. So she's treating her? I asked. Matlock's lips pulled down. Yes. He didn't say any more, even though I knew there was more to tell. Maybe with news of her pregnancy, he wanted to be careful with what was revealed to Ava. Maybe he didn't want to upset her. Ava had a tendency to react based on her emotions. It was difficult for her to calm herself down enough to really hear what someone else could be saying. I understood that, to a degree. It was probably why I didn't push him to say anything else either. Instead, he turned his attention to Tavlor. How did the Shifter Wars conclude? Tavlor sighed, leaning his elbows on his knees and letting his wrists hang limp between his legs. We have made some great allies, but the wars still continue on, he said. There was an exhaustion to his words. Then why'd you come back? I asked, picking up a piece of orange fruit and eating it. I wasn't trying to be rude, but Ava was stubborn. If the wars were ongoing, she wouldn't just abandon the cause unless she had a reason for it, even if she was pregnant. The sweet juice ran between my lips and I swallowed. Mostly because of the pregnancy, Tavlor said. I want Ava looked at by a doctor, and to get a clean bill of health. I don't want to risk her, or the baby unnecessarily. Ava rolled her eyes and grinned at me. I can't tell if he's being ridiculous or protective. Probably both. Though considering your child may be the next High Warlock, taking a little extra care isn't a bad thing. I slid my gaze over to Matlock. How are you feeling, Grandpa? He choked on his wine and patted himself on the chest to clear it. Grandpa, goodness. I'd just gotten used to being a father. I laughed at him, then turned to my sister. I'm so happy for you. For both of you. I shared a smile with Tavlor. Where are you going to live now that you're back? I don't know, Ava said, glancing at Tavlor. We hadn't decided. You have lots of options, Ava, Matlock said. There's the Council realm, the High Warlock family realm, and well, anywhere in the known universe. She giggled. I loved living in the Phi realm with Horlo and Abigail while I was there. I felt so healthy. And happy. It might be the first place we go to for a little while I recover from feeling so terrible all the time. Terrible. I repeated. She laughed. Yes. Morning sickness is no joke, she said, wiping hair from her face. But why anyone calls it morning sickness, when I feel deathly ill all day and half the evening, I have no idea. It doesn't just stay in the morning. This is why I want her checked by a doctor, Tavlor said, his brow lowering with worry. I want to make sure she's healthy. The last thing we need right now is anything happening to Ava, especially with the wars still going on. I need to make sure she's safe, no matter what. Ava rolled her eyes and turned toward me, ignoring her husband. Tell me about you. I know you've filled me in a little on what happened to Courtney, but how are you coping with the change of pace? The council pressure. Have they done Courtney's testing yet? I sighed. So much had happened since she'd left. Matlock and I had filled her in on a few of the key points when she'd called, but we hadn't had a lot of time together. No. She hasn't been well enough. And although I initially had been worried about the council pressuring me into doing their bidding, they've been remarkably absent since the attack. Attack? Tavlor repeated. Explain to me what happened there. I gave Tavlor a quick rundown on Travis's attack at the library. I told him that Travis revealed he worked for a secret subsection of the council who wanted me and Courtney and Ava dead. Ava inhaled sharply. You must have been terrified. I shrugged. I was. But I was more worried about Courtney getting out alive. She was so weak at the time. She still is. Travis was the one who poisoned her, so if he'd succeeded then, and with me, he would have gotten rid of 2 out of the 3 heirs. You would have been next, Ava. They're never going to stop coming for us, are they? There was something in her tone that seemed to imply she accepted this, that she didn't think there would be a time when she could simply go to sleep without worrying about some kind of looming threat, whether against her and Tavlor or against one of us. To tell the truth, I felt similarly. I shrugged. As I said, they've been pretty quiet since that night. Probably waiting for their next chance. Bloody snakes, Ava hissed, her nose wrinkling. Tavlor and Matlock didn't agree with her, but they didn't disagree either. So maybe a fairy kingdom might be a good place to live for a while, I said to my sister, deciding to change the subject just a bit. Travis was looking for you. He came asking questions about you. What sort of questions? Tavlor asked before Ava could say anything. Nothing super strange, I said. He just wanted to know where Ava was so he could go after her. Which means he didn't know which shifter realm you went to. Which is a good thing, I'm assuming. Ava glanced at her husband with a smug smile. Yes, that is a good thing. It also means we know who we can trust. I narrowed my eyes at her. Was this some sort of test? Did you give certain people the information of where you were? She nodded. Yes. Only 3 people knew our location, so if Travis came to you for that information, the others aren't linked to the council hit squad. There was a strange settled silence, then Matlock turned to me. How was your day at work, Bella? I didn't ask you. I picked up some chocolate-dipped strawberries and examined their beauty. The way the chocolate shone in the light of the room. It was great, actually. I'm really enjoying working in the library. Ava laughed. Talk about a dream job for you. And you're okay working there? Even though that was where you were attacked. I nodded, biting into the chocolate and laughing as the juice of the strawberry dribbled down my chin. I wiped at my mouth with my palm. It'll take more than a maniac wanting to kill me to put me off my love for libraries. Ava giggled and picked up a bread roll, sniffed it, then put it down. She obviously wasn't in the mood for that. Oh, I went to a super cute cafe for lunch as well today. Definitely somewhere we have to visit together if you have time. They have the most delicious cinnamon rolls. Who'd you go out for lunch with? Matlock asked, narrowing his eyes at me. My stomach lurched. I had no idea why I was so nervous to tell him the truth. I glanced down at my lap. Ah. Christian. Who's Christian? Ava asked, her face lighting up with interest. Her eyes crinkled at the sides, and I was glad to see my sister's happiness when I knew she had to endure hardships for the time being. I rolled my eyes. He's my babysitter, so don't get too excited. Babysitter? Ava repeated. Yeah, Matlock hired a wolf shifter to protect me. He walks me to and from work at night, and he took me to lunch as well today. I gasped, my hand burning with a strange pain. A tingle of warning. Ah shit. I don't think I'm meant to tell anyone what he is. No, you're not, Matlock admonished. He doesn't like anyone knowing. I swallowed hard against the guilt gripping my chest. I'll apologize to him tomorrow. Is he safe? Tavlor asked Matlock. Of course, Matlock said. Or I wouldn't have asked him to keep an eye on Bella for me. Though I certainly didn't ask him to take you to lunch. I believe he did that on his own. All three people stared at me, and this time I couldn't stop the blush from rising into my heated face. What? Bella. Ava began, do you like this guy? What's he like? I shrugged and grabbed for some more food on the table, distracting myself and hopefully them. I don't know. My age. Laid back. Funny. A bit intense. Intense? Ava asked. I found wolf shifters to be a bit intense too. Not sure what it is. Probably because they're starving, rejected, and insecure in their place in society, I said. All three people suddenly stared at me. What? Since when do you know anything about the plight of the wolf shifters? Ava asked me. I haven't told you about them yet, have I? No. I just asked Matlock about it. I shrugged, not wanting to say more, even though I was sorely tempted. Are you staying here tonight, Ava? If Courtney's staying with Clarissa for a few days, I can stay in her room and you can take yours back. You've been sleeping in my old room? Ava asked, her eyebrows flicking up. Yeah, why? I asked. Ava and Tavlor shared a strange glance. Oh, no reason. But yes, thank you. We'd prefer to sleep there tonight until we work out our next step. No problem. I was going to miss feeling super warm and cozy, but Courtney's room was pretty lavish. The night wore on, and Ava and I caught up on everything that had happened in the month we'd been apart. Courtney's lack of presence was felt, however, a shadow over the otherwise brightness in my day. If the poison she'd ingested was designed only for her DNA, would she ever be rid of it? Chapter 7. By the time lunch rolled around the next day, Courtney was gone from my thoughts, at least temporarily. You got a lunch date again? Hillary asked as she did repairs on an old book, grinning at me. I shook my head, grabbing my bag where I'd brought a book to read from home. No. I was just planning on sitting in the sun and reading for a little while. It was the one thing I missed while I worked all day. The sunshine. Being able to go outside anytime I liked. I missed my garden back home, back in my own realm. I missed cooking with natural vegetables I had grown myself. There was something so satisfying at creating my own food, and I missed that since coming here. The library had windows, but it was also inside a large college, so only one wall had natural light. And being indoors, even with natural light, was still not the same thing as being outside and feeling the elements, whether it was the sun's rays on my face, the drops of rain on my skin, the overwhelming wind in my hair. Something about nature called to me, grounded me, and since I had the opportunity to take advantage of the fact, I planned to do so. Hey Bella. Ava called out, and I turned to see my angelic blonde sister walking into the library with a big grin on her face. Can I join you for lunch? Yeah. Of course. I made the introductions between Hillary and Ava, with the librarian practically falling over herself to shake hands with my sister. I couldn't stop myself from laughing as Ava and I walked outside, and I finally got a breath of fresh air. What's with that? I asked Ava. Do people bow to you now? Not normally. Ava shrugged. You got somewhere you want to eat? How about that place you went to yesterday? Sure. We walked to the small cafe where I'd spent lunchtime with Christian yesterday, and sat down at the same table. We ordered, though people stared at us like we were royalty. I couldn't look anywhere but at Ava, unless I wanted to directly notice the stares we were getting. It felt weird. "Does everyone know who you are?" I asked, shaking my head. Ava grinned. She seemed completely nonchalant about the whole thing. "I made a bit of a ruckus when I first came here," she said, lifting her shoulder in a shrug. I was pretty unapologetic about the whole thing. Looking back, I guess I can admit I was a bit of a brat about it. I laughed. Yes. I know. Between the assassination attempts and trials the council had put her under, I was surprised Ava was still alive and well. I'm surprised you're willing to admit it yourself. It's not like I regret anything. She played with her earring, leaning on the table. But I wish I didn't assume that I knew everything when I didn't. I thought the world should have been one way because I thought so, but each realm has their own rules that a lot of the time I don't agree with, but I still have to respect. Sorry, I hope that makes sense. It does, I said, my mind going to Christian and how he must feel being a full-fledged shifter in this realm. I shook my thoughts away from him. He was too dangerous to be thinking about, especially with Ava around. How are you feeling today? Ava stuck out her tongue. Yuck. As always. But I've been told that's a good sign the baby's healthy. We'll find out this afternoon. I'm going to see Clarissa and check on Courtney. Oh, please let me know what she says. I've been worried about her. How bad was it when it first happened? Ava asked me, shifting her weight in the chair and leaning across the small table. I shuddered as the memories swam over me. I wasn't sure how much I actually wanted to tell Ava. Part of me wanted her to know the truth, but the other part didn't want her to feel guilty. I still remembered her phone call, back before I had even come here, and how she was so focused on the war. I didn't want her to spread herself too thin. As much as Ava liked to think she could do everything, she couldn't. And now that she was pregnant, I didn't want to push her. And be honest about it, Ava added, narrowing her eyes at me. I can practically hear your brain tell you different ways to lie to make sure I don't worry. I heaved a sigh, looking down. Horrible, I admitted as I began to shred the straw wrapper into tiny pieces. I really thought she was going to die. Father says that she would have, if it wasn't for you. You really stepped up, Bella, in a way I never got to. Thank you for being there for her when I wasn't. What do you mean you never got to? Ava sighed. I don't feel like I did much to be your big sister. There were never any challenges, any danger. But you stepped out of your comfort zone, you put yourself in danger, all for our rebel of a baby sister, and I'm so proud of you, Bella. Thank you. I couldn't stop the swell of intense emotion that rose inside me. Thank you, Ava. But I know you would have done the same. Probably more successfully than me. Ava shook her head. Not possible. I was anxious to change the subject. I didn't really like the compliments coming my way lately. Approval was lovely, but it was becoming overwhelming. So how's married life? I said with a smile. I know you always wanted to get married and have kids. And you didn't, Ava said with a grin. But if you found the right guy, I assume you'd change your mind. I was starting to wonder the same thing. Well, it's funny actually. Do you know anything about premonitions? Scrying. What? Like fortune-telling? Ava asked. Yes. I nodded once, still picking at the straw wrapper. Talking about this made me forget I was hungry at all. I hesitated even continuing, but I needed Ava to hear what I had to say, so I forced myself to plow forward. Aunt Allison said she had the penchant for telling what was going to happen in the future, and even though I've always seen myself as being alone, being an aunt to your kids. Yeah. Ava's voice bordered on hope and my stomach twisted. I dropped my gaze. Well, she told me that my future was going to be quite different than what I'd imagined for myself. I'm not even certain I believe her because crying seems a little insane, but then again, we can all do magic, so maybe anything is possible, even fortune-telling to some degree, although I'm not sure I'm a firm believer in it just yet, especially as there's no actual evidence. Ava chuckled, then took a sip of her drink. What? I asked, shifting in my seat. Do you realize how many times you contradicted yourself in that one sentence? She asked. She flicked her wrist. I'm just teasing you, Bella. There's no need to worry about whether or not it's actually true. What do you think about what she said? I'm not sure, to be honest. I splayed my fingers on the table. I don't know what I imagined my future to be like, so I don't know what it might mean to be vastly different. Maybe it's different because there's a certain shifter, perhaps, she asked in a low voice. I stared at her, not surprised she'd picked up on my feelings in regards to Christian. Ava, how do you know when you like someone? Ava grinned. If you asked anyone else that, they'd think you were crazy. I know. I sighed. No, one understands how we grew up. Oh, believe me, Ava said, lifting both hands up. It was a blessing. The people around here are so stifled, power-hungry and racist, if that applies. So, I said, back to my question. Ava sighed, then thanked the waitress who delivered our food, steaming cups of hot chocolate, salad, chicken wraps, and cinnamon rolls. When the woman bowed herself away from our table, Ava waved her hand in the air, spoke a word or two that I recognized as a security spell, then grinned at me. She even gave me a wink, like it was a secret only the two of us shared. My stomach warmed. Sometimes I forgot just how much I missed my sister. Okay. That's better, she said. Now, I can only tell you how I felt with Tavlor. The very first time I saw him, I wanted him. It's honestly as simple as that. I thought he was the most beautiful person I'd ever seen, and every time I saw him after that, the feelings just got stronger. I wanted to be next to him, talking to him, touching him, all the time. I missed him when he wasn't there. It was just love at first sight. And I haven't looked back. I sighed. Must have helped that he is like amazingly powerful, and protective and gorgeous. Ava giggled. Yeah, it did, but don't try telling him that. He still worries that he's not good enough for me because he's half Phi. But for me, that's an advantage. He's so much stronger because of that part of him. What's with that reasoning? I asked. Which part? Ava asked. The crossbreed thing? No. About him not being good enough for you. Christian said a similar thing to me the other day, and I just kind of breezed over it. Especially when I found out Matlock was paying him to babysit me. Ava snorted out a laugh. Don't tell me we're both gonna marry guys who work for Dad. I sat straight up in my chair. Who said anything about marrying him? Ava took a bite of her sandwich and swallowed. You know where a relationship leads, right? Love, sex, marriage, babies. I glanced to the closest table, and Ava flicked her hand through the air. Don't worry. They can't hear us. How is it? I whispered at her. You know, sex. Ava grinned. So good. But I also have a lover who's like magic. She poked her tongue out. So I'm not sure it's fair to say it's always amazing. But with Tavlor, it is. It's not weird? I asked. That was my biggest worry about intimacy. That I would find it uncomfortable, and stupid. And pointless. And a waste of time. Why bother doing something with someone else when you could do it yourself? I knew my body better than anybody. I knew what I liked and what I didn't. Besides procreation, what was the point of being intimate with someone else? It made no sense to me. She shook her head. No. With us, it was totally natural. Easy. I nodded in thought and picked up my hot chocolate. Okay. Thanks. We continued to chat over lunch, but all of my thoughts kept going back to Christian. When we'd first met at Oliver's store, I'd felt him. Not in a physical way, but in a way like my heart recognized him. It was strange at the time, and now I was starting to think there may be more to our bond than first met the eye. Too soon, our lunch was finished and I was back at my job, stacking books and helping out staff and students of the college. I was getting better speaking to people, though some of the older students intimidated me. They were 17 or 18, and had more confidence than I did. In fact, some of the guys downright scared me. Thanks for another great day, Bella. I truly love having you around to help. I smiled at Hillary. I don't know how you did it all by yourself. She shrugged. I used a lot of magic. And was stressed. All the time. I grinned at her and picked up my bag. Thanks for letting me borrow the potions books, I said, clinging to the large leather-bound book and bringing it to my chest. The tome of knowledge was generally reserved for only the highest level of teachers, but Hillary had said that considering my predilection for saving my sister and potions, it was a good investment for her to have me as knowledgeable as possible. Of course. She grinned. I like to think that you could save me if someone wanted to poison me, not that I'm anyone special. You're very special, I told her. And believe me when I say that I wish my sisters and I weren't. Are you ready to go, Bella? Christian said from behind me. I jumped and twirled around at the sound of his deep voice. Oh. I said out loud, placing my hand over my heart. I didn't think you were coming tonight. Or I'd assumed that he'd be too mad at me for spilling the secret about his bloodline. Surely he'd know by now after the friendship spell I cast. He frowned at me. I wasn't sure what I said to cause him offense, and because of that, I didn't know how to apologize for it. Why wouldn't I? He asked, furrowing his brows. My heart leapt. I don't know. I swallowed. So? He asked again. Are you ready to go? I nodded hastily. Yes. I am. Bye, Hillary. I waved at my boss, held the leather book I'd borrowed to my chest like the prized possession it was, and hurried out the door. Christian caught up to me and we walked side by side, silently through the town all the way to the council building steps. My heart thumped in my chest as I turned to him and looked up into his dark gaze. Are you really mad at me? Why would I be mad at you? He asked, thrusting both hands into the pockets of his jeans. I bit my lip. I told my sister and Tavlor about you. I thought it might show up on your skin because of the friendship spell I cast yesterday. He shook his head. No. It didn't. I frowned. I wonder why. He shrugged. Maybe because they're family. Or because they'd never do anything harmful with that knowledge. I guessed. He stared at the ground. Maybe. My heart lurched. So if that isn't the problem, what's wrong? His gaze flicked up to mine, and there was a flash of yellow through his irises. Is there something wrong with your wolf? His head jerked up. Why do you say that? Because last night your eyes flashed yellow and they are now too. He ran his hand through his hair with agitation. You're not meant to be able to see that flash at all, Bella. You know that, right? I frowned. No. What do you mean? How was I not meant to see something I clearly saw? That made no sense to me. He huffed out a laugh. No one knows Oliver is a wolf. No one. I frowned at him. That's not true. My father knew before I told him. They went to school together, he said, waving my words off as though they didn't mean anything. They were best friends. No one else knows. That explains why my grandparents thought I was weird, I said mostly to myself. What do you mean? I shook my head. Nothing. But how can they not? His eyes. No one can see our eyes. They don't go yellow. We both take a potion. A rather disgusting potion that works to disguise all our shifter genes. We lose the ability to shift and most of our strength. I stared at him. He had to be lying. No. That's impossible. No. It's not impossible. The fact that you can see our eyes is the impossible part. And it can only mean one thing. I swallowed hard. And what's that? He clenched his jaw, his mouth thinning into an angry line. You have to be a shifter as well. Chapter 8. My mouth dropped open. I tried to push out the necessary words, but none came. I probably looked like an awkward fish, trying to gasp for air after being forced out of the ocean. How was I supposed to respond to that? Bella, Christian said, worry evident in his tone. Are you all right? I shook my head and tried again. No fucking way. My reply wasn't exactly helpful, but it was the only thing I could offer right now. Christian gaped at me. I wasn't sure if it was because I had said a bad word in front of him, or if it was because of his revelation about me being. I couldn't even finish the thought. Regardless, he pulled himself together much more quickly than I did. That's the only answer. That's the only way any of this makes sense. No, I sputtered. I shook my head back and forth like some sort of sign on a swivel. It can't be. Why not? He asked, crossing his arms over his massive chest. He sounded offended. I glared at him. Don't act like I'm insulting you. I'm not, I said, my fingers balling into fists at my side. I'd be happy to have witch, fae and shifter blood. We're all people. But if I am a wolf shifter, then it means that my father isn't my father, or my mother isn't my mother, because they're both full witch and warlock blood, and that's not something I can easily grapple with, thank you very much. The way my father's family acted, they certainly believed they were true bloods. I adjusted my glasses on my nose and worried my lip with my teeth, anxiety pulsing through me. I just got my head around being the daughter of the High Warlock. And I must admit that parts of my life would be simpler if he wasn't my father. I look a hell of a lot like his mother, and his cousin though. It was irrefutable. We have to talk to Oliver about it then, Christian said with a pout. He sounded like he was making an attempt to try and control his words, even if maybe he didn't want to. I understood why he might be offended, but he should know better. I was the one he was talking to, not some random stranger on the street. Because this doesn't make sense if you're sure your parents are who they say they are. They are, I snapped. How dare he insinuate otherwise? I knew who I was and where I came from. Although I barely just found out who my father really was. And I always felt as though I was sort of the outcast in my family. Granted, my father's family had the dark features that I had, but maybe there was a chance. No, I was not going to play this game with Christian. I continued to glare at him, annoyed that he was acting like I'd done something wrong. I have time to go now, I said, sticking my chin in the air. Is he still open? Christian stared at me like I was crazy. I didn't understand why. This would be the perfect opportunity to really see what was going on. Well, I said, pushing him. I wasn't going to sit around and gape. If we had a way to find answers, why was he hesitating? If I am part wolf shifter, I want to know about it too. Then let's go. Oliver's shop is only a few blocks that way, he said, pointing in the opposite direction to the library. Yeah, I remember, I said, shivering at the memory of walking those blocks, holding my poisoned sister in a tiny jewelry box. After you. Christian turned and started off, and I followed after him. We made our way past shops that were closing, nice-smelling cafes and bakeries, clothes shops and a bank. I really did need to ask how to set up my own money. It's just down here, Christian said, gesturing to a slightly darker part of the street. I nodded, one step behind him the whole way. As we walked into the shop, I slid the large book that I still carried into my magic bag. Oliver stepped out from behind the counter. Hello, you two. What an unlikely couple to encounter. He lifted an eyebrow. Something I should know? Yeah, my father's paying Christian to walk me home from work every night, just in case the council sends another assassin after the heirs of the High Warlock, I said. I didn't bother with niceties. Oliver grinned, his eyes hinting at the fact that he approved of my annoyance and my bluntness. Well, considering what's happened so far, I believe your father has done the right thing. He glanced at Christian. He clearly knew there was more going on. Are you in need of anything? Christian shook his head. Nothing like that. That was all he said. Nothing more, no questions. I wanted to scream at him. Instead, I sucked in a breath and released it. I needed to calm myself down and think about the smartest way to handle this. I glanced between them, seeing that shimmer of yellow in their eyes. I pointed at Oliver's face. See? There it is. I hoped I didn't have to elaborate on what I meant. I hoped they would just understand. Oliver turned to look at me, his eyebrows drawn together in a startled way. I frowned, blinking just to make sure. Oh, it's gone again. Oliver glanced at Christian. What's she talking about? Christian gestured to Oliver and looked at me. Tell him. I sighed, annoyed I had to rehash everything once again when he could probably explain the situation much better than I could. I knew that you had wolf shifter in your genetics when I met you because you had a flash of yellow shifter eyes. I saw the same thing in Christian when I met him here when he was coming to buy his potion that day. Oliver turned around and stared at Christian with big disbelieving eyes. My stomach twisted with anger and annoyance. I stomped my foot. Why don't you guys believe me? Oliver rushed back to his counter. I'm going to close up the shop so we can talk, he said quickly. He didn't even look up as he asked, Can you take her into the consultation room, Christian? Oliver moved to the front of the shop and locked the door. Christian gestured to the curtains I'd stepped behind when we'd brought Courtney here. This way. His voice was tight, curt. Whatever. I didn't need him to be nice to me. All I needed were answers. I rolled my eyes. Fine. I stormed through the curtains and went to the room in the back where Christian had diagnosed Courtney. I wasn't worried about them doing anything bad to me, even though I was probably annoying them with my presence in the first place. Which was probably unwise, considering how many people were trying to hurt me and how sick of it I was. Even now, I could feel my magic run through me, clearly pissed off at what I was enduring. When Oliver entered the room, his movements were frantic. How did this happen? Do you think the potion's failing? He asked Christian. No. Christian pressed his lips together. No one else can see it. I've asked everyone we know, and tested several other witches. I crossed my arms over my breasts. Would you stop talking like I'm not here? There has to be a simple solution. Surely there are other people who can identify shifters? Oliver turned to me, then slowly sat down on the doctor's treating bed. You don't, of course you don't. I forget you didn't grow up here. Christian pointed to him. See. I have the same problem. She doesn't get it. I gaped at them. Isn't that a good thing? I don't come with any preconceived notions. No bigotry. None of us do. Christian's arm dropped down. Well, yeah, there is that. Oliver flicked his head back, and my gaze caught the flash of purple eyeshadow on his eyelids. I opened my mouth to ask if gay shape-shifting warlocks were common, but shut it again. This was a question I doubted was appropriate, and even though my intentions were good and I was merely curious for curiosity's sake, I didn't want to upset anyone. Don't piss off some of your only friends, Bella. Well, Bella, the thing is that I concoct a potion and sell it to all the wolf shifters that live in this realm to stifle their shifter. So they can live as normal warlocks or humans without revealing their true identities. It's a way that keeps everyone safe. Yes? I furrowed my brows, trying to make sense of what he was saying. You don't see the dilemma, he asked. If you can suddenly see our characteristics, it means one of only a very few things. What are they? I asked. Let's work through them. This sounded like a reasonable request. If there were only a few points, why not talk it out and work it out together so we were all on the same page? Oliver stood up and began pacing, moving his hands through the air like a magician. So, number 1 would be that the potion no longer works. We have no proof of that since no one else has noticed the changes, so fingers crossed that's not it. I waited, because I didn't know enough to comment. Number 2, that you have some sort of wolf shifter blood, perhaps many generations back. That could account for you sensing out your own. That happens. I shrugged. How do we work that out? Oliver came close to me. It's relatively simple, but I need you to trust me and take a potion that tastes relatively foul. I stared at him, assessing his intent. This man was a friend of my father's, and if I used my instincts, my gut reaction, then I knew somehow that this man wouldn't hurt me. Okay. Trust him. Did that mean I couldn't know what the potion would actually do to me? Oliver rushed about the room, pulling down jars from shelves and pinching herbs from hanging plants. I didn't watch, didn't analyze. The man was a professional. I dabbled. Well, this is gonna be fun, I said to Oliver, sharing a smile. I rubbed my hands together, wishing I had something to do with them. I wasn't actually bad at waiting. I was patient compared to my sisters, but there was something about doing this now, a nervousness that caused my heart to skip a beat at the prospect of drinking a potion from a man I barely knew. Remember, your father and him are best friends. He would never hurt you. I wanted to believe the rational part of me, but I was still nervous for some reason. Christian grinned at me. It's not as bad as it sounds. When Oliver brought me a large potion bottle to drink, I gagged at the putrid smell. Oh my God. It smells disgusting. Like dirt and mold and all sorts of terrible things. You sure this won't kill me? Oliver smiled. I guarantee it won't. And you don't need to drink it all. A good gulp will tell us. I nodded and tried not to breathe as I took a large drink of the dark green ooze. Amazingly though, it didn't taste as bad as it smelled. In fact, there was a minty freshness to it. I licked my lips as I handed the potion back to him. You were right. Almost like toothpaste. I smiled at him, and they both stared at me like they were expecting me to sprout horns or something. I ran my hands over my head and face. What's wrong? Can you see something? I certainly didn't feel anything odd. Christian sighed. Nope. No wolf shifter in you. How do you know? I asked. A wolf shifter would shift after drinking that potion, Oliver said. Oh great, I said. What's next then? There's only one other possibility, but I need to be sure. Excuse me while I go and get a book I have in the shop. Oliver disappeared through the door into the hallway once more, leaving Christian and me alone. I stared at Christian where he stood, hunched and brow furrowed. You're really worried about this, aren't you? I asked him. I didn't understand. Why would he be worried about this? This was information we wanted. It was excluding all variables until we were left with our answer. He wrapped his arms around his chest and nodded. Of course, he said as though it was obvious, which confused me since I didn't think it was obvious at all. This is important for not just me, but for all the wolves that are here. It's dangerous for the warlocks to know that we're here. That we live amongst them. I'm sorry, I said, struggling with the tightness around my chest. The last thing I wanted was to make him worry about his safety. I didn't realize. I had been so wrapped up in what it meant for me that I didn't realize what it could mean for someone else, someone more affected by my ability to tell what they really were. Oliver wandered back into the room, staring down at the pages of the book with a look of awe and wonder on his face. It didn't look like bad news, but what did I know? What did you find? I asked. Here, he said, handing me the large book and pointing to a paragraph. I read over it quickly, but didn't understand it. I glanced up at Oliver, who had a strange smile on his face. I'm sorry. I don't know what it means. What is it? Christian called out. I went to push the book over to Christian, but Oliver stopped me. Read it aloud, Bella. I frowned at him, feeling the slippery slope of destiny spoken aloud disappear beneath my feet. I looked down at the page and began speaking. A wolf shifter's eyes will be the first sign that he is about to change into her animal form. The eyes shift, followed by the skin, the limbs, then finally the body. If the eyes of a shifter are seen to be yellow other times without the shift, it is either a full moon, another shifter sensing their kinsman, or the fated mate of the shifter recognizing their future. I glanced up and looked between Oliver and Christian. Care to explain? Oliver looked over at the young shifter, my bodyguard and first true friend. You want to take this? Christian's jaw dropped open. You can't be serious. What am I missing? I asked. Christian ran a hand through his hair and sighed heavily. You're my fated mate. A shiver of unease coursed through me, right inside my core. I had a feeling of what it meant, though I needed to make sure. And what does that mean, exactly? Christian shook his head as he stared at the floor, then lifted his gaze to stare directly at me, those gorgeous dark eyes glazing over with yellow. My wolf recognized you the moment he saw you. I felt it, but I didn't know what it was. I nodded and swallowed hard, waiting for the words I knew were coming. The words that would change everything. Yes? He sighed. You're my future, Bella. The woman who will become my wife. Chapter 9. I couldn't stop myself from blowing a raspberry at him, and laughing. Fated mate. Marriage. Me a wife. The notion sounded so ridiculous, I couldn't help but laugh. What else was I supposed to do? Believe him? I think you're getting a little ahead of yourself there, I said. I wasn't trying to offend him. I understood wolves had a completely different culture than witches and mages and even the Fae. But knowing you were going to marry someone upon first looking at them sounded ridiculous and impossible, not to mention insane. However, I swallowed, because even though my brain thought this whole thing was a joke, my body said differently. My hands were clammy, and my heart was beating too fast as everything clicked into place within me like a final puzzle piece. As crazy as it sounded, me being a wolf shifter's mate almost made sense. Who was I kidding? If I teased away the marriage and craziness, it did make sense. To a degree. It was difficult for me to even think about, if I was being honest, but I forced myself to. I forced myself to tease it out, and to try and understand it. Always feeling like I didn't fit in with my family, the witches and warlocks. Aunt Allison's premonition. The intense attraction and feelings that I'd experienced since meeting Christian, which were unlike anything I had ever felt before in my entire life. Maybe it made more sense than my brain wanted to admit. Christian stared at Oliver. It can't be possible, he said, but then he hesitated and tilted his head to the side. Can it? She's a full-blood witch. Not to mention, the daughter of the most powerful warlock in all the realms. Oliver laughed, then covered his mouth with a flare and twist of his wrist. Won't your family be proud? Christian growled at Oliver, and a shiver ran up the back of my neck. There was a strange threat in that I didn't understand. What's wrong with me? I asked, swallowing hard against the lump of emotion in my throat. Nothing at all, Oliver said with a wink and a flourish of his hand. You're beautiful, and intelligent, and part of the most powerful family this side of the universe. And his family doesn't like witches? I asked. This was all happening too fast. I rubbed my sweaty palms on my thighs, hoping to do it in a way that was subtle so they didn't realize just how nervous I was. The crazy thing was, I had no idea why I was even nervous in the first place. I still hadn't wrapped my head around the fact that this was actually the truth, even if it made sense. Then again, why did it feel like I was constantly contradicting myself? Though this is a moot point since we aren't even dating yet, I added. Dating. I wanted to laugh, even though the situation itself wasn't funny. Oliver grinned. Not yet. But fated mates are rare and important not to keep apart, he said, his tone taking on a seriousness I didn't expect from him. You are literally designed for one another. Perfect halves of the one whole. I bristled. I didn't like being compared to something other or less than, even if I was a fated mate. I would not be reduced to half, simply because I had found a mate. I'm not half of anything, I said. I'd always hated the very idea that you were not complete unless you were married or partnered up. It was unfair to every single, confident, decent woman on the planet who chose not to get married, or even to be with someone in the traditional sense. I was my own person, and that was the way I saw myself. Oliver laughed at me, though not unkindly. Sweetheart, please don't take what I am saying so literally, he said, waving away my concern. You're missing the essential message of this whole thing. Except I wasn't. That was the problem. I knew exactly what he was saying, and I didn't want any part of a relationship where I essentially had no choice in the matter, especially considering I wasn't even part of the shifter culture. Christian didn't have a choice either, but it didn't seem as though he was upset about this revelation. I forced a smile to my face. I think I better be going. Ava and Matlock will be wondering where I am. And since we now know I'm not a threat to your very existence. Christian huffed in a disbelieving way. Thanks for your help, Oliver, I said and started backing toward the door. Yeah, thanks, Oliver. You want us to go out the back way? Christian asked. Oliver nodded. May as well. I locked up the front for the night. I wasn't sure why that was an insurmountable problem, but I followed Christian down the corridor in the opposite direction and went out the back door and into the outside once again. We were silent for the time being. What was there to say? Christian seemed much better equipped to handle the next steps we needed to take. He understood the concept since he was a shifter. I shook my head, shoving my hands in my pockets. I wanted to make sense of this life-changing information, but it was difficult for me to wrap my head around it. The cool air chilled my skin. I removed my hands from my pockets so I could wrap my arms around myself. I wanted to give myself warmth. At least it gave me something to focus on instead of drowning in my thoughts about what was possible and what wasn't. Time to get back, Christian said and took my hand, forcing me to relinquish my hold on myself. A spark jumped out at the contact between us, and in that moment my breath left me as I looked up into his eyes. They were yellow and so intensely bright as he stared down at me. I couldn't help but think he was the most beautiful creature I had ever laid eyes upon. That wasn't saying much, but still. Christian was something else. Let's go. I clung to his hand and didn't say a word as he escorted me back to the council building for the second time tonight. His hand was like a lifeline, a buoy in the sea of my fears and my thoughts that didn't quite make sense. At least I had him to hold on to. I didn't say a word as we moved quickly through the streets. It was properly dark now, and eerily quiet. Where is everyone? I asked. I'd often wondered where everyone lived past these few blocks. They've gone home. Either magically or walked, he said, his tone terse. I pulled my hand out of his grip and walked the few feet left to reach the bottom of the council steps. Well, thanks for the escort, but are you really going to ignore what Oliver told us? Christian demanded. I took a few steps up the stairs, so I was more on level with his gaze as I stared at him. You know your eyes are still like bright yellow? I asked him. I wasn't sure if maybe he could feel that they were, or if he couldn't. Either way, I thought he should know. Another strange growl rolled through his throat as he shook himself and took a step forward, onto the first step, so he was once again too close. My body buzzed with desire, with this knowledge that he was in my personal space and didn't seem to care one way or the other. And yet, it wasn't overwhelming for me. The strange part about this whole ordeal was the fact that it felt right. That's because you bring out my shifter, he said. My base creature. The animal I try to pretend isn't there. His throat choked on the last few words. It amazed me still that this was my reality. Christian was a shifter, a wolf. I needed to remember that, because it was easy to forget. Even looking at him now, he seemed so human that I forced myself to look back into his eyes, to catch the yellow, to remind myself what those eyes meant. Why are you so ashamed of who you are? I asked. Christian shook his head. I'm not. Then why poison yourself so that you can't shift? Surely it would be better to learn to control themselves. Or something? But to destroy the strongest part of themselves seems so wrong. He locked his jaw. I could tell the question bothered him, but I wasn't going to apologize for my desire to learn. So I can fit in, he said, and then added, and if you grew up here, you'd know why I had to do this to myself. I stared at him and pouted, pressing my lips together to stop myself from yelling at him. I wished he would stop giving me such a hard time. I was trying to put myself in his shoes. I was trying to have this make sense. I poked him in the chest. Look, I know the whole world sucks. The council tried to kill my sister multiple times, just because she had the gall to be born. Everyone around here is obsessed with power and magic and stature. I was heaving to catch my breath, and I narrowed my gaze at him. But I was hoping you wouldn't be like that. I was hoping you'd like me for me. I thought, oh, never mind. I turned away, and went to march up the stairs that would take me to my strange home away from home. I didn't want to be around him. I didn't want to get consumed by him, to let him talk to me in such a way. He grabbed my wrist and hauled me back right into his arms. Before I could react, before I could do anything, I smashed against his chest and gasped as his heat spread through me, warming parts of my body I hadn't realized were so cold. I wanted to pull away. I didn't want to feel comfort or understanding or peace when I was with him, but it couldn't be helped. It was like my body knew better than my mind, which astounded me because I didn't think such a thing could be possible. You're ignoring the most important part of it all, Christian said. And I'm not living in this realm for the magic, the power, or the prestige. I'm here because it's safe. There's enough food to eat, and I can look after my brothers without worrying about when they'll next be fed. I swallowed hard against the overwhelming feelings pulsing through me. Christian's face was only inches away from my own. His muscles bulged beneath my hands. His passion rippled around him like my magic moved through me. I licked my dry lips and managed to meet his intense gaze. What am I ignoring? I asked. What's the most important part of all of this? This time he smiled, and his white sharp teeth flashed in the darkness of the night. What big teeth you have. This, Christian said, and dropped his head to press his lips against mine. I gasped against his mouth, freezing in shock. But as he held me tightly within the warm embrace of his arms, my surprise began to thaw, replaced with only feeling. The press of his lips on mine. The tremble of desire and restraint he'd put on his arms. I lifted my chin and kissed him back, wanting nothing more than to know what he would taste like. How a person who supposedly was made just for me would kiss. I couldn't stop the wave of pleasure that pulsed through me at his kiss. His touch. His hands on my waist, my face, my hair. He stroked my back, keeping me close. There was a loud cough to my right. We broke apart, panting hard, lips bruised. There on the steps stood my father. The High Warlock. Matlock, I said, pressing the back of my hand to my lips. Heat raced into my cheeks, the pulses of desire that only moments ago had been zinging through my veins stopped dead in their tracks. Sir. Christian stammered. You may go, Christian, my father said, his brow low, no longer finding this amusing. Christian looked at me, his eyes still yellow. At least to me. I managed to smile. It's okay. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll meet you for lunch, he said, and without waiting for a reply turned away and walked off. I watched him go, a part of me aching. A part of me that knew who he was to me. Although my stomach flipped, I turned to Matlock as confidently as I could. I'm sorry if I worried you. I didn't mean to be so late. Matlock raised a single eyebrow. You obviously had good reason. I couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic or not. Then again, I wasn't sure if it mattered. I nodded and walked up a few more steps, to be on equal level to my father. Yes. Christian took me to see Oliver. My father's eyebrows rose and his eyes cleared of all suspicion. Oh. What for? Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. It wasn't for anything to do with me, health-wise. Then what was it? He asked. I shrugged, not sure how much to tell him. Everything would probably be smart, though a part of me wanted to hold the personal information in, close to my heart. But I wasn't someone who was ruled by the heart. It wasn't logical to hold anything back from Matlock. He may be able to advise me, as this was his world, not mine. I straightened my spine and lifted my chin. I am able to see that Oliver and Christian are wolf shifters, and that is unusual. Allegedly. Matlock nodded. It is unusual, but I simply assumed that you were using your instincts and what I told you about them. I tilted my head to the side. I'm afraid it's more than that. I can see their eyes turn yellow when they look at me. Mostly with Christian, but even with Oliver I can see a flash. Matlock's eyes widened slightly. That's unusual. But perhaps you simply have some skills like my mother. Premonition. I shook my head. No, it's more than that, I'm afraid. That's why we went to Oliver. My father swallowed and appeared to steel himself, going strangely straight and still. Tell me. What is it? I wasn't sure if the truth was what my father was expecting, but I was going to give it to him. According to Oliver and Christian, I'm his fated mate. Matlock's eyes bulged out of his head. You're his what? I shrugged. Yeah, I know it's weird, and I'm not sure I believe it. My father put out a hand to me, looking strangely unsteady on his feet. Hang on. Are you telling me that the man you're meant to love, marry, is a wolf shifter? I snorted. Not that I believe in any of that shit, but yeah. Supposedly. Matlock shook his head. But you can't. It's impossible. That's pretty much what I said. I frowned at Matlock, realizing he meant something different to me. I mean fated mates, soulmates. That stuff doesn't exist. Right? Matlock shuddered. No, it's not that. You can't marry a wolf shifter. It's illegal. Chapter 10. Surely, I hadn't just heard those words come out of my father's mouth. Surely, they were mere figments of my imagination. Illegal. I blinked at him, then readjusted my glasses so I could lock eyes with him properly. I shifted my weight, hoping to get a better handle on the situation. I'm sorry, I said slowly, selecting my words carefully. I didn't want to be rude. I didn't want to upset him. But I still needed clarification. What did you just say? He stopped, his throat working hard as though he was weighing his next words carefully. I waited, though I wanted to jump at him. I tapped my foot, shoving my hands behind my back and pulling at my fingers, just to have something to channel my energy into. I think it's better if we continue this conversation back at our rooms, he said, raising his brows to emphasize his point. I lifted my chin, wanting to fight him on this, but instead choosing to make the logical choice. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the words that stumbled to my mouth and threatened to jump off the tip of my tongue. All right, I said, and then nodded. Let's go. I charged up the stairs and managed to get through the 2 portal doors without saying any more. Energy oozed out of my body, and my fingers curled into tight fists. I wanted to control my feelings. But with every step, the flames of my anger were fanned, higher and higher, until I couldn't bear it any longer. I bit down on my bottom lip until I could taste the strong metal of blood, then flickered my tongue across it. There was nothing logical about emotions, it would seem, and that was annoying. My jaw was tight, my fingers clenched hard next to me as I all but stomped up the stairs. When we finally arrived back at the High Warlock's office, I gripped my skirt in my hands to stop my nails digging into my palms. Hello, Bella, Tavlor said from where he stood near the bookshelf. How was your day? I marched straight up to my sister's husband and stared up into his startled face. I knew he had never seen me this way before, and I didn't particularly care. Controlling myself was difficult to do, and I didn't want to do it anymore. Not after everything my father just told me. How was I supposed to react logically to something that wasn't logical? It took more effort than I had in me, and it was easier to just let myself react. Did people tell you that you couldn't date my sister because you weren't full warlock? I demanded. I was one of those people who told Ava we couldn't be together, he said with a chuckle. I wasn't sure what was so funny about this, but I bit back a growl. Instead, the anger went out of me like a match that fizzled out. I sighed and collapsed onto the couch. This world is crazy, I said because I didn't know what else to say. Tavlor came and sat down opposite me, and I glanced around. Where's Ava? I asked. She's visiting Courtney, Matlock said from where he stood behind Tavlor. My father didn't take a seat, and I saw that as a bad sign. He was agitated. Whether that was with me or with whatever he was about to tell me, I didn't know. Regardless, I was annoyed. I thought you liked Christian. I burst out, all thoughts of Ava vanishing. Why else would you have hired him to look after me? Tavlor sat up straighter. The wolf shifter? Yes, the wolf shifter, I said. What's wrong with that? Tavlor grinned as though he knew a joke I didn't. Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. He leaned back against the couch like someone about to watch a show. And that was fine by me. I turned my attention to my father. So, I asked him, what were you going to say outside that you couldn't? Well, Bella, you see, he started, but then he stopped. Yes? I said, crossing my arms over my chest and staring at him. Matlock straightened, his mouth thin and firm. It was like any sort of hint of having a rational discussion with him went out the window. You can't marry a wolf shifter, Bella. I opened my mouth, ready to argue, ready to ask why, when he continued forward, ignoring the fact that I was still to speak. It simply isn't done. I rolled my eyes. Did I say anything about marrying Christian? Of course not. There was no need to assume the worst. I think you're overreacting. It was one kiss. My first kiss, actually, though that was something that wasn't pertinent to the conversation. But what a kiss. Wow. It had taken me completely by surprise. The heat, the passion, the need. I had always been worried when I got kissed, what it would be like. Would I know how to kiss back? Kissing had always seemed to be one of those things you couldn't do without experience. Reading about it in books and practicing on my arm weren't exactly ways that were going to garner me that experience, which meant there was no need for me to prepare. Considering I hadn't been sure if I would ever be kissed, being tucked away in a realm with just my sisters, I hadn't really cared, but now everything had changed. I hadn't realized kisses would feel like that. So out of control and yet not. It was a strange contradiction. It wasn't just a kiss, my father said. I had no idea why he felt as though he was right about things, about this, but he sounded like he knew everything regarding the matter, and this discussion was a waste of time. And you aren't just a witch. You are one of my heirs, and people are going to hold you to a certain standard. I jumped to my feet, horrified. Hey. If Ava can marry a half-fi, I can marry a wolf shifter. I stopped when I realized what I had said, then added, or at least I can kiss him. You can't tell me what I can and can't do. Matlock sighed heavily. Bella, it's not me. There are laws against witches and shifters marrying. I shrugged. Then we don't get married. I never wanted to be anyone's wife. He ran a hand through his ruffled hair. You said you're his fated mate. That won't just go away. It's serious. Tavlor sat up, back in the conversation. She's what? Long story short, I'm apparently Christian's fated mate, I said. Matlock sat down on a chair he magicked up, so he didn't have to sit on a couch next to either of us. It was petty, but I was glad he didn't come closer. We were both upset, and we needed distance between us. I was feeling foolish on my high horse now. The room went strangely quiet. Tavlor waved his hand and concocted a round of alcohol in tiny little glasses for us. I wasn't one to drink because my feelings were particularly strong, but at the same time, it gave me something to do and would help soothe my nerves. Please. Take one, he said, handing us the drinks he'd made. They're a very sweet liquor. It will calm your nerves. Even though I normally didn't drink, I downed the whole thing in a single gulp. I didn't even think about it. Part of me didn't want to. The other part lectured me about being careless. Luckily, the second part of me was now muzzled by the alcohol. Tavlor's mouth fell open as I winced at the taste. Ah, you're meant to sip it slowly, he said, his voice little more than a mumble. I shrugged and put the glass down on the coffee table. My head was already swimming and tension eased off my body. So, I'll relax faster, I said. And I needed to. I felt so out of sorts. I couldn't stop shaking my foot. I think I might actually get an early night, I said. I've had a big day. I slid to the edge of the couch to get the purchase to stand up, and Matlock put a hand out, stopping me. Bella, please wait. What for? I asked. I think you've made yourself perfectly clear. That's where you're wrong, he said. His voice was gentle, something I didn't expect. I still held myself together. I refused to relax, to ease into his words until I knew what he was going to say. I haven't made myself clear. I crossed my arms and my legs and slid back on the couch, getting comfortable. I didn't want to sit rigidly like a plank, waiting for him to try and appease me. I gestured. Then go for it. I'm not going anywhere. Matlock exhaled out his nose. He paused like he was trying to find the right words, which I appreciated. Oliver and I have been friends for most of our lives, he said. This was something I already knew. I rolled my eyes. How was that going to explain anything? He is a powerful warlock, with a single grandparent as a wolf shifter. Because of that heritage, he was shunned by most of our peers. Not because they knew what he was, they didn't. They simply knew he was different. A smile tugged at my lips. Oh, he's different all right. The purple hair is quite contrasting to his pale skin. Matlock frowned, the lines in his forehead becoming deeper. This isn't a joke, Bella. And you need to realize that if you choose to be with Christian, your children will not be accepted by anyone in warlock society. You won't be able to live here, nor in my family realm. When I say it's illegal to cross species, I mean it's illegal. You could be thrown in jail if you make your union official. I frowned right back at him. So, you want me to what? Ignore him. Tell him I don't want to see him again. My father twisted his lips, and he touched his chest in that way that he had, as though checking on a necklace beneath his clothes. I don't want that either. I spent a lot of time with Oliver as a child, and a teenager. He taught me a lot about shifters, and one of the things that I most envied him was his fated mate bond. It is a magical thing. And something that if ignored could have tragic consequences for you both. I relaxed my arms, resting my hands in the folds of my lap. Like what? Well, for one thing, you will not be happy with anyone else, if the fated mate lore is to be believed. You will be unhappy, Bella. And after a lifetime of regret following me, I cannot let that happen to you. It would break you. I swallowed against the tide of emotions rising in my chest, my throat closing up. I could only imagine how much my father regretted not choosing my mother, though we had never spoken of it. I hadn't actually thought about it from his perspective. It made me feel uncomfortable. It made me feel sorry for him. And if I was being honest, it made me understand his harsh point of view. That didn't mean I agreed with him. Not exactly, but it meant I could understand him a bit better. You, wish you'd chosen our mother instead of Charity. I'd never met the woman my father had married, but Ava said she was an intolerable bitch. And I believed her. Matlock chuckled and rubbed his temple as though he had a headache. I wish a lot of things, Bella. I wish I'd had the courage to stand up to the council and tell them I wouldn't be forced into an arranged marriage. I wish your mother had told me she was pregnant. I wish I'd gotten to see you grow up. He smiled, a truly vulnerable, heartfelt smile. It all but broke me. I sobbed and covered my mouth, the emotional tide catching me unaware with its strength. Matlock stood up and came and sat next to me on the couch. I stared at him, unsure of what he was going to do, but knowing that the tingle at the back of my nose and the tears I felt gathering in my eyes would soon spill over. Matlock opened his arms, and I went into them. He wrapped his arms around me, and I nestled into his chest with a sob. I closed my eyes and let the feelings of despair wash over me. He stroked my hair and didn't say anything, which was perfect. My life really would have been so different if he'd been there to teach me, to guide me, to tell me that I wasn't odd, wasn't wrong to be so different than my sisters. Finally, I pulled away from him, and he handed me a purple handkerchief. "Thank you." I wiped at my hot, wet face and blew my nose. I was a right mess. I exhaled a huge sigh. "That was unexpected," I said. My father huffed out a laugh beside me. "Everything about my life now is unexpected," he said. "But I wouldn't have it any other way." I conjured up a glass of water and took a few sips to calm myself. I also wanted time to let his words sink in. When I was ready, I pulled my gaze up to his. "So, what are we going to do?" I asked. I didn't want to admit it, but I was nervous about his answer. He reached out a hand and squeezed my fingers once before pulling himself back.
"We need to find a way for you to be together.
Even if that means trying to change the laws." I sniffed and readjusted my glasses, which now needed to be cleaned. "Do you think that's possible?" I took off my glasses and buffed them on my skirt. When I put them back on so I could actually see, Tavlor was staring at Matlock like he'd gone insane. "What's wrong?" I asked, glancing between each of the men. "Nothing," Tavlor said, shaking his head. "It's just that Matlock has only just gotten the target off his back. If he tries to change this law on his own, the council will kill him for sure." I gasped and grabbed for my father's hand. He squeezed mine back but scowled at Tavlor. "She's my daughter, Tavlor. Her happiness is everything to me." Tavlor shook his head. "It is not smart, Matlock.
We need to find another way."
"Tavlor's right," I burst out, not wanting to cause anyone pain. Especially not my father. And not after everything Ava had already put him through. "We'll find another way. Somehow." My father hesitated, unconvinced. I forced a smile onto my lips.
"And you never know.
It might not work out. Then we won't have to worry about any of the stupid laws." My father's mouth turned down. "I'm afraid, sweetheart, that you underestimate two things. 1, the strength of the fated mate bond. And 2, the hatred the council feels about interspecies relationships." My heart fell and my belly tightened with anxiety. The council was never going to let me be with Christian. Just my luck. Chapter 11. I went to bed that night with a heavy heart. Matlock, Tavlor, and I had eaten dinner, then I'd decided to retire to my room without waiting for Ava to return, as much as I wanted to see her. I was exhausted from the day's events, and I was ready to crawl into bed and sleep. Except I couldn't fall asleep. I tossed and turned, trying to get comfortable, but my mind was too noisy, too full. I wasn't sure the exact time when I heard Ava arrive home. Part of me wanted to get up and talk to her about Courtney, but the other part wanted to stay in bed, even if it was difficult for me to fall asleep. Besides, Ava was probably exhausted and didn't want to talk after a long day. I didn't think it even had to do with the pregnancy, although I was sure that went into it. I stayed tucked up beneath Courtney's fluffy blankets in her lavish bedroom, feeling heartsick right down to the pit of my stomach. "Courtney, what's wrong with you?" Courtney had already been through so much, and I didn't want her to have to go through anything else. I just wanted to protect her from everything, but I wasn't sure how. More than that, everything Matlock had told me about Christian and about our potential relationship left me feeling depressed. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to think about how depressing the state of it was, because we weren't even in a relationship yet. Regardless, I was just so defeated. Already. I'd only had my first kiss, and already the relationship was doomed. Of course, I had to be attracted to the one species that we weren't allowed to marry. Yeah, that was fine. Well, not fine. But at least there wasn't any laws against it, not from what I'd heard. Otherwise, I assumed Ava's marriage would have been null and void. Or was that because Tavlor was half warlock? With tears on my cheeks, I finally drifted to sleep, but I woke up feeling even worse. My life up until this point had been level, peaceful, calm. Except for the day that Mother had died. That had been terrible. It was the catalyst of change we didn't expect, and it affected us differently. Ava wanted to learn about our father, Courtney wanted to explore the world, and I wanted everything to say the same. I wasn't good at dealing with change. That was something I learned during that time, which was why I appreciated my garden. It helped me calm down, to remind myself I didn't have to react to things I couldn't control. But all in all, I'd never really felt the extremes of emotion. Not excitement nor fear. This was so different. It was difficult for me to understand why I was feeling such a surge of emotions. I wanted them to make sense. What I was learning instead was that sometimes emotion didn't make sense, and came and went like waves in the ocean. The anger I'd felt at the situation last night had now dissipated, leaving me with an emptiness that felt like a chasm was opening up inside my chest. I closed my eyes, willing the daylight away. There was a knock at my door. Before I could decide if I wanted company, the door opened. "Hey Bella. You up yet?" Ava asked as she tiptoed across the large room, and came to sit on my bed. I looked up into her eyes, and knew instantly that she'd been told everything. "You know." She smiled softly, understanding and pity clear in her eyes. "I know what Tavlor told me, but you know men. The truth gets lost in translation sometimes." I struggled to sit up against the headboard, and clasped my hands in my lap. "Yeah, that's true. I suppose." I reached for my glasses where they rested on the side table and put them on, my gorgeous blonde sister coming into focus. "So, what do you want to know?" Ava grinned. "More about the guy. What's he like?" I sighed and ran my hands through my hair, combing the tangles with my fingers. I wanted to get caught up in her enthusiasm, but how was I supposed to do that, knowing it was never going to work between us? Knowing that any feelings I might have for him were pointless? "I don't know him that well," I admitted. "I've barely seen him. 3 or 4 times. "Pa," Ava said, swatting at the air. I took one look at Tavlor and my world tilted on its axis. We know when we come across someone special. Someone who's gonna change our life. There's nothing wrong with that, nothing to be ashamed of. I nodded and wiped away the tear that fell on my cheek. I'd never felt so fragile. I doubted Ava knew how much I needed to hear those words, but I appreciated them more than I could say. It was scary how each word choice had such power over what I felt. "Bella. What's wrong?" She tilted her head to the side, as though she just now noticed that I was feeling sad. Or whatever emotion seemed to be on my face right now. Because this was all new for me, it was difficult to control the way I appeared. Truth be told, I had no idea what I looked like to Ava. Was I sad? Angry? Hopeless? A mixture of all three. Whatever I was, Ava seemed concerned. I glared at her as I wiped the moisture away. "What's wrong?" I asked. I couldn't keep the frustration out of my voice if I tried. And I didn't want to try. "Are you serious? Matlock says it's illegal for me to be with Christian." "Illegal? How is that possible? And why does it hurt so much to even think about?" I stopped, the lump in my throat blocking the words, making it impossible to continue. Ava simply smiled. "It's intense, isn't it? Everything out here." I forced myself to swallow hard. "Yeah. I didn't realize it would be like this." She chuckled. "No, I didn't either. And you haven't even encountered the wrath of the council."
Ha.
Not yet anyway, I said, then the truth of it hit me. Oh God. They're gonna come after me, openly now. Aren't they? No. Not if we're clever about this. You've never wanted to be in the limelight. We'll make sure they know that Courtney and I are the ones they come after, if they want anything done in the public eye. And. She paused and my stomach lurched. And what? I asked, narrowing my eyes at my big sister. It always bothered me when Ava thought I couldn't handle something, so she didn't say anything except a snippet. It was like she was teasing me with the prospect of new, valuable information I might actually want to have, and then deciding she should keep it to herself. It was like holding up a bone to a dog, only to yank it away from him at the last moment. Well. She let her voice trail off, her eyes rolling up to the ceiling, as though she was going to find the correct words above us. She cleared her throat and looked back at me. Don't take this the wrong way, but you may want to try and keep your relationship a secret. At least until you know if he's the one. I sighed, slouching in defeat. I knew you were going to say that. The truth of the matter was, there was no relationship between me and Christian. It was one kiss. Sure, Christian claimed that I was his mate, but that didn't mean we were destined to be together, did it? There's nothing wrong with playing it safe until you know what you want to do, Ava said. Her voice was serious and aged, like she had gone through this herself. And maybe she had, to a degree. I certainly didn't go around shouting how into Tavlor I was, though they worked it out pretty quickly. Love is a hard thing to hide and there's nothing wrong with that, but until you know for sure he's worth the risk, wait. You'll already be going through enough being Matlock's daughter, and dealing with what Courtney's currently going through. But anyway, back to my original question. What's he like? I looked up to meet Ava's intent gaze. Christian. She nodded. Yeah. The guy that's got you in a total tizzy. I sighed, playing with the shiny material on Courtney's purple blanket. He's? I don't know. Intense. And funny. And. I shrugged. I talk a lot when I'm with him. It's just so easy to be around him. He makes me feel comfortable. Happy. It's hard to explain. Ava reached over and squeezed my hand. It sounds like you're already half in love with him. I laughed. That's not possible. Love wasn't quick to grow. She tilted her head to the side. Really? Well, doesn't the fated mates thing make anything possible? I met her gaze. I suppose so. I really don't know a lot about it yet. She giggled. You, she teased. Not know something. Ha. I give you a day before you're an expert on wolf shifter lore. You'll probably find tons of books on the subject, hole up in your room, and come out a few hours later, knowing more about shifters than Matlock does. Now get up and I'll walk you to work. She jumped up and pulled back the covers with dramatic flair. I groaned as I begrudgingly stood up and staggered over to the bathroom. A hot shower was just what I needed, especially since I probably wouldn't be able to function without one. That and coffee. God, how I wished I had been able to sleep. I had no idea how Ava ended up being so perky, considering she came home late last night. I don't need an escort, Ava. I'm not going to be attacked in broad daylight with everyone around. Or I certainly hoped I wouldn't. I'm not worried about you, Ava said, laying down on Courtney's bed as though settling in for a long chat. I want to meet Christian. I rolled my eyes as I opened the ensuite door. He only comes at the end of the day to walk me home. Oh. I bet he can't stay away that long. She grinned. I shrugged, suit yourself. I went into the bathroom to have a long, hot shower. A smile crept onto my face. Ava was right. Christian had said he would meet me for lunch, so he wasn't waiting until after work to see me again. But there was no way she'd meet him this morning, which was probably a good thing. I looked like a dark, dull moth next to the butterfly, which was my big sister. Once Christian met Ava, he would realize how insignificant and plain I was. After my shower, I dressed. Before I could even conjure up coffee, Ava was hurrying me out the door. "You're gonna be late. Let's go." Once we popped through the portal doors and walked down the stairs to stand on the footpath, Ava's condition came back to me. "Oh my God, I forget to ask how your trip to the Phi realm went. How are you feeling? Is everything okay?" Guilt smacked me in the mouth. How selfish was I to be only worried about myself when my sister was pregnant? She smiled, the light touching her eyes with a pure, satisfied happiness. "Yeah, everything's fine," she said. Her voice sounded whimsical. "Oh, thank goodness." I grabbed onto her, hugging her tight. I wasn't sure what I would have done had I found out something was wrong. Pregnancy was new to me, and I wanted the best for my sister and her child. I closed my eyes and inhaled Ava's sweet scent before pulling back and pushing my glasses up my nose. I was worried. She laughed and grabbed my elbow, interlinking our arms as we walked along the street toward the library. "You worried? Don't you always tell me that worry is an illogical emotion?" Before I could answer, she turned her head and looked in front of us. I saw Horlo and Abigail. They're the Phi I stayed with when I was hiding from the council. I smiled. "Yeah, I remember. I met them at the wedding. They seemed lovely." Ava grinned. "It was amazing to be back in one of the Phi realms. I really feel comfortable there. Healthy. And the baby's all right?" I whispered, not sure if anyone knew about Ava's pregnancy yet. "Yes," she whispered back, then grinned. Tavlor was concerned that we'd have trouble conceiving because of the difference in our genetics, but it took no time at all. Not that we were trying, exactly. I sighed, not wanting to think about my sister and her husband's loving embrace. "Well, I'm very happy for you, Ava." "Thank you." She smiled. "Now I need to see you as happy as I am." I laughed this time. "I don't think that's possible, Ava. But I appreciate the thought." Ava grabbed my arm and stopped us in our tracks. "Is that him?" she asked, her eyes going wide as she stared off in the distance. "Is what, who?" I squinted toward the Witch College gates, my eyesight worse than Ava's even with glasses. A man stood in the open gateway with shaggy brown hair. His eyes flashed yellow. "Yep, that's Christian." My stomach flipped with excitement and nervousness. "Well, come on," Ava said, tugging me toward the academy. My heart pounded against my ribs. I had no idea why I was nervous. I had seen Christian plenty of times before, and there wasn't an issue. And yet, the thought of Ava meeting him made this all the more serious. Plus, something was bothering me about the whole thing. "Ava, can I ask you a question?" I asked before I could talk myself out of it. "Yeah, of course," she said, squeezing my arm. "What color are Christian's eyes to you?" I needed some sort of proof that I was the weird one. That I really could be his fated mate. "I don't know." She laughed. "It's a bit hard to answer that, but they look dark. So brown. Maybe really dark blue." "Why?" "Damn it," I said, shaking my head as we walked closer to the gates. I glanced ahead, Christian's eyes burning in his face. "I was hoping you wouldn't say that." As I stared at him, his eyes shifted back to normal. "There," I said. "His eyes are dark now." She stared at him. "What are you talking about, Bella?" We were now within talking distance, and I didn't respond as we approached. "Hey, Bella," Christian called out. I couldn't help but smile as we stepped up in front of him. My breath felt strange in my throat, and I had an awareness of every part of me as I stood before him. Like he could see my nervousness. "Hi, Christian," I said, meeting his gaze and feeling that quickening within my belly again. Ava clenched my hand and I turned toward her. "Ava. This is Christian." "Christian, this is my older sister Ava." He nodded toward her with deference. "Nice to meet you," he said, then his gaze came straight back to me. It was like he could see right through me. Through this shield I had built up around my heart, knocking down everything around it. And for the first time in my whole life, I felt like someone truly saw me. Now, I had to work out a way to keep him in my life. Chapter 12. I thought we were catching up for lunch, I said, though I could barely hear the words over the pounding of my heart. My hands felt sweaty, and I shoved them between the folds of my skirt, trying not to think about the way I felt. We are, he said, not taking his eyes off me. I just needed to make sure you were okay, after everything Oliver said last night. His gaze darted to Ava, and then back to me. It was like he was trying to communicate with me, without words. He understood me, and as crazy as it sounded, I understood him. I waved my hand. She knows everything, I said, lifting a shoulder in hopes to come across as casual. You don't need to speak in code around Ava. A smile trembled on his lips as he swept his eyes over to my sister. The next high warlock, knowing all my secrets, he said. Though his words implied he was nervous, his tone indicated that he didn't seem to mind all that much. I'm not sure if I should be honored or terrified. I frowned at him, surprised by his words. What was that supposed to mean? Before I could correct him, Ava jumped in. You need to spend some more time with us, obviously, she said. Her eyes twinkled as though she wanted him to know she wasn't bad, but I could tell she was slightly offended by his words. I couldn't blame her for it either. We don't care who your parents are, or what type of paranormal you are, Christian. As long as you aren't a member of the group trying to kill us, you're all good. His attention snapped back to me. Trying to kill you? So the High Warlock was right. I do need to be with you more often, Bella. You shouldn't be alone at all. Perhaps I should speak to the librarian. I can hang around the building all day. Or walk the perimeter of the academy. He was acting like his role of my protector was already a done deal. Although I found that super adorable in a strangely endearing way, I also worried about what it entailed. Christian, I appreciate you worrying about me, but Matlock only employed you to walk me home. You don't need to. Fuck that, Bella. I'm serious. My mouth dropped open at the vehemence of his tone. It wasn't just that he thought I was wrong, but he was angry about it. Ava was hearing this, and I had no idea what she thought regarding the matter. So am I said. I tried to keep the annoyance I had for him out of my tone, tried to make it seem like I was being rational, but it didn't work as much as I hoped. I can take care of myself. And just because you and I let my voice trail off, not quite sure what I was supposed to say in order to finish that sentence. Are fated mates and literally won't be able to stay away from one another, he finished for me. He raised his eyebrows like he wanted to challenge me. I tried not to look at Ava, who I assumed had her mouth hanging open. Maybe I hadn't actually told her everything. Well, you weren't sure that was quite right last night. I managed to get out, not sure if that was a legitimate argument right now. There was so much going on, it was difficult for me to wrap my head around it. So. He ran his hand through his hair and glanced at the ground. Yeah. I was being a pussy. I didn't expect my mate to be a witch. I stared at him, again surprised by his language. Something wrong with me that made you act that way? No. He stopped, his throat working as he swallowed hard. No. I'm sorry. I should never have. You didn't grow up here. You don't realize that people are going to. I pulled my bag higher on my shoulder and glared at him. Of course, I know that this is going to be a problem. With the witches. With your family. I stopped to swallow hard. I hadn't really thought about whether I wanted to pursue this relationship or not, despite the fact I was speaking as though I was. I tossed my hair back over my shoulder. Look. Let's talk about this at lunch. I've got to get to work. Okay. He nodded. I'll meet you at lunchtime. I grabbed Ava's hand. Come on. Oh, but. Despite her protests, I dragged her up the few steps and inside the academy walls. She didn't resist, which I appreciated, because she would be able to fight me, hands down. Once the doors shut, I glanced over at my sister. She grinned, one hand rested casually on her stomach. "He's super sexy," she said, nudging my shoulder with her own. "Tall too." I shrugged, trying to ignore the way my cheeks tightened. I didn't want to be talking about this right now. I didn't really notice, but yeah. I suppose. Of course, I noticed he was tall, and I thought he was sexy, but what did I know about popular opinion? I wasn't sure if he was someone who appealed to others across a spectrum. I didn't particularly care. All that mattered was that I found him attractive. Then again, I wasn't sure if I could do anything about that attraction. Everything about the relationship was illegal, even if maybe I wanted nothing more than to. I don't know, try and see what a relationship felt like. Which was illogical at best. "Well, I'll see you tonight then," Ava said, detaching her hand from my grip and taking a few steps backwards. I stepped forward, surprised she wanted to leave so soon. "Don't you want to see inside the library?" I asked, arching a brow. There was part of me that didn't want her to leave just yet, not when we were actually spending time together. I missed my sister.
Meet Hillary.
Ava shook her head. "I saw it yesterday," she said. "At lunch. Remember?" "Oh yeah." "Ava, don't go looking for Christian," I warned as she took more steps back toward the door to the outside. The last thing I wanted was her meddling, even if she had the best intentions. "See you tonight, Bella." She winked and disappeared through the doors. "Ava," I called out, but she didn't return. "Damn it," I said, shaking my head, and then charged into the library. Trust Ava to get her way. She wanted to meet Christian. And now she would have him all to herself. If she could catch him. I just had to wait until lunchtime to find out what was said. Lunchtime turned out to be hours away. So many hours away. I didn't know how it was possible, but time moved slowly. Rarely did that happen at a library of all places. And yet, I couldn't help but feel sluggish. Everything was put away, so I didn't have much of an opportunity to throw myself into work, and on top of that, barely any students came inside to ask questions. Under normal circumstances, I would have pulled out a book and started reading, since I had so many to select from, so many books filled with new information I wasn't as familiar with as I would like to be, but I couldn't get my mind to focus on the words. That had never happened to me before. By the time the clock ticked around to 1 in the afternoon, I had my bag packed, and I was at the door waiting for Christian to arrive, tapping my foot. I didn't want to seem obvious, especially when Hillary was watching me with her lips curled up into a knowing smile, but part of me didn't actually care. When I saw him through the glass panels of the door, I waved to Hillary, who looked glad to see me go from the smile still on her face, then headed out to meet him. My heart skipped at the prospect, but I tried not to let it distract me. I was simply going out to lunch with Christian. There was nothing wrong with that. Nothing out of the ordinary. Lunch was normal. "Did Ava find you?" I demanded, as I walked up to him. I decided it was best if I didn't beat around the bush. He stopped mid-stride down the corridor, the familiar wave of yellow flashing through his eyes. He chuckled, which I figured was a good sign that she hadn't alienated him, but it didn't ease the knot in my belly. "Yeah, she did." "Why?" I narrowed my eyes at him. "I want to know what she said to you." He shrugged. "Sure. You want to go back to the same cafe? Or try something new?" I hadn't even thought about food, but my lips were dry. I don't care. I'm really thirsty though." He nodded. "There's a place I know with great milkshakes, but it's down the other end of the shops. Closer to Oliver's." I wasn't sure if that meant we were crossing over into shifter territory, but I had to trust him on this point. "Sure. Let's go." I didn't hesitate. Maybe I should have. Christian turned, thrust his hands into his jeans pockets, and together we walked down the street and deeper into town. As we walked, I couldn't help looking at him the way Ava would have, as someone who hadn't seen him before. He was tall. A good head taller than me. And his skin was smooth and tan. His hair was shaggy and messy, but it made me want to comb out the tangled locks with my fingers. At the very least, I wanted to touch him. To feel what it was like to put my hands on him. I clenched my teeth against the wave of lust that rolled through my body. Damn. He is sexy. How was your morning? He asked, just like it was any other day, and we were any other couple. Fine, I said. Frustrating. He chuckled. How come? I stopped and turned toward him, and he did the same, raising one eyebrow. How come? I repeated. Because I was terrified about what Ava would tell you. He grinned like a cat who ate the canary. But in this case, he was a wolf who smiled like the one in the Red Riding Hood fairy tale. Don't look at me like that, I said, narrowing my eyes at him. Like what? He asked. Like I'm crazy and you're not, I said. He laughed properly. He reached out and slid a hand around my waist, pulling me tightly into the circle of his arms. My breath caught in my throat as our bodies touched, and my hand went automatically to his chest. Christian. He didn't answer, but instead dropped his head and kissed me, my second ever kiss. I didn't even have time to suck in a breath. I didn't care. I just wanted to kiss him, and I didn't realize how badly I wanted to do it until we were kissing again. I began to pull back out of his kiss, and he let me go straight away. Almost guiltily. My stomach tightened with regret. I put my fingers over my lips and couldn't stop the smile that came. That was really nice. The haunted look in his eyes disappeared, and his normal swagger and grin came back into his face. Good. Now let's get you some food. This way. He took my hand, and we walked another block past Oliver's dark shop until we reached a funky little cafe with orange umbrellas out the front and purple tiles covering the inside feature wall. Wow. This is bright, I said as we walked inside. I ran my fingers over the cool orange tiles. My sister's hair is this color. Really? He asked, his eyebrows drawing together as though he was confused. I grinned. Not Ava. Courtney. You'll meet her. I swallowed hard. Soon. What's wrong with her? He asked, reading me well. We don't really know, I said. I hated saying those words, hated admitting I didn't know what I was talking about at all. But it was easy to be truthful with him, easy to trust him. I wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. I hoped my instincts were correct and that I could trust Christian. She was poisoned by that Travis guy a month ago, and Oliver said it was designed specifically for our DNA, or something like that. Really? Wow. I snorted. Yeah, wow. They really don't want us around. A woman with dark curly hair came bustling out from behind the front counter. Christian. Who's your friend? Christian grinned at the woman who looked 10 years older than us. Marie. This is Bella. Marie turned to me with a big smile on her cherubic face. Hi, Bella. A flash of yellow passed over her eyes. I gasped and swallowed hard. You two related? Marie and Christian shared a strange look. Why do you say that? Christian asked. I gave him a pointed stare. You two have the same eyes. Marie frowned. We don't. Christian put out a hand to stop her. Yes. Marie is my cousin. He turned to Marie with an apologetic smile. Bella is my fated mate. She can sense our kind, even when we take Oliver's potion. Marie's mouth dropped open. Then it snapped shut and her face became hard. But she's a witch. Christian closed his eyes and said, I know. I snorted at her. If you think that's bad, I'm also one of the High Warlock's illegitimate daughters, albeit the only one who doesn't want to inherit. I pushed my glasses back up my nose and stared at her. Luckily, we were close to the same height. Pleased to meet you. Marie's eye went so wide and still, I was momentarily afraid she'd frozen. I glanced at Christian. He glanced at his cousin. Ah, Marie, he said, drawing out her name. Then she burst out laughing, with rolls upon rolls of chortles filling the room. I stepped a little closer to Christian. Had she gone insane? Marie pulled a handkerchief from her apron pocket and wiped her eyes. Come in, come in. She gestured with her hand. Are you here for lunch? Because boy, do I want to spend some time talking to you two. I looked up at Christian and he shrugged, as though this was completely normal. The food's amazing. Believe me. I had to trust him on that. As it was turning out, I had to trust him on many things, because in this world of wolves and witches, politics and potions, I was completely lost. Chapter 13. Marie seated us at a large table in the back of the cafe. I have an hour off work for lunch, I said, flipping open my menu and scanning it quickly. Work? Marie repeated, her eyebrows flicking up on her forehead as though she didn't believe me. Since when do the council witches work? There wasn't exactly a tone to her words, but I could feel the judgment there. I tried not to let it affect me, even though I couldn't help but internally twinge. What did she know about me? More than that, what did she know about council witches that I didn't? I sat up straighter, annoyed at her assumptions. I cleared my throat, trying to think of a way to speak that wouldn't offend anyone. I'm not on the council, I said, each word crisp. I dropped my gaze to the menu again, knowing if I looked over at Marie, I would probably glare, and even though she had annoyed me, I didn't want to be rude. Nor do I ever intend to be. I work at the library, inside the school academy. A library? Marie said, her lips twitching up into a smile. I narrowed my eyes at her, unable to keep my attention focused on my menu. Now that's a surprise. What can I get you guys? Or do you want me to choose? I looked over at Christian. What do you suggest? Let her choose, he said with a grin. Marie's the best cook around. She stuck her nose in the air. And I don't need magic to whip something tasty up. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Tops. Off she went, swinging her wide hips as she sped around the tables. When I looked back at Christian, he was shaking his head and laughing. What's so funny? I asked. She likes you, he said as though he was surprised. Not that you can tell, I said, spreading my hand out on the table and tracing a pattern in the wood. I wasn't going to bitch about Marie, especially in front of Christian. I didn't want to be that girl. Then again, I didn't appreciate her comments. Marie was pretty anti-council, that was obvious, and unfortunately I was being lumped in with them. Whether I liked it or not. Part of me wanted to prove that I wasn't like everyone else she encountered, but another part of me didn't know why I cared all that much. She was practically a stranger to me. Why did it matter if she assumed I was a certain way? I knew it wasn't true. Christian smiled and tapped his fingers on the silverware in front of him. Marie is like most people around here, he said, his voice gentle. I wondered if he taught himself how to speak quietly to ensure that no one, no other shifter, could pick up on what he was saying even with their sharp hearing. Just trying to make a living and staying out of the council's way. I forced myself to smile. Well, she seems nice. I suppose. Not. I looked down at the surface of the table and picked at a small dent in the wood with my nail. He grinned as though he could read my mind. You'll get used to her, he said. She's wicked fierce and loyal to a fault. She sounded like Courtney, which was great when they were on your side. Not so much when they were against you. And right now, Marie did not seem like she was ready to jump on my train, especially with her preconceived notions of who I was, without getting to know me more. Is that what we're up against, every time we meet someone? I asked. You mean the fact that you're a witch, and I'm not? Yeah. And most people won't be so polite, he said with a twist of his lips. That was polite. Great. I didn't like conflict. I never had. My sisters and my mother were a different story. They loved a good fight. I was different. But it was becoming obvious that unless I retreated back to my mother's realm where I could stay safe and alone for the rest of my life, I was going to have to toughen up. I shifted on my chair and leaned forward, focusing on Christian. Do you really believe that we're, fated to be together? I cleared my throat and looked down at my hands, laced up and thrust in my lap. I was uncomfortable asking a question regarding emotions with someone I barely knew, but my desire for information overrode my sense of needing to protect myself from embarrassment. I couldn't even believe I was saying the words, but I was. Even if a large part of me didn't want to believe such a thing existed, the proof was beginning to add up. Christian's eyes widened. He put his menu away, folding it up and sticking it on the edge of the table. Talk about skipping over the small talk. I shrugged, looking up at him. Sorry. I had no idea how to do that. Small talk. What did that even mean? But maybe I should try it. I didn't want Christian to feel uncomfortable, even if I might be feeling this way. Which meant I needed to try. So what do you do for a job then? Christian laughed, placing his hands on the surface of the table. The sizzle of the fries cooking in the back filled my ears, and I could smell the greasy, salty snack from where I sat. Okay. You're right. Let's go back to the shit that matters. He ran a hand through his hair and scrubbed his scalp with his fingers, before he dropped his arm. So, fated mates and all that jazz. I guess I should start at the beginning. I was taught that fate would decide who was the perfect mate for me. Perfect? How? I considered myself hopelessly flawed. And he didn't even know me. Oh, and I wasn't a shifter. At all. How was I considered perfect? In every way. I stopped and thought about that. As a person who never even thought she would get married at all, let alone find someone who thought she was simply perfect for them, this was all a little too intense. Okay. Does that mean you're perfect for me as well? I asked, because the guy I'd thought I might like, if I ever did, was an intelligent bookworm like me. He chuckled. Well, yeah, that's the idea. I tilted my head to the side, looking at his strong, broad shoulders. His athletic physique was masked by his jeans and baggy black tee. He squirmed under my stare, which made me feel oddly powerful. I didn't think I could elicit that sort of reaction from anyone, especially someone who looked like him. And I assume you aren't a bookworm? I asked. I didn't want to make any assumptions about him, the same way I didn't want him to make them about me. He outright laughed this time. I wasn't sure whether to take that as a compliment or not. No. In my hometown, I'm a beta. So I help run the pack with the alpha. I want to read more. I just don't have the time. So, you're a leader? I asked. The last person I expected to be married to was a leader of any sort. That sounded more like a guy that would suit Ava, or even Courtney. Not me. I thought he would be quiet, gentle, maybe work a typical job that brought in a decent wage. Then again, I didn't expect to marry at all. I suppose. He stared at me for a moment, then grinned. He always seemed happy. He always seemed playful. I felt like that type of personality was exhausting, at least in my opinion. It would be difficult for me to do anything similar. I just didn't have the energy for it. Don't worry. I never expected to be mated to a librarian, but those are the breaks, I guess. He shrugged. It almost seemed as though he was making light of our current predicament, and I wasn't quite sure how to take it. Was our being fated mates funny to him? Should I even take it seriously if he didn't seem to be? Hey, I said and looked around for something to grab and throw at him, but there was nothing. I didn't think magicking up a bowl of strawberries to toss at him in anger was the polite thing to do either. He laughed and reached over to clasp my hand and squeeze. You're perfect, Bella. Our differences are what is going to make us strong. As a couple. As a family unit. We'll make each other complete. You're the brains, I'm the brawn. I suddenly saw the image he was talking about. Two halves of a circle. Two different parts with different strengths that would complement each other. Not compete. I slid a sly smile at him. I'm the magic, you're the bite. I asked, imagining us in a fight against another warlock. Having a strong, vicious wolf on my side might be handy. Christian wouldn't back down from a fight, and I could protect him with my defensive spells. I was relatively good at those. In a way, we balanced each other out, which I could respect. He nodded. Yeah. Something like that. The corners of his lips twitched up, though this grin wasn't as playful as it usually was. Marie bustled up to the table and arranged our food before us. Platters of dips and cheeses, bread and meat. Even one of elaborately cut up and chocolate-dipped fruit. Wow. This looks amazing, I said, then took the drinks she handed us. Chocolate milkshakes. She beamed proudly. I took a sip through the long purple straw, the cold richness of the creamy milk and decadent chocolate spreading through my mouth. I let go of the straw to say, "This is amazing. Thank you." Then I went back to drinking it, slurping at the milk until my belly ached. When I finally placed it down on the table, I leaned back in my chair with an exaggerated sigh. So good. Marie pulled out a chair and sat down with us, her eyes wide and expectant. So, she said, how did this happen? I reached for a piece of cheese. What do you mean? She crossed her arms over her ample chest. I mean, how did you two meet? How did one of the heirs to the High Warlock end up with one of my cousins? Well, we've only just started. How did I explain that we weren't even dating? That this was something new, and totally out of my sphere of knowledge? Christian smoothly slid into the conversation. Her sister was poisoned and they brought her to Oliver's. We met there. Marie grinned. So, the warlock found your mate. Who would have thought it? I frowned.
What do you mean by that?
She laughed. Oh, nothing terrible. It's just that so many of the shifters have a love-hate relationship with Oliver. And yet, he is one of the most trusted, talented people I know. Not to mention the fact that he's saved our butts on more than one occasion. Christian nodded. That's very true. What's his bloodline, exactly? I asked, grabbing a piece of orange. I brought it to my mouth and bit down, the juice curving to the point of my chin. I made sure to chew with my mouth closed, and to dab the stickiness left on my face by the orange with my napkin. My father said he's wolf and warlock, but is he half and half like Tavlor? Or? The other two were staring at me. What's wrong? Marie twisted to glare at Christian. What the hell? Christian sighed. She can see his eyes, Marie. It wasn't my fault. And she didn't grow up here. She doesn't know. Doesn't know what? I asked, my belly clenching. Christian leaned closer. You can't out someone like that. But? I looked around. Isn't everyone around here a shifter anyway? Shush. Marie said. Geez, girlie, I don't know where you grew up, but we don't talk about bloodlines around here. Got it? I swallowed hard against the flush of shame that smacked me in the face. Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Marie's nostrils flared and her eyes were bright yellow. I spoke a single word and flicked my hand, throwing up a protection spell around me and Christian. Just in case. I didn't know enough about shifters yet to know when they were about to shift. I was sure she could do a lot of damage if she wanted to. I glanced down at the table. Are you sure you know what you're doing, Christian? Marie asked. My gaze snapped back up to her and I narrowed my eyes. I'm sorry, but didn't you just hear him say that we're fated mates? Doesn't that mean anything to you? Marie paled, her rosy-colored cheeks going red. Yes. But you could be wrong. I mean, Bella, it's obvious you don't fit into our world, and Christian is certainly not going to be able to fit into yours. It sounded like she was trying to be tactful, but I couldn't help but feel my defenses rise. This was rhetoric I dealt with indirectly, when Ava and Tavlor were still new. And now I was dealing with it with Christian. He won't be able to even step foot in the council building. Hey. She reached over and gripped Christian's hand. Why don't you ask Oliver for a potion to, you know? What? Christian asked. Disconnect from Bella. I'd done a little reading last night, and the word rang a bell. To disconnect meant to sever the ties of the fated mate, either by magic or death. I swallowed. Would Christian consider using magic to cut our bond? Was that best? I didn't know, but the thought was surprisingly unpleasant. I pushed the chair back slowly and got to my feet, my anger whirling in my gut like an impending storm. Tight. Dark. Powerful. You know what? It was a mistake to come here. I snapped my fingers, and the food that we'd been eating was packaged neatly into containers and packed into a picnic basket I magicked up for us. I wasn't sitting here a moment longer and listening to this woman try to convince this man, my man, to sever his connection to me. However new and tenuous it was, I wanted it to at least have the chance to grow before someone outside of our coupling decided it shouldn't be. Marie gasped, leaping to her feet. I grabbed the handle of the basket, not caring that I'd probably just broken some wolfy rule about not allowing any magic in this shop. I think I'll have my lunch in the park. Here you go. I pulled out my purse and dropped the contents on the table, full knowing that the amount I was handing over was probably enough to buy everything in the shop. Unless you rearrange your priorities, I won't be back. I took a few steps back and lifted my gaze away from Marie's shocked face to look over at Christian. You want to walk me back? I asked. He glanced at Marie, then back at me. Definitely. He didn't seem perturbed in the slightest by her, or by anything she had said. I wished I had the ability to not care whatsoever about things that were important. Christian made it seem like it was a natural talent. I waited for him to join me, went to turn away, then decided I had to say one more thing to Christian's cousin. Look, Marie, I know we have a lot going against us, but you need to know that I protect those I love. So you need to decide which side you're on, because if this comes down to a fight, I'd rather you were with us than against us. She opened her mouth to answer, but I cut her off. Thank you for lunch. I walked out of there, my heart pounding and a fire in my blood that I'd rarely felt before. Who the hell does she think she is? I seethed, walking back along the street, grateful when Christian took the heavy basket from my arms. If we want to be together, then we can. Who is she to try and tear us apart? Christian stared at me. So, does that mean you want to be together? Hadn't I already answered that? Obviously not. Chapter 14. I wasn't sure how I wanted to answer that. I cleared my throat, ignoring the way my cheeks pinched with embarrassment. I thought my feelings were obvious, but apparently not. Don't you? I asked tentatively, trying not to sound too hopeful or defensive. Christian grinned that big toothy smile that I was beginning to adore, his eyes appraising me. There was something about the way he looked at me that made me feel special in a way I had never felt before. I was good at magic and books and logic. Compared to my sisters, I was special in that way. But with Christian, I felt like he wanted me for me. Of course I do. He said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I wanted you, from the moment I saw you at Oliver's shop. You were so beautiful and brave standing up to the council guards like that. I'd never seen anyone act so selflessly. I snorted even as I could feel my cheeks turn redder. More like stupidly. That day they'd come for me at Oliver's shop had been a nightmare come true. My first day in the magic realm, and I'd been arrested by cops with wands. I wasn't the type to get into hijinks like these. In fact, I didn't think hijinks was in my vocabulary. But his compliment warmed me, making me far too aware of him and where he stood. And how much I wanted him. And how much he seemed to want me too. He took my hand, effortlessly holding the basket with the other. Let's go find somewhere to sit to eat this food, and we can chat about what we're going to do. Okay, I said and let him lead me to a small park area with a large block of grass and few benches. A table would be handy, he said, raising his eyebrows at me. A table. Oh. Sure. I spoke a few spell words, moved my hand through the air and conjured a table. Christian grinned. I love how you can do that, he said, putting the basket on the table and lifting out all the food for us once more. All I can do is turn into an animal. You could probably do that too, if you wanted to. I'd never really thought about it. Would you rather be a warlock? Oh, absolutely, although there are advantages to being a shifter, of course. He shrugged like it was no big deal, but there seemed to be more to his answer. I sat down on one of the chairs and began eating our buffet of fruit, meat, and cheese once again. I wouldn't say I was hungry, exactly, but at least it gave me something to do, and the food was delicious. Tell me, please. Well, he began, his eyes rolling up to the sky as he pondered how to answer. I appreciated that he was trying to take care in his words. Shifters are pack animals, so we're super close-knit and loyal to our families. And of course, the fated mates thing is handy. He spread his arms out as though the matter was settled.
Handy,
I repeated, testing the word out for myself. What an odd word to use for such a life-altering concept. Yeah. I don't need to date 100 women to find the right one, he said. Again, his tone implied that this should have been obvious. And maybe I had been quick to judge him based on his looks and my limited knowledge of men and dating. I know you and I will suit each other. I know you're not a shifter, but don't you find it reassuring that we'll be compatible in a relationship together? I bit into a juicy grape. Yeah, I never even thought I'd get married at all, let alone find someone perfect right away, I admitted. I kept everything else to myself, like how I wasn't sure I was in the market to think we were perfect together when we barely knew each other. I understood shifters might feel that way because that was part of their biology. But it wasn't mine. It feels surreal, he finished for me. I sighed, glad he understood in a small way. Yeah, do you know what I mean? He laughed. Oh yeah. I always hoped I'd be mated, have some kids and all that. But after fleeing my home to hide here for the last 3 years, I really thought it was never going to happen. I swallowed the fruit I was eating and tilted my head at him. What's that like? Living here, away from your realm. Don't you get homesick? I know I do. Homesick for the clear meadow, the quiet house, my library. Homesick for my garden, the ability to cook a meal with food I cultivated on my own. The stillness, the peacefulness that didn't seem to exist anywhere else. My books, sitting on the shelves collecting dust. Although, the new libraries I had to read in were pretty impressive. I couldn't deny that. Both at the college and Matlock's office. Books I had never even heard of from subjects I longed to learn more about beckoned me with thick spines that hadn't been cracked open yet, pages waiting to be turned, to sniff. There was something about the scent of a new book, something that couldn't be adequately put into words. He sighed, looking down at the fruit in his hand. I miss the people, he said before taking a bite of the watermelon. My parents. Some of my siblings. But the actual realm, no. He shook his head to emphasize his point. I turned so that I could reach out and touch him, running a hand along his arm. The gesture, while not something I did, was natural. Almost right. I'm sorry you grew up like that. Starving. Unsafe. I shook my head to myself, trying not to think about it. I can't imagine not having a childhood filled with peace. He barked out a laugh, tossing the rind of the watermelon into the nearby trash can. Peace? Yeah, that's the last thing we shifters feel in this world where the warlocks and witches treat us like virtual slaves. His tone was more bitter than I expected from him, and my eyebrows shot up before I could stop them. He wasn't talking about me, I knew that, and yet, I had to swallow hard to force the lump of unease down my throat. I'm sorry. Oh, you don't need to be, he said, cupping my cheek with his rough and warm hand. I'm glad I'm here now, otherwise I would never have met you. I smiled at him, meeting his dark gaze. So, what are we going to do about all this nonsense? I mean, we can't be married, legally. Everyone will think we're a joke. We don't even have the space to work out if we really like each other or not. Not that I thought that was going to be a problem, but it would be nice if we had the chance to find out ourselves without feeling the negative pressure of the world. I wanted the freedom to decide if I even liked Christian in that way. I was reassured that he seemed certain of our fated mates bond, but that didn't mean I wanted to rush into anything. More than that, I needed to consider if being with Christian was worth the way the society would perceive us, judge us, probably even treat us differently. Unfortunately, those factors had to be considered, even if it wasn't the most romantic thing to think about. Christian grinned almost as though he could read my mind. That's the advantage of the fated mate bond. I know we're right for each other. He gave another casual shoulder lift. Did anything bother this guy? I almost wanted to shake him, but I also found I liked that about him. His solid strength helped keep me calm, even if I wanted to lose myself in a logical tangent that caused me to spiral. He would ground me in place. I needed that. I didn't realize how much I needed that until I met him. We just need to work out how to exist in the world that's around us, he said. I bit my lip, trying to think. We could always go back to my mother's realm and live there, I said. I couldn't believe I was even suggesting that we live together when we barely knew each other, but here I was, doing just that. It's protected and peaceful. You're serious? He asked, surprised. You have a private realm? He made it sound like I was rich or snobby. Yeah. That's where I grew up. I swallowed hard, thinking about my mother's death. How hard it had been for her to maintain everything in our realm, with only her magic. There's nothing there except a field and the house Courtney and I built. If the house was still standing. Since we'd both left the realm, was our house still a structure? Or was it now dust? Just like our childhood home? Christian squeezed my arm. It's a good plan B, but I think we should try to make it work here to begin with. After all, you have your father and your sisters, your work. And you have family and friends here too, yeah? I asked, knowing it to be the case but unsure who they were. He nodded. Yes. I do. He didn't say anything more, which I found kind of odd. Perhaps he was under the same spell of secret holding as my father. So instead of asking him about it, I simply said, then you're right. Let's try to make everything work here, before we go hiding in my mother's realm. He nodded and glanced at his watch. I think I need to get you back. Regret laced his tone, and disappointment flared up inside my stomach. The last thing I wanted to do now was go back to work, even if I worked at one of the most impressive libraries I had ever encountered. Do you want me to wrap the food up for you to take home, or? He trailed off, and I got the feeling that he'd like to keep it. I bit back a smile. This guy had a talent, getting me to smile over things that I wouldn't have found amusing otherwise. I smiled so much more in his presence than I had in a long time. Since Mother died. My heart fluttered at the thought of Mother, but I pushed it away. I didn't let myself get caught up in the sadness. How could I be sad with Christian? Do you know anyone who'd like it? I asked. When he nodded, the intensity in his gaze made my chest hurt. Christian, I began, not sure how to even approach this subject. If there are people in this realm who need help, money, food, please tell me. I'd like to help. He glanced down at the food, then began packing it back up into the basket. You need to make the table disappear, he reminded me as we stood up and turned to leave. I looked around the area, seeing nothing appealing about that idea. Personally, I think it looks good here, I said, smiling to try and relax the dark mood around us, but if you insist. I flicked my wrist and withdrew the table, but Christian wasn't looking at me still. Was this food for him? Christian. Are you okay to walk back to the library from here? I might take this food straight home. My housemates have been out of work and they'd appreciate it, I'm sure. It was food from Marie's. Surely she would help them if they asked. Or was wolf-shifter pride really that bad? Yes. Of course. I didn't want to embarrass him, but I also wanted to make sure he was taken care of. I wanted to make sure he was fed, at the very least. He turned to leave, then seemed to change his mind because he stepped up to me, grabbed me around the waist, and planted a kiss on me that left me breathless. "See you tonight. I'll pick you up after work." I smiled, touching my lips with my fingertips. My lips throbbed with pleasure. If only I could hold the feeling there, forever. "Hillary asked me to stay back a little tonight. So, can you come by around 6? "Sure. See you then," he said, and then walked away. I spoke a quick spell and pointed toward the basket, filling the food containers to the brim and adding in some more treats. Cakes and a few biscuits. If they needed food, I could make them food. That wasn't a problem. Sadly, it showed how spoilt a witch I was, that I'd never even considered that people in this world ever went hungry. I sighed loudly, then wandered back to the library. The rest of the day was lost in a whirlwind of students and teachers. When the final students had left, Hillary handed me the keys to the library. "I'm sorry to leave early, but I have an appointment with a healer and they close soon." I said I'd try to get there as soon as possible. I squashed the impulse to ask why she needed to see a healer, and smiled instead. If Hillary wanted to tell me, she would have. "Go," I said, taking the keys and sliding them into my pocket. "I'll close up." "What time do you need me to open in the morning?" "Oh, I have a set of spare keys at home, so normal time is fine," Hillary said, grabbing her bag and heading out the back. "Thanks again." With her departure, the library went quiet, and I sighed. It was nice to be alone once in a while. I was never alone anymore. Unless I was in my bedroom. I moved into the aisles, putting away the books that had been left lying around and open. I tried not to get angry over things. It made no sense to work myself up over something that couldn't be changed. But when it came to these books and just leaving them like they were worthless, my blood boiled. I shook my head. Such disregard for the knowledge these pages had to offer. I was putting books away in my favorite section, potions, when I heard the suction of air as the front door was eased open gently. I paused, cocking my head to the side so I could hear better. "Hello." I called out, but no one answered. I glanced at the clock on the wall near me. 5:45. Was Christian early? It had to be him, surely. Hadn't everyone else from the college gone home? "Christian." I called out, and when no one answered again, I pulled my wand from the secret pocket I had magically hidden within the folds of my skirt. "Who's there?" Had the council sent someone else to kill me? No way. I shuddered at the thought, though the voice in my head mocked me. As if they'd send another person to kill me at the same place they had tried last time. Tried. And failed. I lifted my wand above my head, and pulled a quick offensive spell to the tip of my tongue if I needed to use it. With my heart pounding and sweat dotting the back of my neck, I stepped around the end of the aisle and glared at the person standing in the foyer, ignoring my calls. A man I recognized stood in the foyer, with graying temples and rich clothing, looking around as though he was inspecting the room to see what faults lay behind the walls. I lowered my wand, and tucked it back in the pocket our mother had taught us to have on us at all times. I didn't actually need my wand to cast magic, but as someone who was weak in offensive spells, it was a good way to channel what little strength I had. I frowned at the man. "Oh. It's you. What are you doing here?" Every time this man showed up, something bad happened, so there was only one conclusion to this visit. Whatever he was here for, it was not good. Chapter 15. It was Elliot, one of my father's counselors, nodded in my direction as though that were a greeting. I shifted, waiting. What was he doing here, and why was he so stiff about it? "Hello, Bella." He glanced behind me, taking in the pristine white shelves filled with books. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. I'd forgotten how large this library was. I don't think I've been inside these walls since I was a student here myself. He chuckled, shaking his head, as though he was lost in a memory. I bit my tongue on making a rhetoric about how many centuries ago that was. I didn't want to be rude, but it was this elephant in the room, so to speak. "It's a beautiful library," I said, not liking the tone he had used. I couldn't be sure if he appreciated it truly, or if he was mocking me. I wished I had the capacity to read people the way Ava could. "Oh, it is indeed," he said, putting his hands behind his back and strolling forward. I glanced at the time again. Christian would be here in less than 15 minutes, and the last thing I wanted was this warlock, a very powerful warlock, coming face to face with my wolf shifter. Not because Christian couldn't handle himself. I just didn't want to make any trouble for Christian, and indirectly put him in an uncomfortable position. My father had said that the warlocks knew about the wolf shifter settlement outside town, but ignored it because for the most part, the shifters kept to themselves. But would they look the other way when they encountered one directly? More than that, how much did they really know? Or tolerate? My heartbeat began to speed up again, only just recovered from the initial shock of Elliot's arrival. "I'm just about to lock up, Elliot. Can I help you with something? A book, perhaps?" I picked up my bag and slung it over my shoulder, dangling the keys loudly to get the picture across that I was, indeed, on my way out. "Oh, I thought I'd just come by and see how your allocated job was going," he said, as though that was a completely reasonable explanation. "Are you enjoying it so far?" His smile reminded me that he was the one who'd set this up for me. I wasn't sure if he wanted me to appreciate his supposed gifts or if there was something more to his question. Even though he seemed friendly, it almost felt as though there was this undercurrent of questioning that made me feel like I was a suspect for something I didn't even know I did. I clenched my jaw and struggled to control my temper. I didn't like owing anyone anything. Especially not a man like this. My father seemed to trust him, but I could not. There was just something that bothered me, something I couldn't quite explain. "I am enjoying my new job," I replied tightly. "Very much." I moved toward the double doors. I needed to get out. I needed to be somewhere someone could see me. Why was Elliot here? It just felt strange to me, and I didn't feel safe. Christian had yet to arrive, and I couldn't stand around waiting for him to save me. I needed to figure out how to get myself out of this mess before it turned into one. "Would you like to walk me out?" I hoped Elliot didn't notice the way my voice cracked while I asked the question. He didn't move, but simply pivoted so that he was still facing me. "I believe you have a nighttime bodyguard for that. Your father said he'd set up some security for you. After all, you were very lucky to escape the fate Travis had decided for you." I shivered, a strange threat underlying those words. I was indeed. Not that I got away scot-free. My hand went to my stomach, where half my protection tattoo had been taken away when it had saved me from Travis. Elliot's gaze narrowed, so I dropped my hand away, not wanting to reveal such a personal thing to a man I'd put in the enemy camp. "Anyway, Christian will be here any minute. And you still haven't told me what you want." "Oh, I just wanted to advise you, as one of the heirs to the High Warlock, about your choice of partner," he said simply. His tone made his words sound like he was talking about the weather. He had the same friendly smile, the same casual demeanor. I blinked at him, my stomach dropping as realization set in. They know. How could they possibly know about us? I hadn't said anything about it, and I was positive Christian wouldn't have. Would my father have done such a thing? I couldn't be sure, and I didn't want to make any assumptions, but still. "What do you mean, exactly?" I asked. I hoped he didn't interpret my question as leading. The last thing I wanted was for him to think I knew what he meant. However, I was getting sick and tired of trying to read between the lines. I didn't understand puzzles or games. Why couldn't these people speak plainly? It was like they wanted to catch me up in some sort of slip, like they had something to prove to me. "I mean," he said slowly, taking a step toward me, "that although your sister found a way around our laws with interspecies marriages, you will not. Tavlor is half warlock. Your dog is not. He's full-blooded garbage, and there is no way the daughter of the High Warlock will lower her standards in order to be with someone of his ilk." My mouth fell open. How did they even know about Christian at all? Let alone about us. What did you just say? I said, trying to keep calm. It was no disrespect to dogs, they were wonderful animals. But Christian was a person. A paranormal, just like the rest of us. Did you just call him a dog? Elliot took another slow step toward me, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. What the hell was this guy's plan? And why was he trying to intimidate me? You can't be with him, Bella. You know that, right? Elliot said quietly, as though telling me a secret. I straightened my spine and glared at him. You can't tell me who I can't be with, let alone marry, I said. At this point, I didn't care what he thought he knew about me or Christian. I latched onto the word dog and I saw nothing else. The soft chuckle that came out of Elliot's mouth had my skin crawling. I wanted to cast a spell on him. Instead, I curled my fingers into fists and dug my nails into my palms. I can tell you exactly what to do, Bella, he said, as though this brought him great pleasure. You're in cream and tea. Or you are in blood. You weren't raised as one, certainly, but that doesn't matter, and the sooner you come to terms with this, the better for all involved. You're tied to the High Warlock, and as such, are council property. We will tell you who you may associate with, where you may live, and work. We dictate your life because you represent us. I inhaled sharply, pain striking me in the chest. I am nobody's property, I said, leaning forward. I was so enraged, spittle flew from my mouth and landed on the pristine tile. No wonder my mother hid us from you for so long. You're all a bunch of prejudiced control freaks, living in a tightly wound world of your creation. A savage anger ripped through Elliot's features, twisting them up. A shudder of intimidation ripped down my spine and I inched back away from him, not quite clear on what he planned to do to me. He opened his mouth to speak, but the double doors opened and Christian strode in. I nearly let out a sob of relief, but managed to hold it in. He looked at me with a smile on his lips and a greeting in his eyes. He appeared strong and capable in a fresh black tee and black jeans. Then he saw Elliot and practically skittered sideways. Every protective instinct in my body rose to the forefront. How much had he been traumatized by warlocks to have such a reaction? I rushed to stand in front of him, blocking his body with my own. I reached out my hand behind me to take his. He grabbed it and came to stand beside me, though he still hunched. Get out, I told Elliot. I didn't want him to notice Christian was ready to attack if he needed to. I didn't want to play into Elliot's hand. I will talk to my father about this. Elliot took a step forward. I threw out a hand, conjuring a protective shield stronger and bigger than I'd ever accomplished before. I couldn't be certain why, but having Christian here, vulnerable next to me, made it so much easier to want to protect myself. But it wasn't just me I was protecting, it was him as well. Especially when it was obvious that this man was a threat. Go, Elliot. Now. I hoped the warning in my tone was enough for him to believe me. I didn't want to play games. Elliot whispered a word under his breath, and I felt tapping against my shield, testing its strength. I drew the shield up and over us, surrounding me and my fated mate. Elliot wouldn't get through. He suddenly straightened up, withdrawing his magic. Bella, he began, inspecting his nails as though they were extremely important. You need to realize that everything in your life is at our whim. If you start to make trouble, we will simply take away the things that are most important to you. Your job, your family. There was a low growl next to me, and I shivered. Was that Christian? I strengthened my shield and glared through it. My sister beat you at your stupid games, so don't think you're going to bully me, Elliot. I know there are laws against Christian and I marrying, but you can't stop us from being together. And if you try to hurt one of my family members, you'll be sorry. Was he behind the attack on Courtney? On me? Was he the leader of the anti-council group that had ordered Travis to first poison my sister, then try to kill me at the library? Elliot wiped his hand on his jacket and laughed softly. No. I think you have that the other way around, Bella. You have no power here. And if you so much as step out of line with this shifter once, you will bring the wrath of the council down on your head like no other. You will wish you were as lucky as Ava was." I stepped back as Elliot forged toward us. "Thank you for the lovely chat." "I don't quite remember our chat being lovely, but you're welcome," I said. My voice was much more confident than I felt. I was grateful. The last thing I wanted to do was stammer in front of him, or show any sort of weakness. He ignored me. "I feel a lot better now that we've cleared the air and made our differences known. I'll report back to the council that you understand your duties and will no longer be having lunches, nor any other intimate moments with the dog." I clenched my jaw and hissed through my teeth. "He's my bodyguard." Elliot inclined his head. "Don't you think a warlock, or even a fae, would be a better bodyguard for you? Someone who could actually defend you if you were attacked. Looking at the creature behind you, it seems you are the one protecting him, when it should be the other way around. I can suggest someone if you'd like." "I'm perfectly happy with my father's choice," I snapped. Christian was shaking next to me, and I saw Elliot's triumphant smile. "What are you so happy about?" I demanded. Elliot chuckled. "It's illegal for him to shift. Anywhere in this realm, but especially in the presence of a warlock. If I see even the hint of fur, he'll be banished back to his realm to starve with the rest of his litter." I threw a hand out to Christian, connecting with his arm and squeezing hard. I didn't dare drop my shield, though I would need to learn more about shifting magic if I was going to need to help him manage in the future. "Get out," I said. With a final smirk at us, Elliot turned and sauntered back out the door. I let my arms collapse down and threw a spell at the large double doors, locking them with magic, before turning to Christian. He was bristling with energy, shaking like he was freezing cold, and yet I could practically see the heat rising from his skin. "What can I do?" I asked. I can't hold it." "So shift here," I said, backing up to give him room. "He shouldn't have to hold back because of me or because we were here." I wanted to give him space, and I wanted to provide an environment for him where he was comfortable being himself. He shook his head and clamped down on his jaw. White, glistening, pointed teeth descended over his lips. I swallowed, my eyes narrowing on them. I wasn't afraid, but it was only then that I realized just how dangerous Christian could be. "I don't think you have a choice," I said, taking a few more steps back. "It's okay." I locked the door. "There are no cameras in here. Go for it. I want to see." He met my gaze with a startled look, and I realized what the problem was. He was worried that I wouldn't like seeing him transform. I forced a huge grin on my face. "Go on, fated mate. Show me what sort of wolf you are. Please." The moment I gave him permission, I felt the change in the air as the magic of his wolf shifter ripped through him. Chapter 16. Before my eyes, the man I'd spent the last few days getting to know morphed into something completely different. I watched with wide eyes and a mouth that hung open as his entire body shifted. His beautiful golden skin sprouted fur, silver with flecks of pure white, and he shrunk down onto all fours. His nose elongated, his eyes shifted to yellow, and his ears grew. In mere moments, much faster than I'd expected, I was staring at a truly magnificent animal. Something about his eyes and the way they flashed the familiar shade of yellow was enough to reassure me that despite this new exterior, Christian was deep down, underneath the fur and the snarling fangs. Regardless, my heart was beating so fast I trembled with adrenaline and heat. I knew it was Christian. I recognized him. But that didn't mean I wasn't fearful. Would he know who I was as a shifter? Would he recognize me? I wished I had more of an education when it came to shifters. Every cell in my body screamed to run away from the wild-looking animal in the room. I forced myself to stay still, not move, and watch him. I expected him to snarl at me. Instead, the gorgeous wolf in front of me simply lay down on his paws and looked up at me with his huge yellow eyes. My heart melted. "What can I do?" I asked, voice catching. Do you want me to magic us out of here? We could go. Shit. I don't know where you'd want to go, or I'd take you there. I swallowed. The words were coming out wrong. I wasn't sure what to do instead. There was no easy way back to my mother's realm, otherwise I would have transported us there. I wished I could just wave my hands and magic us out of here, but it wasn't that simple. I let out a breath, trying to figure out what the best course of action would be. I looked down at Christian. It was difficult for me to wrap my head around the fact that this wolf was Christian, to see if I could figure out what he wanted me to do. I just wanted to help him. The wolf stretched his back, then stood up. I backed up a step. With a glance at me, he paced around like a restless animal. I couldn't tell if he was angry. I could barely read people, let alone a wolf. As such, I just stood there, listless. I didn't know what to do. Do you want to go out like this? I asked. I wasn't sure if he would be able to understand me. Did my words jumble in his head, or did he retain his human mind even if he was in wolf form? He shook his head. My shoulders sagged in relief. You understand me? I repeated, staring at him. He nodded. Wow. I dropped to my knees, my legs too weak to hold me. I reached out a trembling hand. Can I touch you? Part of me couldn't believe that I wanted to pet an animal that looked so strong. So deadly. His teeth looked powerful enough to rip off my hand. Despite the fear in my gut and the race of adrenaline in my veins that made my muscles shake, I extended my hand. The wolf crept forward, crawling on his belly. It was so submissive, so strange, a bubble of laughter burst forward. His head came up and he cocked his head to the side. I caught my breath. Wow. The fact that I was touching an actual wolf astounded me. I never, in a million years, thought I would be doing such a thing. Christian dipped his nose and offered me the top of his head. My hand shook as I reached out slowly, a smile crawling onto my face. I bit my lip, trying to contain my enthusiasm. Was I being disrespectful by being this excited? I hoped not. Christian lifted his head, meeting my palm. His fur slid between my fingers, amazingly soft and thick. I practically melted when I touched him, and bit back a squeal. I moved my hand through his fur, scrubbing behind his ears as tears welled up and fell down my cheeks in awe of the beauty before me. The fact that he would let me treat him like this spoke volumes. I needed him to know that I understood what a big deal this was. You're incredible, I whispered. So beautiful. How could anyone think these people were anything other than majestic creatures? Capable of a magic just as incredible as ours? How could anyone discriminate against them or treat them as less than? Christian might be a wolf, but I could sense the humanity in him. I shook my head and stood up, confident he wouldn't hurt me. I knew deep down that I could trust him. Christian, I said, his name leaving my body like a prayer. Come back to me. My heart swelled with love and longing as Christian transformed, his huge shoulders rounded and his head bent as he rose up out of the ashes of his now extinguished wolf. I stared at him as he raised his head and looked straight at me. That was when I realized he was naked. Completely. Gloriously. Naked. I couldn't stop my gaze from sliding down his body, over the ripples and bumps. The tight, lean muscles and the... I let out a gasp. I tried to look away, but I couldn't stop staring at him. The worst part about this whole ordeal was that I didn't even care. I didn't regret it one bit. He cleared his throat, interrupting my thoughts. Oh. I glanced away, my face hot and my belly curling with something I recognized as desire. I wanted him. The feeling itself wasn't unfamiliar, but at the same time, I hadn't directly experienced it for myself. I didn't mind the feeling, but it thrummed inside of me, leaving me anxious. For what, I wasn't sure. Sorry, he said. I'll get dressed. He sounded so regretful, almost embarrassed, that I rushed to reassure him. Oh. You don't have to. Or maybe it's best if you do because we need to go outside. What I mean is. I laughed, struggling to breathe, and met his gaze. I snapped my fingers, magicking his clothes straight onto his body. I'm the one that should be sorry. You're very beautiful. I'm not used to. Christian looked down, now encased in jeans and his tee. That's a handy trick. I should take you with me everywhere I go. I beamed at him. Yeah, that's kind of what's going to happen from now on, isn't it? He didn't reply, but his eyes flashed yellow, and I took that as a sign that his wolf was speaking to me, agreeing that I would stay with him. I was his mate after all. Look, Bella, he said. His eyes dropped to my lips, and for a moment, I thought he would kiss me. I wanted him to. God, I wanted him to. Instead, he took a step back, almost as though he was putting distance between the two of us. Maybe we should cool it for a little while. I don't want to make any trouble for you with the council. I snorted, tightening my jaw. Now Christian was playing by the council's rules. I never thought I would see the day. I'm not letting them control me, I said. No way. Ava didn't, and she's the heir. I never will be. They can't tell me who I can and can't love. Christian's gaze burned. Bella. I held up a hand. I need to talk to my father. He nodded once. Okay. Let me get you home then. I gathered my bag and nodded. Yes, please. I unlocked the library door with my magic and used the keys that I was meant to lock it with. Can I ask you a question? I said as we walked out the front of the college and along the street. Anything, he said, nodding. He was so calm now, it was strange to think that only moments ago he was completely losing control of his humanity. Out of anger or fear, I wasn't sure. Probably both. Can you tell me about the place where you live? Is it a separate town? Christian's lips slammed shut like someone had magically sewn them together. I nodded. Just like I thought. My father had had the same sort of reaction when I asked him about the shifter town. He seemed unable to talk about the place he'd been sworn to secrecy to. My father said that there is a place that he helped to set up, outside of the town, that the shifters live. He said that most of the warlocks and witches know something unusual is going on out there, but everyone ignores the presence of the shifters. Is that pretty much it? Christian nodded, though his eyes were strangely wide. Have you had a spell put on you too? I asked. He didn't answer, though from the frantic look in his eyes he wanted to. I'd have to guess it was Oliver then, I murmured, more to myself than to him. I placed a finger over my lip and glanced at the concrete. It gave me something safe to focus on, rather than on Christian and his beauty. He'd be the only person my father would make a pact with. It looked like pretty powerful magic. I glanced up at my big, tall, strong wolf shifter. It's okay. You don't have to answer. But can you tell me if I'm allowed to come and visit? He cocked his head. You'd like to come home with me? I nodded. Oh, absolutely. Are the pack grounds covered in a shimmer? He frowned. A what? It's a special sort of spell for disguising something. Do you know if I looked at the area where you live, whether I'd be able to see it? Ah. I don't think so, he said. I nodded. Got it. Okay, so can you ask, whoever you need to ask, if I can come visit sometime? And I'm going to talk to my father about what Elliot said. Elliot. That's the name of the warlock that was in the library with you? Christian asked, having found his tongue once again. Yeah. He's on the council and from what I can gather, pretty powerful. He was one of the first people I met when I came here, and he was the one who ordered my magical testing so they could place me in a job. We reached the council steps and stopped. Christian quirked an eyebrow up. And somehow they decided that you should work in the library? How'd that testing go? I grinned at him. They just worked out that I'm terrible at offensive spells, and when they asked what I'd like to do, I told them. And they let you have the library job? He sounded surprised. I shrugged. Yeah. I mean, they weren't happy about it. But in the end, I won. Christian looked behind him. What's wrong? I asked. He turned back to me, but changed his position so that he had an eye on the street as well. I don't know. I feel like we're being watched, he said slowly. He chewed his bottom lip, which drew my eyes to his lips and reminded me that I wanted to kiss him again. But now was not the time. I needed to focus. I snorted. I'm sure we are. Or how else would they have found out about us? Christian reached over and grabbed my waist, pulling me in close. I can't wait to introduce you to my friends and family, he said, whispering to me. I ran my hands over his chest and up to his shoulders, struggling not to picture how sexy he looked naked. The huge muscles. What are you thinking about, beautiful? He asked, pressing his lips to my forehead. I smiled as I closed my eyes, absorbing the feelings that he pressed against my skin. Did I have the guts to tell him the truth? How big your shoulders are under your t-shirt? A laugh rumbled through his chest. Well, that's a nice surprise, he said. I better go. But I'll wait until you're safely inside. I nodded and lifted my head, hoping for a kiss. Okay. Good night. I waited and he didn't disappoint me, dropping his head and pressing his full warm lips against mine. I reached up and threaded my fingers through his dark hair, comparing the thickness to the luxuriousness of his fur. Did he yearn for me, the way I did for him? Did he want to explore those things in the bedroom I'd never done before? I wished I understood men more than I did. I wanted to know if I was wasting my time and my effort into focusing on Christian, on risking things for him. I wished I could read a book and know the answers. He didn't grow up in a secluded realm, away from all members of the opposite sex. How could I put my questions into words? How could I ask something so personal? Christian glanced back toward the darkening skyline. You better go, Bella. Something is out there. What about you? I asked. He waved his hand. They've got to be able to catch me first. Quick. Go. I turned and ran up the stairs and toward the council doors. When I glanced back at the foot of the steps, Christian was still there, staring at me. I waved, and slipped through the doors of the council building and into the waiting security of my father's people. But my heart wouldn't settle down, and with every beat it reminded me that Christian was outside. And I had no idea of knowing if he was safe, or not. Chapter 17. When I walked through the doors to my father's rooms, I was hit with a wall of sound. All three of them were standing up, staring at each other in a small circle, tension clear in their postures. You have to do something about this, father. Ava was saying loudly, and Tavlor nodded beside her. Tavlor was probably the least vocal person I knew. And yet, he had the ability to let everyone know what he thought with a flicker of the brow or the twist of his lips. I glanced between the three of them, pursing my lips. What's going on? I asked, locking the door. Matlock threw a spell at the door to make sure it was magically secure as well. It must have recognized me and allowed me to enter. Is something wrong with Courtney? I asked, glancing around and realizing my sister still wasn't home from her time with Clarissa. No, Ava said, crossing her arms over her chest. But Elliot was here today. A cold shiver caressed my neck, warning of bad things to come. I wondered, for the briefest of moments, if they knew about Elliot's visit with me. Perhaps I should mention it now. Oh, really? I shifted my weight. Well, he paid a visit to the library tonight as well. Scared the hell out of me. Matlock stepped closer to me, his anger a palpable thing.
What did he say?
I dropped my bag and grabbed some bread from the table. I'm starving. Matlock waited as I tore into the bread roll, loving the sweet softness, and tried to decide on my words. Bella, did he come to speak to you about your bodyguard? Matlock asked. I nodded, swallowing the bread, and grabbed a glass of something that resembled red wine. I didn't care what it was. My mouth was getting drier by the second. Yes, I said, then took a big gulp of the drink, which turned out to be some sort of sweet bubbly concoction. It felt light as it entered my stomach. "That's nice," I said, patting my stomach. "Can we sit down? I've been on my feet all day. With work and everything with Christian, I just needed time to sit and take everything in." I collapsed onto the couch and slowly, the other 3 people sat down around me. They all gave me some form of curious and sympathetic looks. Ava seemed relieved to sit, resting her hand on her stomach. I swear, every now and then, it almost seemed as though she forgot she was pregnant. This would have been amusing if the topic of conversation wasn't Elliot. Ava was closest and slid her free hand onto my leg. "What happened, Bella? Are you okay?" I nodded, taking another long gulp of the drink, enjoying the bubbles. If I could, I would drink away the guilt. It didn't help right now. "Yeah, I'm okay." But he was pretty horrible, not to mention the fact he was super rude to Christian. He set him right off. "What do you mean?" Ava asked. I explained about the threats Elliot had made, and the way Christian had shifted out of fear and anger. "That bastard," Matlock said, jumping to his feet. "I can't believe Elliot thought it was acceptable to speak to you, after everything we talked about today." "What did he talk to you about today?" I asked. "Well." Matlock stopped, his gaze sliding over to my big sister. I followed his gaze. The sudden movement made me have to blink my eyes. My head was light and bubbly. I wasn't sure if drinking like this was smart, but I didn't particularly care. It calmed my nerves to a degree, though I still wasn't quite sure why everyone was worried. Elliot was a douche, sure, and just because he thought he could dictate what I could and couldn't do in my love life didn't mean he could, but there was more going on. I just didn't know what that was. "They want to banish Christian and all the other wolf shifters back to the realm they came from," Ava said, her words like jagged glass. My jaw dropped as the word sunk in. Anger flared inside my heart. "They fucking what?" I didn't even care that I swore. I jumped to my feet, and the other 2 joined me. No wonder all 3 of them were standing when I first came in. "This is outrageous," I said. "They can't do that. Who do they think they are?" "The council," Matlock said, though I could tell he wasn't trying to be cheeky about it. Ava stared at me with her mouth wide open. "Bella." She let her voice trail off. I didn't like the tone. I didn't like that she was trying to placate me when it came out like she was being condescending. It didn't help calm me down. I rolled my eyes. I already knew what she was implying. I didn't usually cuss. "Well, the occasion calls for it, okay," I snapped.
And Matlock didn't say anything.
Matlock lifted his hands up, as though he didn't want to be dragged into this conversation. She nodded, a smile flirting with the sides of her lips. "I agree, but I don't think I've ever heard you swear like that." I shrugged and turned back to my father. "They can't do that. Can they? You said they turned a blind eye to the shifters in this realm. They don't do anything wrong, do they?" Matlock shook his head. "No. Quite the opposite. They work hard, keep their heads down." "Then why?" I let my voice trail off. My bubbly brain started to pop. Each pop gave me time to process a normal thought until I was sober and able to use my mind to figure out what was going on. Then it hit me. No, it can't be. I glanced around the room in horror and saw only confirmation in the faces of my small family. They're going to punish all the shifters because of me. Because of whatever it is I have with Christian. Ava and Tavlor looked at each other, and Matlock began to physically clean up the food, even though he could have quickly magicked everything away. No one looked at me. I shivered, pain coursing through my heart. "But they can't," I said. I winced when my voice cracked. "They don't have a world to go back to, they have a prison. No. Christian cannot be sent back there. He cannot." I stamped my foot to make my point, though I was pretty sure everyone in this room was on my side. It felt juvenile, but I wasn't sure what else I could do. This was all my fault. I had to make it right, but I had no idea how to go about doing that. It wasn't like I could wave a wand and change the laws. Hell, if Ava was having difficulty, and she was going to inherit Matlock's position, there certainly wasn't anything I could actually do. Matlock ran a hand through his hair. I agree. I promised Oliver that his family would be safe here. His lips glued shut once again, as though what he had already said was too much. I groaned. Okay, but do they really want to evict all the shifters? Or are they just using it as leverage to stop me from dating Christian? Ava and Matlock exchanged a glance. I looked at Tavlor, who was the only one who'd stayed quiet so far. I'm right, aren't I? They'd evict a whole people just to get their way with me. Tavlor smiled sadly. They'd do a lot worse to keep an heir of the High Warlock under their control. I groaned and rolled my eyes. Can't I just sign something to take myself off the list of heirs? I don't want to be on the council, or inherit anything if Ava abdicates. Courtney would be so better at anything like that than me. The other three looked at each other, as though that wasn't something they'd considered. What did you tell Elliot this afternoon? I asked Matlock. I didn't want to accuse him of anything, but at the same time I needed answers, and he was the only one who could give them to me. That Christian was a good person, and you had the right to choose your life partner, he said. I waited. As much as I believed my father, I had a sneaking suspicion that there was more. He cleared his throat. Although I also pointed out that you were young and had never been in love before, so to just let you enjoy it. I thought that would lessen the importance to him, and to be honest, I thought I'd convinced him to back off. Obviously not. I shook my head. Definitely not. I looked around the circle. So what can I do? There was silence. I threw my hands up in the air.
Seriously.
I glared straight at Ava.
Come on.
Between you and Matlock, surely you have enough power to overrule this sort of thing. Ava bit her lip and put a hand to her stomach, and empathy for her situation rolled over me. I sighed. I'm so sorry, Ava. You should be resting, not stressing about me and all this crap. Ava laughed. Oh, it's fine. I'm used to it by now. The council know how to make our lives hard. I sighed. We should just take over and run everything ourselves. There was a ripple of magic around us, as though our future had been proclaimed. I shuddered and stared straight at Ava, though neither of us spoke. Did anyone else feel that? When the men didn't say anything, I pushed it aside. So there's nothing we can do. I continued. I just have to do as they say. Ava looked over at Tavlor. Could we move the pack perhaps, she suggested, crossing her arms over her chest. To another realm. I thought of that. I said, snapping my fingers. Like Mother's realm? They'd be safe there. Though there aren't many natural resources, and everything would have to be created, wouldn't it? Well, I was thinking more along the lines of a shifter realm with better facilities or even a Phi realm, but you're right, she said. We could offer Mother's realm. It isn't being used. My chest tightened and my breath got caught in my throat. Hearing Ava say it aloud brought home the fact that if we did this, we would lose something vital. Our home. Our safe place. A space that was just for us, something that Mother created to protect us with, something she had literally died for. I swallowed hard, trying to push my fear down. I tried to use my logic. No one was using that realm, and Mother was dead. Why let it go to waste? Doesn't the realm have rules on it, in regards to who can get in and out? I asked. Would we be able to alter those? Ava bit her lip. Yes. You have to be brought into the realm by a member of our bloodline, but Tavlor managed to come through without me that second time, so it must mean that once you're in, you're in. I nodded, working it out. So, if one of us was there to walk them through, they'd be safe after that. Yes, because no one who hadn't personally been invited in could get through. Ava was beginning to grin now. So we just have to work out, well, everything else. The food, accommodations, everything. Matlock cleared his throat. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The council made plenty of threats about Ava and Tavlor, they almost succeeded too. Ava grinned. That's true. They threatened, sent assassins, tried to kill me. Really, they're a bunch of bullies. I pressed my lips together, hard. I had a few choice words to say about the council, but I wasn't sure anyone in this room wanted to hear it. Instead, I just threw up my hand. So, what are we going to do about Christian then? I can't just break everything off between us, but I can't allow his pack to be in jeopardy either. From what I knew, the shifters that had come here did everything they could to fit in, including denying who they were. I raised my gaze to Matlock. Do you think the council will give up on this? I asked. I didn't want him to humor me, to sugarcoat things. I needed the truth. I wanted to see how hard I was going to have to fight. Or should we act quickly? And I have to tell you guys, Elliot didn't threaten to harm the pack, he threatened to harm those I love. And by that, I have to assume he meant all of you. I can't risk that, unless you know what you're all getting into. Christian as well, Ava said, glancing toward Tavlor. He means Christian as well. Fear struck my heart like the well-aimed arrow from a quiver. What do you mean? I asked, thinking about what had just happened outside. Could Christian be in trouble now? Was there any way of knowing? Ava glanced over to me. Well, Christian is at a distinct disadvantage in this realm. From what you've told me, he takes a potion to suppress his shifter, which is his most powerful personality, and even then, he's no match for a well-trained witch or warlock. It's why the council has managed to reign supreme over so many realms and worlds. Fear rippled along my arms and legs, making me want to run. When we were outside, someone was watching us, I said. Christian could be in trouble. Tavlor and Matlock looked at each other, a strange unspoken conversation passing between them. I wasn't staying to work out what they were hiding from me though. I was already at the door. I think I need to go. Matlock, would you take me to the shifter town? I know you know where it is. I need to find out if Christian is okay. My hand and arm began to tingle, writing appearing on my skin. Oh no, look. I pulled up my sleeve to stare down at the words appearing on my hand. You all need to leave. Bella isn't here. She's at the council buildings. With her father. Please. Go. I wasn't sure which of my secrets he'd spilled. But he was in trouble, and using this strange version of communication that we had. They've got him. Please. Father. I yelled. Please help me. Tavlor sprung to my side. Ava. You need to stay here, he said. Like hell I do, Ava said, her eyes flashing with anger. I opened my mouth, ready to jump on her. I refused to let her risk her child for me. She needed to be somewhere safe, somewhere the council couldn't get to her, to them. Please, sweetheart, Tavlor said, his voice gentle, soothing. However, there was a slight edge to it. For the sake of the baby. Ava hesitated. I gave her an imploring look. Stay here please, Ava. I'm sure we'll be fine. I can do this. You can trust me, I promise. Please. Ava crossed her arms over chest and huffed. Okay. But if anything happens that you need me for, send for me. Tavlor, you know how. He nodded and grabbed for the door handle. I do. Let's go. We should hurry. I spared a single smile for my pregnant sister and then headed out the door, through the portals and out into the world. Matlock was right behind us. He grabbed my arm before I fled down the stairs, grabbing Tavlor's arm as well. It'll be faster if I transport us. Hold on. I gripped my father's hand, and with a blink of his eyes, he sent us spiraling across the realm and into the shifter den. Chapter 18. I glanced around. Thick trees surrounded us, and dirt lay at our feet. There were no houses or people around us at all. We could have been in a Phi realm for all I knew. I wasn't quite sure how I felt. Should I be worried, scared? Something else entirely. I just needed to be ready for anything. That was it. I needed to be ready. My head spun as I let go of my father's hand and put my arm out to catch myself as I staggered sideways, hitting a large tree. Are we there yet? I managed to get out. I wasn't sure if it was the bubbly drink, but it was taking longer than I expected to get my feet under me. I took a few deep breaths through my nose, trying to settle my stomach. I wanted to throw up, but it wouldn't come. I didn't know how much help I was going to be if I couldn't even stand up straight. I'm sorry we had to travel that way. Matlock's eyes were filled with sympathy as he looked at me. It was as though he was taking care to stay away from me, afraid I was going to keel over and throw up. I know you feel sick, but it was the only way to get through the protection spell. The town is this way. Will you be all right then? How the hell was I supposed to know that? But we couldn't linger. It wasn't safe. I forced myself to nod, hoping it wouldn't throw off my equilibrium. Matlock pressed his lips into a thin line. Let's go. He took off through the trees, with Tavlor on his heels. I staggered after them, unsure of everything, even the ground beneath my feet. Surely we were still in the same realm. I burst through the tree line. Before me was a tent city. Rows and rows of large and small tents amongst a dirt-strewn paddock. I was eerily quiet. Where there should be people talking, children playing, there was nobody. Matlock obviously knew which way he was going. He barely slowed as he charged toward the town, so I took a deep breath and bolted after him, gathering all of my senses close to me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Something was wrong. I didn't know what, and that made it even worse. I needed some sense of direction, somewhere to put my instincts. But I had no experience, nothing to work with. I zipped through the tent city, the smell of waste singeing my nose. There was an undercurrent of cooking, of marinated meat burning, but I couldn't see anyone still. It was too dark, and I didn't want to risk using my magic and alerting people to my presence. I couldn't breathe. My chest was tight and my ribs were squeezing my lungs. I had never been athletic, and that was something I always prided myself on. Now I wished I had made more of a point to do some fitness activity, even for a few minutes a day. I wasn't sure if that would have helped me now, but I would like to think it would have. Christian, I called out as panic came at me in a full wave. I shouldn't have screamed. It was reckless. It was stupid. But I couldn't help myself. Bella. Tavlor hissed at me. I turned right past a tent. Tavlor stood hunched in the shadows, waving for me to come to him. I crept between the tents and tiptoed up to him. Wow. I looked out, mouth gaping as I stared out at the crowd before me. We were on the edge of a massive group of people. They were gathered together, completely quiet, staring at a stage that had been erected. I gasped when my eyes connected with the scene they were all watching. Christian, my Christian, was on the stage on his knees, hands tied in front of him, a rope around his neck. Tears blurred my vision and I blinked rapidly to clear it, my heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. Who had done this? I tried to scan the area, tried to look for the culprit, but I couldn't see anything. I didn't understand what was going on. I had to do something, but what? More than that, why wasn't anyone else doing anything? The whole pack, if that's what they were, stood around doing nothing to help him. I wanted to scream. I wanted to demand that they do something, anything to help. But I stopped myself. I didn't want to alert anyone that we were there yet. As I took in the details of the people around me, I covered my mouth and nose with my hand. I realized the smell wasn't coming from food or waste, but it was coming from them. They were dirty, smelly, impoverished people who looked like they needed more food and a good bath. And they all looked this way. Not just some of them. They all did. Was this the place Christian had talked about? The home that was so much better than the one they'd escaped from? This didn't make any sense. Tears blurred my vision as I tried to think this through. I couldn't get a handle on what I was seeing. For the first time in a long time, I felt ignorant. Truly ignorant. And I hated myself for it. Because if I was ignorant, I couldn't help anyone. I couldn't make things better, and there was a surprising amount of desire in me that wanted to do just that. I wiped at the tears that flowed down my cheeks. I couldn't stop them now. My father had said he'd help set up this place. This was my father's fault. Maybe not all of it, but he had a hand in this. How could he do this to so many people? Children. Babies. A large booming voice caught my attention, and I zoomed in on the stage. There was Elliot, the pompous asshole from the council, walking around the stage and yelling at the crowd. I could only catch a few of his words from where we stood, but they were angry, hateful. I clenched my hands together into fists. How dare he come here and physically restrain Christian in such a manner? I took a step forward, intending on storming right up to the stage to have it out with the arrogant Elliot. Tavlor grabbed my arm and shook his head. No, don't. Matlock is sorting it out. I glanced around. Matlock was nowhere to be seen. I wanted to argue. I wanted to bite back a reply. Did I really trust Matlock? He was the one responsible for all of this in the first place. I glared at Tavlor but decided to heed his warning. This had nothing to do with Matlock or Elliot or anyone else, and everything to do with Christian. Part of me was afraid that an outburst from me might mean more consequences for him, even if Matlock was intervening, and I didn't want to risk that. I turned back to the spectacle and searched the crowd for my father's dark hair. His royal purple robes. I frowned and pushed my glasses up my nose. I couldn't see my father anywhere, and the tone of the pack had changed. People cried and cowered, holding their children into their sides and turning their faces away. What was being said on stage that I couldn't hear? I considered moving forward so I would be able to hear better, but held back. I continued to search the crowd for my father. He was supposed to be stopping this, wasn't he? I still couldn't find him. Two of the council guards, whom I recognized by face but wouldn't recognize by name, marched across the stage and hauled Christian to his feet. They stripped his shirt from his body, then conjured whips straight into their hands. My mouth dropped open. The first blow landed across his upper back and shoulders. Christian cried out and stumbled, falling to his knees once more. A sadistic look gleamed in their eyes. I could see it even from where I stood. Horror struck my vocal cords and I screamed out, "No!" I pulled out of Tavlor's grip and ran for the stage. I didn't even care. At this point, it didn't matter what was going to happen, because what they were doing to Christian was so much worse than I could have imagined it to be. The second council guard lifted his arm high above his head as I watched, then landed another blow, this time across Christian's lower back. He cried out, his head thrown back as though he was howling to the moon. Tears filled my eyes. Judging by the strain in his jaw, he didn't want to cry out, didn't want them to know he was in pain, but he couldn't help himself. It was too much. I pushed past more people and called out to him. He dropped his head and turned his face toward me. His gaze landed on me, and eyes flashed bright yellow. Matlock appeared on stage, purple robes fluttering around him. He grabbed Elliot by the arm, yanking him back. But no one was stopping the guards, and they were the ones doing all the damage. The crowd continued to cower at the sight of the council's brutality. Elliot was here to make a point. I was sick to my stomach watching the scene unfold before me, and every cell in my body began to vibrate with an anger, a love, a strength I'd never felt before. Elliot was in a heated conversation with my father, and my beautiful mate was being beaten before us. I would not stand by and do nothing. When the first guard raised his arm once again, and I saw his whip flick up in the air, I threw every bit of defensive magic I had at Christian, wrapping him in a bubble as strong and tight as I could make it. The whip came down and bounced off my magic, flinging the guard backwards. The second guard looked at me, his mouth dropping open as I continued to push through the crowd. I climbed up on stage. I pulled out my wand and threw magic at my mate, unraveling the binds that held his wrists. I dropped to my knees to look at his back, one of the guards still hovering menacingly over me. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I was babbling, tears dripping down my face to see him cut and bleeding, on his knees and broken. But when his gaze met mine, there was no weakness there. Nothing but anger and determination. Something passed between us. I always saw it between Ava and Tavlor, but never imagined it was possible for it to happen to me with anyone. But we communicated silently, using our eyes. We were in this together. I wiped at my cheeks, then fell backwards as one of the guards fired at me. His magic bounced straight off my protective shield. I closed my eyes and put out a hand, absorbing his magic into myself and shuddering at the strength he'd put into that blast. I released a breath. It probably would have killed me, and my mate. Magic shot over our heads, hitting the guard square in the chest like a bolt of lightning. He went down, and I wasn't sure he would get up again. Matlock had been the one to fire the shot, and as he stood over me, he glowered at the remaining guard. Get away from my daughter, he roared. Matlock shot magic out and encapsulated Elliot, flinging him around so that Elliot now stood in front of us, next to his guard. Tavlor, Matlock boomed. Remand them both into custody. Tavlor stepped out of the shadows and worked his phi magic on both of them, the powerful guard and a member of the council that I was sure would be able to overwhelm almost any other warlock in this realm. But today he'd attempted to hurt me, and in doing so, he'd incurred the wrath of the only two people he couldn't beat, my warlock father and my half-phi brother-in-law. Despite the tears that still ran down my face, I smiled with glee as Tavlor tied Elliot and his minion in magical chains and hauled them away. Christian stood up and took my hand, lifting me with him. My legs weren't steady, and my muscles trembled with adrenaline and exertion. I sagged and Christian caught me, pulling me against him and holding on tight. I smiled up at him and he winced. What's wrong? I asked, rather stupidly. He flinched again. My wounds, he said, looking down. Blood stained the side of his lithe body, and I curled my fingers into fists to keep myself from reaching out and touching him. It was as though I had to make sure for myself that he was okay. They aren't healing as they should. I forced some strength into my legs and stood on my own 2 feet, turning him around to stare at the ugly gashes in his muscled flesh. My father stood next to me, and I stared up at him. He frowned. Wolf shifters heal exceptionally fast. These have been made by a magic designed to beat that healing. My eyes wouldn't stop leaking, especially now that I was feeling helpless once more. I don't know any healing. Can you help him? Please. Father. Matlock bowed his head. Yes, of course. But I will teach you also. He took my hand and we faced Christian's back together. My father whispered in my ear, this is a spell that will take away the inflicted injury, and Christian's body will do the rest. It may come in handy for your future together. So, repeat after me. He spoke ancient magical words and moved his hand over the cuts. I spoke with him, repeating the incantation and watching as the wounds glowed silver and healed themselves up. By the time we were finished with the spell, all of Christian's wounds had healed. He turned around with a huge smile on his face. Thank you. Matlock nodded, though his face was somber. I owe you an apology, Christian. I should have protected you better than this. Elliot should never have gotten through the glamour spell. None of this is your fault, High Warlock, Christian said. It was obvious he was still in pain, but he was making an effort to exude strength. Whether that was for my benefit or my father's, I wasn't sure. We thank you for giving us a safe place in this realm. None of us would be here without you. Christian thrust out his arm to encompass the pack and their surroundings. He seemed happy with the choices he'd made, and yet as I raised my gaze to my father's, we shared the same thoughts. We could do so much better for these people than what they currently had. There was so much more to life than this. They should want better. They deserved better. I'd like to make a time to speak to your elders, Christian, Matlock said. Would you tell them that, and be my liaison? Christian's eyebrows flew up. I don't want to step on anyone's toes. My father flicked his hand as though brushing aside Christian's words. Oliver is busy with his shop and does not live out here. I need someone on the inside. Someone who may become family one day. What do you say? My cheeks burned with the insinuation, and I lifted my gaze to my startled mate. Was he going to deny our connection? I hoped not. Chapter 19. For a moment, no one said a thing. Christian's back straightened and his chin came up. I'd be honored, High Warlock, he said. There was no playfulness in his voice, no sparkle in his eye. He was completely serious. My father stuck his arm out, offering his hand to Christian. It's Matlock, he said. I pressed my lips together, trying to contain my smile. I beamed as strong as headlights on a car in the darkness. I was so proud of my father, so pleased for Christian. I was so happy for him. He deserved this and more. Christian swallowed hard. Matlock, he said, and shook my father's hand in a binding agreement that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. I gripped Christian's arm and held on tight. Christian. Why was Elliot here? Was it because of me? Christian dropped his arm away from my father and turned to me. He wanted to remind us of our place, and the fact that the warlocks put up with us being here because we are servants, the way a pet dog is. But we shouldn't rise above our station. I swallowed hard. He meant me. He nodded. Yes. I stared into my mate's eyes, and there was a myriad of emotions, and yet none of them told me that he didn't want me anymore. We had to work a way around these draconian methods of control. So, I asked, what are we going to do? He frowned. Perhaps we should retreat to your mother's realm, as you suggested. If there's a way to take the pack. I can't leave my family, Bella. Of course he wouldn't. I understood that. It took a lot for me to leave Mother's realm in the first place, and the only reason I did was because of Courtney. I inhaled sharply, reaching out to grab his hands and squeezing hard. I looked him in the eye, hoping he would understand how serious I was. I would never ask you to, I said. My mother's realm is huge. At least I've walked for hours in every direction and never found the edges. You would all be safe there. Except there were no wild animals. No food. Nothing but fields upon fields. I also didn't know the logistics about how to transfer an entire wolf pack to a new realm, but I figured we would be able to work it out. I turned toward my father. Dad. I swallowed, the word still stuck in my throat. I'd heard Ava call Matlock Dad a few times and how I'd longed to say it. It just hadn't felt natural. Not yet. Until now. And I was glad I said it because in this moment it felt right. What do you think? I think that setting the pack up in your mother's realm is an excellent idea, he said. He tilted his head to the side, furrowing his brow as his bottom lip jutted out. I couldn't help but wonder if I looked similar when I was thinking intently. Though, if I know Genevieve, then it will have security on the entrance. I grinned at him. You know her well, I said. The thought made my stomach flutter. I couldn't help but wonder what sort of couple they'd have been if the world had allowed them to be. If they'd been free to pursue their feelings in the open. I shook the anxiety off. We needed to focus. I quickly explained the entrance to him. All the while he touched his chest as though irritated by his sternum. So we only need one of you to let us in, then hopefully we can come and go after that with ease, Christian said. I pushed my glasses up my nose. Yes, however, it would be best not to leave too often. My mother's realm is safe and secure, but it is a portal off a human world. They must not go wandering. It would be unsafe. A strange sort of panic filtered across Christian's face. Though he didn't say anything, I knew him well enough to know what he was thinking. The council had strict rules about messing with the humans. We were not allowed to expose ourselves as extraordinary in any way. As much as I hated the council, that particular rule made sense to me. Who knew what could happen if humans were aware of our existence? There were harsh penalties for those who didn't follow that rule, penalties I didn't even want to think about. It was probably one of the reasons Mother chose that portal. She couldn't have picked a safer space for her daughters to grow. Christian didn't give way to the feelings flickering in his eyes. Instead, he nodded and said, "I will need to speak to the elders. It is a lot to consider." My heart clenched painfully. I wasn't sure if this was a physical feeling of love, but I felt for him in a way I didn't feel for anyone else. It was more than just compassion. I wanted to wrap my arms around him and promise him things would be okay. And if they weren't, they had me to contend with. Matlock stepped closer and touched my arm, garnering my attention. I snapped my thoughts away from Christian and my feelings for him to focus on my father.
Bella.
He let his voice trail off. This didn't sound good. Yes? I don't want you to go, he said. I could tell that even though he'd said only 6 words, it was a lot for him to say. I stared at him. What do you mean?
I mean.
He cleared his throat, glancing around as though realizing we had an audience. He charged forward with the conversation regardless. I don't want you to retreat back to your mother's realm, never to return again. I've just met you. But the people. I gestured to the crowds around me.
We need to help them.
I agree. And if I can't find a better solution, then I will travel to your mother's realm and help you set it up for them the best way possible. But please, give me a few weeks to sort out another way. I will speak to the council. I was gobsmacked. Was he really that worried about losing me? I didn't really understand why, and yet didn't want to ask him to clarify. Our relationship didn't quite feel strong enough to survive that conversation. As much as I loved him, as much as I was ready to call him Dad, I didn't think it was the right time to get into anything else. I needed to focus on the task at hand, and I would sort out my conflicting feelings about him later. Instead, throat thick with emotion, I glanced up at Christian. He would ground me to the moment. That was what I needed from him. Something that would help me pull through from this. It will take me time to explain everything to the elders, and for them to deliberate and decide, he said. All right. I smiled nervously at my father. I wasn't sure if this was the best course of action, but I could wait. I had to, apparently. We'll stay, for the moment. Matlock grinned, then turned to the people. Something swept through my stomach seeing my father smile that way, as though he was relieved I had agreed, but also excited to spend more time with me. It made me feel good, like I was grateful for his approval. I didn't want to think about it, but I tucked it away for later. I am sincerely sorry for what happened here today, Matlock told the people. When I leave, with my daughter Bella's help, I will strengthen the magic that blocks out other warlocks and make it impossible for another like Elliot to enter. There had to be more that we could do, though. I knew it wasn't exactly protocol, but I didn't want to leave things on that note. I sucked in a breath and stepped up next to him and whispered, "Can't we do something about their living conditions?" My stomach had settled for the most part, leaving me with raw guilt. This was no way anyone should live. There had to be something we could do. He winced. I have tried. They won't accept any help. I thought quickly. Well, not out of pity. But what about recompense? An apology for what happened here today. He tapped his finger to his lips, then spoke to the crowd once again. I held my breath. My daughter believes I owe you all more than a simple apology, he said. A gift. Of housing. For you all. I believe you have 4 separate large families here, Christian. Christian stepped up. 5, he said. With 40 people in each, give or take. Matlock addressed the people once again, and I ducked my head so I could mask the horror as his words sunk in. Would you accept my gift? I must make amends for what you have endured so far. A surprised yet happy murmur trickled through the crowd. Matlock raised his arms in the air. I shall set something up and come back in a week's time, then change whatever is required. He turned away from the crowd, toward the vast lands that stretched out behind the stage and beyond. I put a hand on his arm. "Do you have enough power for this?" He quirked an eyebrow at me. "You doubt me?" I shook my head. "Oh no, it's just that." His face fell. "Your mother." I nodded, unable to say it. "She died maintaining the illusion of our home. Our house, the animals, the servants. All so that we could remain safe in a realm that killed her. I didn't want to lose my father for the same reason." He reached out and squeezed my hand. "Do not worry. I am instilled with the magic of the High Warlock. It gives me a strength that is unrivaled and linked to the realm. Not me." Relief flooded me. "I didn't know that." He winked. "No one does. It is a great secret." My breath caught in my throat. I was humbled he would share such a thing with me. "Thank you." My father pulled out his wand from the inside of his robes and moved his arms through the air, white sparkling magic flowing from his hands. Houses rose from the earth, joining together and making the beginnings of a town. A real town. A place people should live. I stared in wonder as people hurried forward to watch the magic happen. I'd never seen anything like it, and from the looks of the people's faces around me, neither had they. Their mouths hung open, and I struggled to pull my gaze away from the wonder in their eyes. But I wanted to see as well. It was kind of like watching a child open a gift. There was a magic to it, and I don't just mean in a literal sense. The entire atmosphere changed, and a burst of happiness rippled across the pack as they turned to watch everything that transformed just for them. Before my eyes, huge long houses were built with large windows and white curtains. They had pitched roofs and rendered brick outers. One went up. Then another, then another. My father's gaze was determined, and sweat beads gathered on his upper lip. I could only imagine how much effort it took to build so many structures, but he did it with grace and skill. My father then turned to me, his eyebrows raised. "Would you like a home here also?" Christian straightened his spine. "Yes, please." Matlock nodded.
"Allow me."
He turned and began to build a little cottage, with roses surrounding the house and a red front door. My mouth dropped open. I couldn't wait to see the inside of the home he'd built for us. Finally, after he blasted each house with another dose of magic, I could only assume was furniture or food, his arms fell to his sides. He was pale, and I saw a shiver in his arms that he quickly hid by putting his arms behind his back. He was strong, that was for sure. But he wasn't immortal. "Thank you," I said, reaching out to him and squeezing his arm. Matlock inclined his head. "You're welcome." He lifted his gaze toward Christian and cleared his throat. "I don't know how to apologize properly for what happened here today," he admitted. Though he shifted his weight, Matlock made sure to look Christian in the eye as he spoke, even though it was clear he didn't want to. It made me respect him more. "I am ashamed of what Elliot did." He looked it too. His gaze was contrite, and his cheeks were slashed with an angry red blush. "I think this," Christian gestured to the newly constructed homes, "more than makes up for it, High Warlock." "Thank you, Matlock." My father bowed his head. "It is what I should have insisted upon when you first came here. It is my council's fault your realm is practically uninhabitable, and I will make amends however I can."
"And Elliot?"
I asked, my hands clenching into fists at the thought of the man who'd charged into this small town and terrorized its inhabitants. "And my mate. He will be thrown into the prison under the council buildings, and I will personally throw away the key," Matlock said, his mouth twisting into a determined scowl. "Shall I come back with you now?" I asked him, unsure of what my next move was. I glanced from my father to Christian and back again. Where did we stand? My father smiled. "I assumed you may want to stay here the night. Fit out your house. You will see that I left most of the rooms bare, so that you can decorate to your own taste. As the wolves can too." He grinned at me, as though giving me permission to spend the night with Christian. I looked up at the man who had declared himself my fated mate. "Is that all right with you?" Yes. He stopped and swallowed nervously. I'll need to explain some things to the elders, but we have a few hours before sundown. And bedtime. I quickly inhaled, my breath shuddering in my chest. Did that mean we were sleeping together? Tonight. Christian frowned and stepped closer, his gaze running over my face. You don't need to stay, of course, he said. I can take you back later on. No, I interrupted him. I didn't want him to think anything but the truth. It was important for him to know. I want to stay. A burst of light flashed across his face. That smile took my breath away and made me feel things. I shook my head internally. Everything about Christian made me feel things. Why should this be any different? I forced myself to turn to Matlock and smile. Thank you for everything. I'll see you tomorrow. Matlock nodded, then turned and walked away. He wove through the crowd until he was completely out of sight. Matlock Crementy was no longer just the man who'd sired me. He was my father. And I couldn't be prouder of that fact. Now I had to face another man and tell him he was the first person I'd ever kissed. And what was about to happen next, I had absolutely no idea what to do. Chapter 20. I swallowed hard as I turned back to Christian, where he loomed next to me. I didn't like to think of myself as a nervous person, but I was. At least I was right now. Do you want to go speak to the elders now? I asked, my voice cracking. I cleared my throat, hoping I wasn't making myself obvious. Or do you want to come and see the new house? The pack crept toward the buildings, looking afraid, and no one was going inside. I didn't want them to feel discomfort at what was supposed to be their new home, at least until we could figure this out with the council. If we could. That was a big if. Christian looked across his pack, taking them in. I need to help everyone find their homes, but give me an hour and I'll meet you at our place, he said. Our place. I tried not to think too much about it. I didn't want to get giddy about it, especially not now, when I needed a clear head. But a small smile played on my lips that I couldn't stop. It had such a nice ring to it that happiness fluttered inside of me. I wasn't even disappointed that he put the pack ahead of me. I understood it. Shifters were family-oriented. As much as he cared about me, I knew I wasn't there. Not yet. In fact, I was proud of him for it. I was fine and capable. The people around us needed Christian. I, on the other hand, was comfortable waiting. I knew Christian would come to me in our new home as soon as he could. Go, I said with a smile on my face. But I can't guarantee I'm gonna wait for you before I decorate it. I smirked and he laughed. Relief clearly flooded through him. I knew he was worried that he would be put in an awkward position of having to choose between being with me and assisting his pack. I was glad I could relieve him of that, at least. Everything else might be more difficult. Do whatever you want, he said, before taking my hand and kissing the back of my fingers. If you're there, it will be home to me. His gaze connected with mine and sizzled with the promise of what was to come. I nodded and gulped at the air around me, feeling hot and squirmy. Okay. I'll see you later. He flashed me a grin, and then jogged over to a large group of people and began directing them. For a moment, I did nothing but stop and stare at Christian. Even though I should be doing something else, I couldn't take my eyes off him. There was something completely mystifying about the way he exuded confidence, even though he had no idea what was going to happen. Which meant he had complete confidence in me and what I could provide him. I was going to be mated to a leader, and beta wolf. Who would have picked that? Certainly not me. The fact that Christian and I were destined was still difficult for me to wrap my head around, but I was starting to get used to it in the best of ways. With a giggle in my throat and a smile on my face, I wandered over to the small cottage my father had designed just for me and Christian. I was still surprised my father purposefully created a space just for the two of us. I wasn't sure what to expect from him when it came to our relationship and my relationship with Christian. However, I couldn't help but be happy that he was going out of his way to show his support. Hopefully the elders wouldn't mind us having our own home, and if they did, I would get Matlock, Dad, to build more individual houses for the pack next week. I stepped up to the red front door and reached for the round doorknob. A shiver of excitement coursed through me. Only a month ago, I'd been convinced that I would stay in Mother's realm forever, not knowing anything more. And now, I pushed the door open and stepped into an open room. There was a large bed in the corner, a huge bookcase with a large couch to read upon. I sighed. The kitchen area was small but lovely, and there was a door that I assumed led to a bathroom. It was perfect, and yet it lacked anything personal. I conjured my bag to me that I'd left at my father's rooms and placed it on the table. Everything of importance was in this bottomless bag that I'd created many years ago. I took a breath, rolled my shoulders back, and nodded once. I was ready. I began to pull things out. Books first, of course. I took them in my hands and allowed myself a smile. It felt good to hold them again. I turned and began to place them upon the empty bookshelves. Ancient books of my mother's, several my father had given to me, books I picked out to further my education. It wasn't long before the entire shelf was filled. More space appeared, like my father expected me to do just that, and wanted me to have as much space as I needed for my books. "Thanks, Dad," I murmured. The word was still strange, but there was a warmth there I couldn't get over. I still wanted to work on our relationship, and it was getting better with every minute I spent with him. Next, photos of my mother on the coffee table to remind myself that she was still here, in her way. I stared at my mother's face in the glass, saw her smile, and felt the heat of my unshed tears in my eyes. I wished she was here with me, physically. I wished I could talk to her and tell her everything that had happened, to seek her advice. But more than anything, I wished I could tell her that I was happy. "I think I'm finally home, Mother," I whispered to the glass as I put up the picture frame. I let out a sigh and cast my gaze around. Now for the rest of the room. I took my time, choosing colors for the walls, new furniture, and bedding of silk sheets and fluffy pillows. When I finished, there was a fire burning in the fireplace, and I'd magicked up a dinner for Christian, since I didn't have the ingredients to cook from scratch. Not yet. I would. I settled on the couch with a book, nervously waiting. I read the same line 20 times, but none of the knowledge went into my head. All I could think about was what was going to happen next. There was a knock, and then the door opened. "Something smells great," Christian declared, walking into the room with a grin on his face. "I made something for dinner," I said, noting that darkness had fallen outside and the pack was quiet. "Is everyone settled?" My gaze followed him. It was strange watching him walk into our place. Our place. He nodded and grinned, happiness radiating from him. "Yes. It's amazing," he said. My lips twitched up. It was difficult not to get swept up in his enthusiasm. I can't believe how many of the pack are accepting of these houses. The whole elder council was against Matlock's help in the beginning. But now that the homes are built, everyone's just rapt. I'm not saying this is home or anything, but maybe it could be. He didn't have to say it for me to know what he meant. "Are they nice?" I asked, imagining that my father may have gone overboard with the fit-out. I didn't want to overwhelm them or insult them with luxury. I wanted them to be comfortable. I wanted them to have access to whatever they needed without it being too much. He nodded. "Yes, they are, but they're not like this." He looked around, taking everything in, a sparkle of appreciation glimmering in his eyes. "We don't need much, so the basic structure is perfect." I smiled and gave the room my own look. He hadn't said anything about his thoughts of the various touches I had made, and I hoped he didn't mind them. "I decorated in here." He grinned, locking eyes with me. "It's perfect." Relief breathed new life into me. I wasn't sure what I would have done if he didn't like the room. I was sure we could come to a compromise, but I was glad it didn't get to that. His stomach grumbled and I asked, "Shall we eat at the table?" "Definitely." We sat at the small dining table, where I'd spread out the feast before us. I wanted him to be wowed. I wanted to give him a meal he deserved. "Wow," he said. "Did you make all this?" "Sort of." I looked at the ground, curling hair over my ear. Even though I loved the compliment, it was more than I was used to. "It's mostly made of magic, because I didn't have any ingredients to work with, but I look forward to using the kitchen and cooking properly. I plan to, I mean." "Great, Bella, now you're babbling." "It looks great to me," he said, licking his lips. "Well, dig in." And he did. He ate more than I'd ever seen anyone consume. I ate as well, enjoying the way Christian moaned and groaned, and generally enjoyed every morsel that passed his lips. I couldn't eat half as much as I usually would. My stomach was in knots. Would Christian want to have sex tonight? I knew what it involved, of course, physically. But I'd never really thought about it from a personal perspective. And how I would handle such a thing. "Is everyone asleep?" I asked, glancing toward a window where there were no longer any lights visible outside. He ran a hand through his shaggy hair. "Yeah. The pack gets up with the sun and goes down with the sun." "So?" I cleared my throat. "We go to bed now." "Yeah, but I really need a shower. I don't want to dirty your new clean bed." I laughed. Well, I could clean them with a snap of my fingers. His gaze burned with desire, then his wolf yellow flashed through his eyes. "I was hoping you might want to join me in the shower. Maybe just chat and get comfortable for a minute?" I swallowed hard. I didn't want to ruin anything, not when things were going so well, but at the same time, I was too curious not to ask. "Is my inexperience a turn-off for you?" I held my breath and waited. Maybe I shouldn't have asked at all. I should have kept my mouth shut. But it had to be said. "God, no," he said quickly. "I just don't want to rush you." I looked down at my plate, my heart beating loudly in my ears. "I haven't even seen the bathroom yet." He chuckled. "Come this way." He took my hand and led me toward the only door in the cottage other than the front door. When he opened it, my mouth fell open. "It's huge." Christian chuckled. "They all are. Your father must have a thing for bathrooms." "I've never really thought about it." Christian didn't answer. Instead, he wandered into the oversized room and began to strip off the too tight tee that someone must have given him, and his jeans. I stood still in shock, unable to move as I stared at him. "You're so magnificent." Christian turned on the shower and stepped beneath the water, washing away the scents and dirt of the day. He lifted his head and ran a hand through his now wet hair, groaning as though the weight of the world was being lifted from his shoulders. "What a day." I laughed. What other reaction was there? "Yeah, you can say that again." I swallowed hard, watching him grab the soap nearby and scrub his arms and chest. Every movement made the sinewy muscles flex and clench. "Are you sure you're okay? After today?" I asked. "Yeah. My shifter jeans mean I heal pretty fast." Though I wasn't sure that was going to be enough, with those magical whips. "Lucky your father was there to help." My eyes burned with tears. The last thing I wanted to do was cry. Definitely not now. "Hardly lucky." I gulped. "We're the reason you were in that torture scene." Christian grinned. How he was able to smile after everything he and his pack had been through, I had no idea. I endured a lot worse when I was younger, back in the old realm. This place is paradise by comparison. I shook my head. It was hard for me to wrap my head around his words. "I don't know how you stand it." Christian shrugged. "It's how it's always been." I clenched my jaw, a plan forming in my mind. I would have to speak to my father and Ava. I simply couldn't allow the shifters to be treated like this anymore. "Well, it's not good enough," I said. "And I won't stand for it. I can tell you." Christian grinned. I can imagine you won't. If we had children, they would be half wolf shifter. And if the council thought they were treating my children in this way, then they could rightly go to hell. Children. Geez, Bella, you're getting ahead of yourself. You're looking far too serious over there, Bella. Are you sure you don't want to join me in the shower? Wash away the stress? I blinked up at him. Am I sure you didn't ask me to? He grinned. Will you join me? He reached out his hand and water droplets rolled off his fingers. My stomach quivered with nervousness as I stared at him. This was it. Okay, I forced myself to say before I lost my nerve. Chapter 21. He kissed my neck and I sighed. Thank you. That was beautiful. I love you, he whispered against my ear. I love you too, I said back. His arms tightened around me, and within moments, I could hear the soothing rhythmic sounds of Christian's breathing change to a sleeping pattern. I snuggled in and closed my eyes, my body replete and my heart singing. But I could not go to sleep. My mind still raced and my heart beat a little too hard. I was mad about what had happened today, and someone had to pay. Elliot for sure, but he hadn't acted alone, I was certain. And the council themselves needed some serious straightening out. I wanted to be with Christian. And they said it wasn't allowed. Illegal. Not to mention the fact that they obviously saw shifters as less than themselves. The whole mentality and philosophy of the place was a mess, and my sister and father were in prime positions to fix these things. That had to be a good sign. That had to mean something. But would they? Would they think it worth it, to invest the time and the fight it would take to get what we wanted? That I didn't know. I would like to think so, but I wasn't sure. I closed my eyes and clung to Christian through the night, pretending for a short time that all was right in the world. It wouldn't be long before the fight started up again though. This time, I would be ready for it. Despite my best intentions of remaining out of the game and sticking to my bookworm persona, it seemed the council's ire had awoken the inner Melfi witch within me. Arcane Magic is the final story in Bella's trilogy, and is available now. The download link is here. Or read on for a sneak peek into Book 6. Arcane Magic. Chapter 1. Bella. Waking up in bed next to a shifter could be interesting. One morning I'd opened my eyes to find Christian sleeping right next to me, where he was meant to be. In wolf form. That had given me one hell of a fright. I admit that I screamed a little at the time, but I was getting more comfortable with the animal elements of my lover as time wore on. There were nuances I wasn't even familiar with. Not only could he shift forms while sleeping, but he whined in his sleep, and didn't use the covers because his body ran at a higher temperature than humans. Which was perfect for me, considering when the nights got cold I could share some of his heat. That, and I didn't have to worry about him hogging the blankets. Good morning, Christian said from his side of our bed, and I rolled over to smile at him. I wasn't sure I'd ever get used to this. Hey. How'd you sleep? He stretched out, reaching his arms above his head and groaning loudly. Too well. I feel so pampered in this bed, living in this house with you. He rolled over to face me and I leaned forward, kissing his lips and sighing with contentment. It should be illegal to feel this happy, I murmured more to myself than to him. Christian laughed and rolled out of bed to use the bathroom. It is. They call it living in sin for a reason. I giggled as I pulled up the blankets to cover my naked body. Christian preferred I didn't wear pajamas, especially if we'd had sex the night before. Which was pretty much every night. He was a voracious lover, something I wasn't used to, but was enthusiastic about nonetheless. Part of me wondered if it had to do with him being a wolf, but part of me believed Christian would always have a healthy sexual appetite, no matter what sort of creature he was. I happened to be the lucky recipient of his attention, and I had no plans to deny him any time soon. Especially since my own appetite for it, for him, was just as enthusiastic. Yeah. I smiled to myself. If this luxury was a sin, then make me a sloth. I wanted to enjoy loving Christian for as long as I breathe. For as long as we could make this work. I wasn't a silly girl who thought we'd be together forever. I also saw no reason for us to stop anytime soon. I wanted to believe, but it wouldn't do to think about my mother's sordid history and her own hang-ups with men, especially my father. Just because she behaved a certain way didn't mean it was my destiny. "What time do you finish work today?" he asked, walking back into the room. His hands were still damp, having just washed them. "Do you want me to pick you up?" It had been almost 6 months since the attack on Courtney and me in the library, and yet Christian and my father still worried about our safety. I couldn't blame them. I still worried about Courtney as well. And since we had yet to discover who was behind that attack, I didn't fight them on what could be construed as overprotectiveness. I'd do the same thing. "I finish around 3, but you don't need to pick me up. Ava's meeting me, and we're going shopping for baby things. I mean, unless you want to help us pick out the perfect crib." My sister was ready to pop. Ava was one of those perfect pregnant women who had flawless skin and an iridescent glow. Her hair shined. I could only hope if I ever decided to have a child, I would have inherited a fraction of those qualities too. Christian grinned at me as he got dressed, readying himself for his day as a farmer, builder, and general maintenance man for the wolf-shifter town. My father had built the whole place in one night, but it required ongoing support, and we'd had hundreds of refugees coming in from other cities and realms. It certainly kept Christian busy while I spent my days at the library in town. And Christian was passionate about his job. People loved him. "How long's she got now?" he asked casually, pulling on a black t-shirt and blue overalls. We hadn't talked much about pregnancy in general, but his curiosity made me grin. "About 6 weeks, I think." I groaned as I joined him, rolling out of bed to start my day. I had to get moving, or I was in danger of becoming the sloth I joked about. For a moment, he did nothing but stare as I stretched. The old me would have felt self-conscious of his heady gaze, would have questioned why his eyes darkened as they sculpted the length of my body. Even now, despite our intimate experiences, a warmth tickled my cheek, and I knew I was blushing. Instead of moving to cover myself or rushing to pull on clothes, I allowed myself to enjoy his perusal. And maybe if we didn't have to leave so soon, we might have been rolling back in bed for one more romp before we started the day. It woke me up better than coffee. "I don't think I'll ever get used to this," he murmured, shaking his head before running his fingers through his hair. I loved that he seemed to echo my sentiments exactly. "Breakfast?" he asked, walking over to our small kitchen. "Scrambled eggs and toast. My specialty." He gave me a wink. I moved across the room, shivering in the cool morning air and dashing to the bathroom. "Oh yes, please." "Okay. You take a shower, and it will be ready when you're out." Christian went about preparing the meal, when I could have snapped my fingers and done it for us. The fact that he enjoyed looking after me, and took pride in things like cooking, made me love him so much more. I jumped in the shower, enjoying the quiet and the warmth before dressing with a magical wave of my hand. Black leggings, a long burgundy tunic and a gray cardigan because it was cold. I matched the outfit with some flat leather knee-high boots, and I was ready to go. Breakfast was on the round wooden table that served as the dining table in the kitchen. "You're the best. You know that," I said, sitting down to my plate and reaching for the orange juice he'd poured for me. I grabbed my fork to eat, and Christian pushed a small box across the table towards me. I frowned at it, then picked it up. It was black and square and weighed very little. "What's this, oh my?" Christian was kneeling beside the table, staring up at me. I wanted to do this in a romantic moment, but what better time than right now? My throat tightened and I stared down at him. "Are you?" I'd seen marriage proposals on the human television shows we'd been allowed to watch on occasion. But he couldn't possibly be doing that. Christian took the box from my hand and opened it. "Bella Melfi, would you marry me? Make me the happiest of men, by agreeing to be my wife. I launched myself at him, knocking him to the ground and kissing him as hard as I could. He laughed against my lips, rolling so I was beneath him, and lifted his head. "Is that a yes?" I nodded, my throat tightening with emotion. "Yes, please. I'd love to be your wife." As a woman who'd never believed that I'd ever find someone who suited me, I couldn't believe how perfect Christian was. He slid back, got to his feet, and pulled me up as well. "Then you should wear your ring." He bent down and scooped up the box that had been lost in my flurry of kissing activity. He opened the box and showed me the ring he'd chosen. I'd expected a plain diamond or a gold band. But instead, inside the box was a silver ring with a large purple stone. It was engraved and ornate, and so much more beautiful than any ring I'd ever seen. "Christian," I whispered. "It's perfect." He plucked the ring from its bed and reached for my left hand. "I was hoping you'd like it. I designed the style and one of my friends made it for me." "You have a jewelry making friend I don't know about." Christian laughed. "I do have some secrets still." He slid the ring onto my finger, and it fit snugly at the base near my knuckle. Christian leaned forward and cupped my chin, lifting my face for another sweet kiss. "Now I have to go to work, and so do you." I grabbed his arm, dragging him back to me. "You don't want to celebrate now?" I could never get enough of his gorgeous body, or the way he touched me. Christian raised an eyebrow. "You want to blow off the library?" I pressed my lips together. No, I didn't. Our lovemaking sessions were long. I wouldn't be dressed and ready for work again for hours. I glanced at the clock on the wall, then looked back to Christian, who was smirking. "I didn't think so. We can celebrate tonight." "Sounds great." He gave me one more kiss before we walked out the front door of our house together.
"Morning, Bella,"
Monique said as she walked by.
"Morning."
I waved as the wolf shifter walked by. I'd done my best to fit into the wolf shifter community. Some of the older men were still a little guarded, but overall, I loved living in the Packlands, and they seemed to like having me there. "Okay, gotta go," I said, kissing my official fiancé one more time, then dancing off down the path towards the exit to the realm. My father had created a special type of barrier that only allowed approved people into the Packlands. Since we'd discovered council members whipping Christian in a public arena, Dad had stepped up and protected the wolf shifters. He'd created this community and put barriers up for them. I slipped through the invisible shield and stepped into the warlock town. The library was a 10-minute walk, but I hurried as I was late. My new ring felt cool and heavy on my hand. Foreign and new, in the best way. He asked me to marry him. I still couldn't believe it. Even as I stared down on the ring on my finger, it still seemed surreal. What sort of wedding would we have? Some type of pack ritual? Or a fancy ceremony like Ava had? Speaking of Ava, what was she going to say tonight when I told her? What would Courtney think? Hopefully, both would be happy for me. I reached the College for Witches and Warlocks and raced into the front entrance. It was weird to think that my sisters and I would have gone to school here if our mother hadn't hidden us in another realm for 20 years. Or would we? Would we even be alive today if someone had discovered that the High Warlock had fathered 3 daughters to a woman who wasn't his wife? And with that strange thought in my head, I pushed open the door to the library and raced over to the reception desk.
"Morning, Hillary."
"Good morning, Bella. Sleepin' again?" Heat flushed up my cheeks. Tardiness had never been a problem before I started living with Christian. Now I slept in more mornings than I could count. Yeah. "Sorry, Hillary." She grinned at me, and I ducked my head and ran off to the back of the library, where I could start my sorting and hide my flaming cheeks. I loved Christian, but I didn't love the idea of everyone else knowing how smitten we were with each other. Mostly because they put 2 and 2 together, and realized I spent a lot more time in bed than I should. The day, like most, passed quickly. The library was exactly my sort of place, filled with my sort of people. Bookworms. Hardworking, quiet types. When 3 p.m. rolled around, I was just logging out of the computer when Ava waddled into the room. I couldn't stop the smile that lifted my lips and lit my heart. "You look so beautiful pregnant." Her blonde hair shined like the sun, and her huge round belly was wrapped up in a gray knit dress. I thought she looked amazing. My sister, however, did not agree with me. She pushed her hand into her lower back and groaned. "I cannot wait for this to be over." I chuckled, grabbed my purple and gold satchel, and headed for the front door. "Bye, Hillary. See you tomorrow." "How's Courtney?" I asked as I opened the door for my sister, and we made our way out of the college. Ava sighed again. "She's okay, I guess. She still has strange blackouts and her temper isn't great." "It never was," I countered, memories of Courtney's temperament throughout childhood coming across my mind. Ava held the railing as she walked down the few steps to the ground, then waddled through the gates. "I was thinking of going into town and visiting Josie. She has the most beautiful baby blankets." I grinned. "Sounds great." I couldn't believe that my sister was going to be a mother. I was going to be an aunt. We wandered along the road, and when we reached Josie's shop, I reached out and opened the door for her. Ava froze halfway through the door, staring at where my hand held the door open. She snatched at my fingers, staring down at my left hand.
"Bella."
"What is this?" My stomach twisted at her tone. She sounded angry with me. "It's my engagement ring," I whispered. "Christian asked me to marry him this morning." I still couldn't believe it. It was a shock. Partly because I never thought I wanted to get married, but also partly because I didn't think anyone would see me as potential wife material. I wasn't as charming as Courtney or as beautiful as Ava. I was a quiet librarian sort and preferred it that way. And yet, Christian seemed to be able to see past all of that. He recognized me for who I really was. I glanced up from staring at my ring again to look at my sister, my heart skipping a beat. The look on Ava's face I'd never forget. Horror transforming into pity. "But Bella, I thought you knew." "You can't." Download Arcane Magic, here.